Good morning, brand new day, brand new week here at Sewing Street, and it's so good to be back with you again. Obviously, John, I don't know if John's usually here on a Monday. Who's usually here on a Monday? I'm not sure. Bex, she probably has been at the knitting and stitching show, hasn't she, I'm guessing? Potentially, but they had their birthday event at the weekend, so she's probably lying down in a dark room recovering, because I know it was an amazingly busy weekend for us. So yeah, anyway, I'm here with you today. I'm very much looking forward to the day, because we've got loads of fabulous things that we're going to be sharing with you as well. But of course, before we do anything, we've got a bit of housekeeping to do, and we start the day with an early bird. Now, this early bird is one of my favourites. It's such a useful thing to have, and I know as soon as you guys see this up on the screen, you will be shopping for this one, because it's one that we go for time and time again. It is a brilliant fat quarter bag, and so many of you shop for these in between the shows as well. You've got note of the item number, you shop for them at any time, and we don't have a huge quantity of these available. So this is a brilliant fat quarter bag for you to keep your fabrics in. So we've got a saving for you. That's the key thing. That's what an early bird is all about. If you're new to the channel, then yes, we bring you an early bird 8 o'clock in the morning. Opportunity for you to bag a bargain, and this is one of those items that we don't have to bring down in price, because we sell it at full price all the time, even when it's not on a show. So yeah, we're bringing it to you, the cheeky little discount, just to get the day started. So what have you got? Well, you've got your large size bag to start with, so let me just move the inserts out of the way. So you could utilise that as a project bag. Got some fabulous William Morris, brand new William Morris kits coming up later on. Maybe it's going to be a project bag for that. Susie's going to be bringing that to us in a little while. I'll tell you about it in a minute. But this could be a project bag where you're putting all of your different fabrics in there. You've got your pattern in there. You could have your rotary cutter in there. And then that means that when you want to work on that particular project, you've got it all in a bag together, which is always a good idea. It does come with these inserts though, so you can use these as dividers, and they've got your hook and loop on there. So you've got one on the side there, and that just goes to the hook and loop that's inside, and there you go. Attaches it, and then you can start making it into compartments. So it could be that you put in things like your 10-inch squares in there if you're wanting to, because they sit very, very nicely within there. Again, the side down here, it could be for your fat quarters, because it is designed for your fat quarters to sit in. So there you go, you could be putting those in there, or it could be that you put your tools in there, or your glasses that you've just thrown on the floor. It could be whatever you want to put in there. It's a storage area, maybe if you're going to your classes and your workshops. Or you could be thinking, do you know what? That is not big enough for my fat quarters. I need more space. Well, here you go. Put the other divider in, and then you can separate it up. And then it could be that you're getting really organised. You could have all your pinks and your blues and your greens and all your different gradients sectioned out. Or you could just fill it chock full with your fat quarters, or your knitting, or whatever you want to put in there. Got a couple of little pockets at the side here as well, so they're good for maybe, I don't know, car keys if you're going to a class or a workshop. Could be that you're a bit concerned about putting your hands in there when your rotary cutter's there, so you could put that in there neatly out the way for safety. It could be that you're popping pins in the side there. It could be all sorts of things that could go into the side there. And you've also got another one of those over here, as you can see. Now, you've also got your clear kind of window, so you can see what you've got in there. So it could be that you're having a series of these for different collections. It might be that you're keeping all your Kaffe in one. It could be your William Morris in another. It could be your Liberty in another. And the beauty is you could stack these up. Now you can either stack them one on top of the other, or put them side by side on a bookshelf. It's entirely up to you. You could even add a sticky label to the end there, so you know exactly what's in there. And it could be wool, it could be fabric, it could be whatever you like. But the beauty is you've got a really sturdy bag that is going to house whatever you choose to put in there, and keep it dust-free and kind of all in one place, ready for you to go and access whenever you need to. And also as well, if you're not using it and you're wanting to take it with you somewhere, then you can literally, if it's not being used, flatten it down like so, and it takes up pretty much no space at all. Now, whenever we bring this to you, it's always a popular item. Quite often we'll have enough stock that we can actually bring kind of in the hundreds to you, but not today. We have got less than 50 of these available. So if it's something that you've been thinking about getting hold of, or thinking of getting more of, because usually we will find you come for one, and you might try it out to see if it is as fabulous as I've been telling you. And then next time we have it on, you come back again. and you come back again, and you come back again. Now you can literally go for multiples of these in one go if you know that you like them, or just try one of those out and then give it a go. Keep a note of the item number and then come back again. But these could be going in the bottom of your wardrobe, they could be going under the bed, they could be going up in the loft. They could have things in there like Christmas decorations even. Because you've got the sections in there, you're kind of protecting the contents, so things like that. It could be that you're putting patterns in there. Could be that you're putting, I don't know, we've got the mocha block coming up later on. It could be that you're putting that in there and you've got your quilting rulers in there. It could be patterns going in there. All sorts of different things. You can fill it with whatever you like, and then you've got it all in one go. And that's it. And you know it's all there. You can kind of look in there, think, oh yeah, that's the one for whatever project, and off you go. Very, very busy. Very busy. We've not got enough stock for everybody to be able to take advantage of that one, especially you guys that are going for multiples of those. So thank you. Keep checking your baskets out, and hopefully you've been fortunate in getting hold of that early bird. Now, while I get this back together, shall we have a look at what's coming up? So check out what we have today. Well, alongside our fat quarter bag, we are going to be looking at sewing room tools. There's all sorts of fabulous things in there. Ben has been busy putting together a fabulous show for us. He's also popped in some of the Handmade by Hayley tools as well, which is nice because I forgot about the last show that we were supposed to be doing. So I'll be taking you through some of my rulers, some of my patterns as well. Then 9 o'clock, oh, brace yourselves. We have got 2 amazing quilt kits to share with you. Now, I will warn you, the quantity that we've got, I don't think is enough to satisfy the orders that I've got a feeling that we're going to get with these. Got the beautiful blues and greens. See, I love that one, and I thought that was my favourite. But then, have a look at this one. Oh, my goodness, for Christmas and the winter season, I mean, you've got those gorgeous festive fabrics in there. Oh, how do you choose between the two? See, it's festive, the second one. Well, I don't know, they're both festive fabrics, I'm not sure. But they're not like full of Santas and things like that, and your holly in your face. That is just a beautiful red, green and kind of muted, very traditional style, that one. And do you know what? It will be one of the easiest quilts that you put together, because you may have already spied it. Squares. That's it, squares throughout, obviously sashing and binding, and it could be that it's a bit of a kind of a jolly holiday. Maybe you've got a week off and you fancy doing something. It could be Monday through to Friday that you're making this. If you're speedy quick like our Susie, it could be a long weekend project that you're putting together. Very, very effective, I am sure you'll agree. So tune in at 9 o'clock to see both of those, well, not in the making, but elements of it. So what we've got after that, well, we've got some fabulous bag making fabrics and some really cracking deals there again. We've also got things like some cave fabrics, last opportunity to get some of those fabrics that we're sharing with you, and a good opportunity to stock up on those bag making essentials as well. And then our lovely Susie is going to be back. Have a look at this bag. Oh, how fabulous is that? Using that Dresden plate ruler, looking forward to that one. She's also going to be using the Crazier 8s ruler to make a tote bag. She's so talented. Love that. And look at this. How amazing is that? Bit of cave being snuck in there, as you can see. If you can sneak cave in anyway, it's quite bold, isn't it? So that is 11 o'clock through till 12. And then I am really looking forward to meeting and working with Emma. I've never worked with her before. We've got an hour of kind of knitty, crochet, yarny kind of things. I look at this, a fabulous donut. I love it. And a pretzel. Isn't it brilliant? I love it. So she's going to be sharing these fabulous 3-dimensional projects with you. Loads and loads of things to share with you. So yeah, do make sure that you are tuning in during that hour so you can kind of create something a bit different, a bit fun, a bit funky. So there we go. So that's how our day's panned out. Now, I hope you're going to get involved with the shows, because obviously some of the shows I'm by myself. So it'd be lovely to hear from you. So how do you get in touch? Well, there's several ways. studio@sewingstreet.com. That is our email address. So if you fancy penning us a line, then there you go. You can message us through that way. There's also Facebook. So if you are following on Facebook, she says that, but she's forgot to get the tablet. So we'll sort that out. So yes. So if you have put anything on there and you think I've ignored you. I haven't, I've just forgotten it. So we'll get that sorted. So that's Facebook. What about shopping with us? Well, it couldn't be simpler. We've got our own dedicated website where you'll be able to find all of the products and you can continue to watch us. Don't miss a thing. And you can also send us a message, as Ben has said. It's a man of few words. Yes. There you go. Oh, he's shouting at me now. So yeah, send your message through to the studio, and that can be questions or comments. If you want to share photos of your makes, then do that via email, and you can scroll ahead to see what we've got coming up. So we've got all sorts of wonderful things to share with you. Now, the prices that you see on the screen are always the prices you are going to be paying. But if you're new to us here at Sewing Street, what you need to be aware of is that if the price drops down and you've already shopped for it, then your price will drop as well. Because the way that things work around here, we batch your orders up at one point, and that's just before midnight or around midnight. And what that means is you'll have one payment for your order. It means that you can take advantage of any of those discounts during the course of the day, even ones that you even weren't aware of, because you might have shopped for something and then dashed out and later on the price has dropped. But also it means that this is really important, one post and packing for the whole day. Now that could be that you're shopping for, I don't know, that little seam roller that you can see there, £4.95, you'd be paying your post and packing. But add anything else in, and it could be another 101 items on top. It's still one post and packing. Or maybe you're going to be going for that quilt. Look at that price, £179.99. It's a very weighty box. That's not the price that you're going to be paying incidentally as well. But that is a fabulous price. And again, one post and packing. Sewing machines, it doesn't matter what you're shopping for, £4.95 will cover that post and packing. So you can have a little look. Some of those items are ready for you to add to your basket now. We will keep you updated during the course of the day with regards to stock levels. But can I suggest you continue to check your baskets out throughout the whole of the day. Just don't wait until the end of the show at 1 o'clock, because what can also happen here is we have bountiful supplies of some items, not of others. So we could have 1,000 people add something into their basket, but only have 5 available. So it'll be the first 5 people to check out their baskets. So that's why you need to keep checking your baskets out each time you see something that you like the look of. So there we go. Think I've covered everything. Yeah, I think I've covered everything. So here we go. Let's kick things off with the mocker block. Now, these are a kind of little section of the things that I've developed and I've brought to you. So mocker block is all about building and designing your own quilt blocks. You've got a series of different shapes that come together with a fabulous little frame. So it gives you the opportunity to make your patches in whatever design you like. Pop your frame down and you can actually extend your frame to make it even larger if you want to. So you can make a 9-patch block or a 16-patch block, dependent on whether you've got the frame extension in there. And you can see how it works. You basically pop everything in there, design your block, and then you kind of make a little bit of a shopping list of the different components that you need. So you'll see you've got your frame there, you've got your pieces there. Create your design, take a photo of it maybe with your camera phone, which is always very useful, and then you've got your design of your own unique block. Now, what you've also got within the packaging is a patch calculator. Now, when yours comes to you, it's actually got a bit of a kind of laminated surface on it. So if you've got one of those kind of whiteboard pens, you can actually utilise that. Photocopy it to your heart's content, scan it, keep it on your computer. You can even download it free of charge from the Handmade by Hayley website if you do find that you lose it or you need an extra one. And what you've got is your patch calculator. So you would use this basically to make your wish list of all the different components you need. So you've used all your bits and pieces, and it might be a case of that when you look at your 9-patch block, you need one of those, so you need a light square. It might be that you need 2 of those for your patch. I'm just making this up as we go along. You've probably kind of picked it up as we're going. Might be that I need, I don't know, maybe 4 of those. So where am I? So we've got 6, and then if I flip it over, you've got these extra ones here. So I've just got to make sure that I don't go beyond 9. So 2, 6, 7. So say I need 2 of those. So what I would always do at this stage is, if it's a 9-patch block, you need to make sure that the numbers here add up to 9, because that means that you've counted every single one of those patches. If it's a 16-patch, then it needs to add up to 16. So then I decide how many blocks I want to create. So my quilt is going to have 10 of those blocks that I've designed. Could be 1, it could be however many blocks you want, could be a table runner. But just by the side of each of those pieces, you can put the number 10. And this now allows us to calculate how many of those pieces we need. So we need 1 of the light squares. So 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 10, I'm going to need 10 of those. With this one here, we've got a variety of different shapes. So the large square, half square triangle, I'm going to need one of those. So two of those I'm going to need. So 2 times 10, I'm going to need 20 of those. I'm going to need the same as that, so 20 of those and 20 of those. So all the time I'm making a note of the different components that I need for me to construct my block. Down here I need 4, so 2 times 4 is 8, so I'm going to need 80 of those. And I'm going to need 80 of those. Now they are detailed as 3 inches, but that's only to get that actual size that we looked at. They can theoretically be whatever size you like. So if you're working with a larger block and you're wanting to do them 4, 5, 6 inches, then you can do. It doesn't really matter. It's just the maths. So then again here, we're going to do 2 by 2 is 4. So I'm going to need 40 of those. And then I will need 40 of those. So now I have got my list of what I need in order for me to make my quilt. And I'm going to call this, the project is the Ben quilt, because this is going to be a birthday gift for our lovely Ben. So there you go. I just hope his birthday is not in, it's in June. I've got plenty of time. There you go. So there you go. So starting from the complete basis, you're building up your blocks. You can make your blocks into letters. They could be numbers. They could be images. You've got the components there for you to design. And then you've got your patch calculator for you to do your little kind of wish list of all the components that you need to create. So that's when you move on to the next stage. So if you want your patch calculator, all of your different bits and pieces are in there. If you go to my YouTube channel, Handmade by Hayley, you'll see it explained a little further there. But it's a very simple tool that hopefully you will find yourself using over and over again. You can flip those pieces over to represent your dark fabrics and your light fabrics, play around with it to your heart's content, and as I say, take those photographs of those blocks as you create them, make a list of those components, and then you are able to go on and actually create your patch pieces ready for you to go on and make your block. And then you just make 10 of them, put them all together, and off you go. So there you go. And that came about because I was finding it quite difficult to follow quilt patterns, and I wanted to actually make my own blocks, my own designs. So that was something that it came about. So kind of stripped it back to its simplest form. That's what Handmade by Hayley is all about, basically. Keeping things simple but effective to do the job that you want them to do. So that is your mocha block. There you go, if you like the idea of getting hold of that. So once you've actually created and designed, or designed your block, should I say, you go on to make your pieces ready for you to construct. So this is where we went on then to create the ruler set, which is what I've got here. Now it comes in a handy little bag. This is basically just packaging. It's not storage. So it's not one of those situations that you're going to be able to literally use this for years and years and years. But what you could do is actually use that as a template to make your own kind of bag to keep everything in. Now, it's made up of a series of 3 elements. So we've got instructions. Let's move that out of the way to start with. So you've got your base ruler, you've got your patch maker square, and you've got your binding square. Now, the idea behind these were that you would have the rulers that will allow you to create your pieces. You know, your little patches that we were talking about, half square triangles, quarter square triangles. But I was finding it a little bit confusing using a traditional ruler and understanding the maths behind everything, because it's sometimes you've got to add on 7/8, sometimes it's a quarter, sometimes, you know, the seam allowance completely baffled me. So I wanted to strip everything right the way back. So first of all, you've got your ruler. Now, your ruler has got very simplistic design lines on there. So it's taken away things like your 16ths, your 8ths, all of that. And I'm not saying that this will be the only ruler that you will ever invest in, but it's one that's stripped it back so it's nice and clear so you can see exactly what you're doing. So the idea is on here you have got your full inches, you've got your quarter inches, you've got your half inches on there as well. So you can literally see nice and clean, nice and simple. When you need to cut your fabrics, you can just literally line it up. I'm going to make some binding in a little while. So all I'm going to do is cut along the edge there, like so, take away that fabric, and I can see clean and simple the line that I need to follow. And I do find myself using this for kind of dissecting up my fabrics, making all sorts of different bits and pieces. And also as well, if I need to make my binding and I need to join my pieces, I have got a mitered edge here which I can use, that 45 degree, which means that when it comes to actually making my binding, let's do it a little bit further down like so. You need that 45 degree angle, don't you? So just line it up with the edge, make sure it's all lined up, cut that 45 degree angle, And then that means that when I actually come to sew my fabrics, because all I'm going to do is that, I always do that bit wrong when I'm trying to do it. So that's why I put that 45-degree angle in there, so then you can sew it and you've got your continual run when you need to make your longer pieces of your binding. So that's why it's got that line on there. Brilliant for doing things like pennants as well. So if you're doing bunting, absolutely wonderful to work with as well. And that is the first part of it. So that is the first section that you've got. Then you've got your patch maker square. Now this came about because of the extra bits that you add on. So a 3-inch patch, you don't cut to 3 inches, do you? You have to, depends on whether it's a 1/4 inch triangle, whether it's it just gets bamboozled, totally bamboozled. So imagine this is a piece of fabric. So I have laid down my patch maker square and I want to create something like, say, a half square triangle. So there's a couple of different ways I can do this. I can either just plonk it down in the middle of my fabric and then follow the line. So say if I wanted a 3-inch half square triangle, I find that blue line and I would cut my fabric up one side and across the top, okay? So following that particular line where the little arrow has told me, use this line for 3-inch, oh, I've done 1/4 square. Have I done 1/4 square up there? No, I have done it right at the top, so half square triangle. And then all you need to do is rotate your fabric. So I've cut those lines, rotate the fabric, put that down in the bottom there, and then line that up again where it says the 3-inch half square triangle, and then do another cut. And then that way I know that that piece of fabric is the exact right size for me to do my 3-inch half square triangles. Now that means that I can literally just use any scrap of fabric. I can even find a piece of fabric that I'm not too sure of how big it is or what I can make out of it. So I've got this piece here. This has literally come out of my stash. And I've got no, looking at that, I don't know whether I could make a half square triangle, a 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch patch. I've got no idea. But what I could do is actually bring this ruler in and I can look at it and think, oh, there you go. I can do a 4-inch patch. I could do a 2-inch patch. I can do a 3-inch patch. All of those are there. And again, if I want to actually use it on the fabric, let me just bring it in a rotating cut mat. All I need to do is literally lay my fabric down. What I will sometimes do is I'll multi-layer my fabric. So let's fold it up and fold it in again like so. So if I was doing a smaller patch, I'd probably iron that, to be fair. Get it sitting nice and flat. So now I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, right, okay, I've got that area there. What can I make out of that area? Well, I can make, again, whatever size you like. So maybe I do 3-inch 1/4 square triangles. So holding my ruler down like so, I'm going to go up the side. So there, cutting that away. I'm going to go across there, right the way across. Okay, and now I'm going to rotate. I'm going to take the ruler off. I'm going to rotate the mat round, except I've locked it, so I'm turning it round. And then again, I'm going to lay that down, lining up that corner. Can you see how I've lined it up there? So it's meeting there. So meeting that 1/4 square triangle line for your 3 inches. So then I'm going to go up the side there. And then I'm going to go across there. So now, whoops. So now I have got, why is that not cutting? There we go. Now I have got all of those pieces ready to do my 3-inch 1/4 square triangles. Now, if I'd actually layered my fabric and I put another fabric in between, they are ready then just to take off to my sewing machine. So you can do then all the things that we usually do. So say if I wanted to come in with that line and do the line to actually do that I'm going to do my 1/4 inch seam down one side and my 1/4 inch seam down the other side. I can do all of those techniques that I would usually do, but I don't even know how much extra I have needed to add on to make those 1/4 square triangles. So that's the next one that you're going to get in there. So you're going to get both of those in there. And then the last one that you're going to get is the one for your binding. I know, there's a third one in there. So this is where you are going to create your binding. So do you remember that strip that I cut earlier on? This is going to be, it's cut to 2 inches, and that's the reason being is that on the actual ruler itself, it gives you the dimensions. So it will tell you there, binding square. Cut fabric strips to double of the finished width. So if you want it to be 1 inch wide, you cut it to 2 inches. If you want it to be 2 inch wide, you cut it to 4 inches. So it's all explained there for you. And then what you do is you get your iron. Now I don't know if I turn it, oh I have turned it on, that's a good start. Take your fabric and you're just going to fold in the ends to start with. So bring it in like so, join them together and just give it a little press just to get it started. And then I tend to come in with fork pins, and that holds your fabric nice and taut and you're actually using it. So get a couple of those, like so. Move the round that way so as I can do it that way. And then all I'm going to do is feed that through. So this is 2 inches wide, so I'm going to follow that 1 inch slot. You feed it up and you feed it down. Whoops, go through like so. There we go. A couple of those little pins just to secure it. Let me just move the iron over there a little bit. There you go, you can still see it. Pop that down like so. Fork pins just hold it a little bit firmer than just a straight pin, but you could, if you wanted to, use a couple of straight pins, like so. Move that out of the way. And then all I'm going to do is, you can actually get it started using, I think they call it kinetic heat, where you just literally are just almost like finger pressing. So that will start laying down, and there you go, you start the makings of your binding. But all you need to do is pop your iron on there. You can actually run your iron alongside the rule. It's not going to melt it or anything like that. And then you literally will follow, you've got a horizontal line there. Keep that where those join together, and you literally, I mean, look how far your fingers are away from that hot sole plate. They are well away from it. You're not going to cause any issues. And then if you do need to actually continue because you've got a longer length, all you do is pull it through, reposition it, and keep going until you've done all of yours. So that is the binding square. So the whole idea was that you were able to make your binding that you could actually then put around your quilt, create your sashing, create all your different bits and pieces, and that's why they were all put together in one set. So as with the mocker block, you've got everything that you need for you to create your own design blocks as well as your quilts. So there you go. So there you go. If you want to get hold of those, all 3 of those, I know, look at the price, £19.99. Wanted to make it affordable for everybody to give quilting a go. So that's what it's all come about. And you have got little instructions there which will tell you about how to use the square as well. So that's all included in there as well. So there you go. All comes together. As I say, it comes in a little packet there for your kind of, not transportation. I would make a version of this because I'll be honest with you, the actual kind of zip closure on here isn't designed to last. It's basically packaging. That's what you've got here. So use it as a template, maybe make your own. But to be honest, mine are never away. They're always out on my work area. So yeah, and I've had some amazing feedback from different people about how it's kind of simplified everything. So yeah, so nice and easy. And that will help you create all of those patches that you've made a little kind of list of. As long as you're staying within the 2 to 4 inch parameter. But if you want to go larger, I might have something to share with you in a few moments about that. So there you go, £19.99 for all of those. There you go. Now, we did have requests from people that, can you get the binding square by itself? And you can indeed. We have got it just by itself. Do think about it, though, if you are shopping for this on its own, because if I remember right, is it about £8.99? £7.99. So, yeah, it's good value. But then it works out. So in the bundle, it's £6.66, is it? I didn't figure, 666, that's not a good number, is it? So that's in the big bundle, 666. But if you're shopping for it by itself, it's £7.99. And also as well, if you're spending £7.99, if you spend an extra, £12, you're getting the other 2 rulers as well. So it might be worth thinking about it, but it is available if you do want it by itself. So there you go. The details are there. Now, something else that you might want to do is make your blocks larger. So that's where the brand new Patchmaker XL has come out. So again, it works in exactly the same scenario. So this, again, has been so well received by you guys. So just to show you in comparison, we brought it up on the show the other day, and I hadn't even got it in the studio to demonstrate or anything, but we sold so many of them. It was ridiculous. So thank you if you've shopped for it already. So here you go. That is the one that you're going to get in the set of 3. So that's where we started. Nicely transportable, that set there. But then I was getting people saying, well, I want to make bigger patches. I want to make my quilt blocks bigger. So that's where we developed this one, which takes you up to your 6-inch patches. So you've still got the smaller ones in there, but then you're going up to 6 inches. Beyond that, I didn't feel that there was going to be a need to go for kind of 7-inch half square triangles, because that would be very, very big. So that's why we've stopped there. But saying that, if you let me know, then it can always happen. So what you've got here is exactly the same ability. So you're going to use it in the same way as I demonstrated, utilising the actual square that we've got there. And again, it's just one of those situations that you can take any fabric that you like, lay it down and cut those patch pieces as you require. So that means that if you are using your mocha block to design and you want to go larger than a 4-inch square, then 4-inch patch, should I say, then this is the way to go, because you can do your 5s and your 6s with these ones as well. So definitely worth a consideration. As I say, very affordable, I believe, at $14.99. And again, it's one of those ones that you will find yourself using over and over again. And again, illustration on the back there shows you just how easy it is. Use that line on the corner of your fabric if you've got a nice straight edge, or create a corner on the opposite, and then you're literally just cutting it with your rotary cutter there. If you've not got a rotary cutter yet, I know we've got some coming up in Susie's show in a little while, or if you want to do it with your scissors, because there's nothing stopping you if you're just getting started to actually use your scissors to cut out your fabrics. A lot of people don't like rotary cutters, do they? But I always prefer it that way. And there you go, it explains to you exactly what you need to do. So that's your Patchmaker XL. If you like the idea of getting hold of that one, then the details are on your screen. Just make sure you check your baskets out, because I know we don't have a bountiful supply, because it's literally, we kind of ate into it. I have the Patchmaker XL, brilliant time saver, should I say. Thank you, Liz. Thank you as well. Thank you so much. And this came from Carol. She was talking about the set, the larger set. So you could go for both together if you wanted to, and it kind of covers you with all eventualities. So there you go. Lovely Carol. She's gone for this one. So yeah. So good morning. Lots of people have all of a sudden arrived at the same time. So it's Monday morning though, isn't it? Sometimes takes us a little while to get going. So there you go. It's a Monday morning, isn't it? It's a bit bleak out there. I had to nip back out to the car, and it was like, oh my goodness, I forgot just how cold it was. And it's not nice, is it, when it's like that? Now I'm just frantically looking for my, oh there you go, it's fallen down to the bottom. Here we go. Next one that we've got for you is your, oh no, it's the seam guide, sorry, my mistake. I forgot we've got the seam guide next, haven't we? Yes, so the seam guide. So that's a little bit of a preview of the new ruler. Now this is a new ruler as well, or a new guide. So this, I'm looking for, hold on a minute, it's in here somewhere. She says it's in here, maybe it's not. I'm looking for, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a little magnet. Ooh, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I've got one somewhere, I'm sure. Is it in here? Trouble is with magnets, they stick to things, don't they? No, I haven't got one, but not to worry. Okay, so it's just like a little magnet, but it doesn't matter. I thought I picked one up this morning. My bleary-eyed state at 5 o'clock this morning. But no, I haven't dropped it in there. It's all right, don't worry. Don't worry. So the idea being is, and it shows you actually on the packaging, so it explains it fully on there. So let me bring the packaging in. So this is designed to help you actually get the right seam allowance when you're sewing. So the idea being is you would place it on your sewing machine, and your needle would drop down into whichever seam allowance it is you're wanting to create. And then you will pop a magnet, or you could put a piece of tape if you wanted to, just to the side, and you would use that as your guide then for you to actually run your fabrics against. So say for instance, let's bring in, this is going to be my needle, okay? Imagine that is a needle. So on my sewing machine, I don't have a needle plate with the markings on there, or I might just want something that's going to make it a little bit easier for me to work with. So again, it just tells you on here, drop the needle into the hole and place the seam guide magnet along the short edge. It's not included with this one. We did have a bundle, but sadly we haven't got any of the magnets in stock at the moment, but they'll be coming at some point. So say I wanted to do, I don't know, a 1/2 inch seam. So I would drop my needle down in that 1/2 inch. So that is my needle. It's an oversized needle, I know. And then I would come along with my magnet, my seam magnet, and I would pop that onto my sewing machine like so. Then I would raise the needle up and take the seam guide away. And then that means that when I actually put my fabric through to sew, I have actually positioned my needle at the exact point to get that 1/2 inch seam allowance. So that's how that works. So that would just then sew along that line, because that's where the needle was set. Now, what you've also got in here is your metric as well as your imperial. So again, you've got your inches on one side, taking right the way up to 3.5 inches. So if you wanted to do maybe a hem on a garment, you could do that. Now, if you find that because of it being a large your needle going down there and you haven't got any metal on this side for your magnet to sit, you could just put a little bit of tape. So if you've got something like, I don't know, masking tape or something, put that on your machine and then use that as your mark. You've also got your 1/4 inch seam allowance here. So you could drop your needle down there and then use that as your 1/4 inch seam. You can see from that red line to the edge there. So that would be a 1/4 inch seam allowance if you were to put your magnet to the side there. And equally so, you've got a 1/2 centimetre if you're wanting to actually do a 1/2 centimetre seam. But then you go for your 1 right the way up to your 10 centimetre element if you need to. Julie, thank you for shopping for the ruler set. I'm glad that you love it. Thank you very much. It's always nice to get feedback like that, so thank you. So here you go. That is your seam guide measure there. As I say, nice and small. I wanted it to be compact so it can fit into your accessory box on your sewing machine, and it is one of those ones that you will keep close to hand just to make sure you've got your accurate seams with those as well. Absolutely brilliant. So you have got everything to take you right the way through. So you've got your ruler set. So you spoke about the mocker block. You don't have to use the mocker block if you don't want to. So the ruler set, this is where you've got all of those elements. This can literally, you pop your seam guide ruler in there with everything. So it can all be there together. So the ruler itself, that's how your ruler set comes to you. So, oh, I lost part of it. Where's the other part gone? So the packaging itself, I mean, it's only designed to be kind of like packaging, but if you look after it, you might be able to use it for longer than that. But I mean, use it as a pattern, make your own if you wanted to as well. But then you've got your ruler, you've got the patch maker square, you've got your binding square, and then the last addition I would suggest maybe you get hold of is the seam guide that we've just been looking at as well. So that's going to help you with everything. I will tell you about this little one in a second because you can use that one for your quilting as well. But if you're wanting to get hold of this one, you need to check your baskets out as quick as we can. We've got 40 people shopping for this one. I don't know if we've got enough stock for everybody to take advantage of it. So, yeah, just a very useful little tool, very affordable Secret Santa gift maybe. Pop it with a little pack of needles or something like that for a sewing machine. And as I say, if anybody's not seen it, then you have got your full instructions on there as well. So it's all kind of explained to you as well. So yeah, handy little kind of pocket money price tool. If you've already shopped with us today, then now get hold of it. Don't come back and get shopped for this by itself, because that way you're paying £4.95 post and packing on top of it, and it's not such a brilliant deal. But if you already shopped for something, say the ruler set, then why not add that in as well? Because you will use it at some point, definitely. And you certainly don't want to pay an extra £5 a post and packing, do you? So there you go. That is that little ruler. I keep taking it away. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that one, well, there you go. Details are on your screen. Excuse me. There we go. So that one's mine. That one's yours. There we go. Keeping everything orderly and together. Now, this one is mine, and this is a new addition to the ruler range. Only recently launched, and this is your precise positioning ruler. So this is a 6-inch square, marked into inches and your 1/4 inch increments, as you can see. The black lines show your inches, and then the blue and the red there show you the quarters. So I'm going to pop this down onto a piece of paper. So the idea being behind this one is it's helping you position elements. In the past, I've used a ruler, and a ruler's all well and good when you're wanting to kind of position things down the edge, but what about if you want it central? Say if you're doing something like a button placket. So let's imagine, we're using our imaginations again, folks. So this is a button placket, okay? So it's going down the front of a jacket, and you want to make sure that your buttons are sitting right in the middle, okay? So with this, you can literally use it and balance it. So this, you make sure that it's kind of sitting halfway through. So it's actually 2.5 inches wide, this, because it's a strip roll. So it is a bit trickier. Say it was the 2 inches then. You would literally find it, and you can position your buttons or whatever it is that you want. So it might be that you have your first one there, and your next one, you need it to be, I don't know, 1.5 inches away. So we've got your half-inch increments there, or you can follow the black lines and you've got 1 inch, you've got half an inch. Half an inch, 1 inch. 1 inch, half an inch. So just use a pen that's kind of like a micro tip, and then you've got that perfect markings there for you to position things like your buttons, could be your poppers, it could be whatever you need. Equally so, say if you're making a bag, you know how sometimes you might do the little envelope with the zip, like the letterbox zip. So quite often it will say to you, right, okay, so you need to come down so many inches and so many inches in. So say that is my piece of fabric and I need to come in from the raw edge. Let's do the raw edge actually. The raw edge, I need to come down. Oh, sorry, I moved out of the way there. You need to bring your first mark for the left-hand side of your zip, needs to come down 3 inches and 2 inches in from the side. So there you go. So it's 3 inches in from the edge there and 2 inches down. So that would be my first marking, okay? So the next one needs to come in, maybe I'm doing it from the opposite side. I haven't cut this fabric down, but say it's coming down, that's my raw edge there again. So that's my 6-inch edge of my fabric, and I need to come in again 3 inches and 2 inches down. So again, 3 inches, 2 inches down, put my marking there. So now I have got the line that I need to put in place for my zip. So it might be that around that I need to draw a little line because I'm going to be sewing the seam around it, and that needs to be ½ inch away from it. So I've now put the line down, put the holes on the line, and I can now draw, and I've got a ½ inch at the edge there. I can draw up and I can draw across. Where I've got my mark there, I can just slide that over there, so I can go again ½ inch beyond there. So you can see what I'm doing here. Again, I could use the bottom edge if I didn't want to swizzle it round and come down and across. So now I have got all the markings that I need to do that little kind of letterbox opening for doing the zip. Maybe I'm doing like the bottom of a bag and I need to come in. So it might be that I need to do the kind of take the squares out, the corners. So it literally, I could be creating, come in 2 inches, like so. It could be that I need to do it, I don't know, 1.5 inches, or whatever measurement you need, you can literally bring that in and draw your lines, cut your lines out, and away you go. But it's also useful as well when we go back to our patch maker, because of course with the actual patch maker square, whether it's the small one or the XL, that's covering things like your squares, your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles. But what about when you're doing your smaller elements, things like your rectangles? Well, if you're wanting to create your patches for your rectangles, all you need to do is add on ½ inch. So for instance, if I needed it to be 1 inch by 3 inches, all I need to do is my cut line. So I'm just, this is going to be a cut line again now. So I'm going to create my piece and it needs to be 1.5 inches. So that's my raw edge there. So 1.5 inches in. I can literally do it that way round. So 1.5 inches in. So when I actually do my seam allowance, it's ½ inch. So I've added it onto my inch width that I need originally. And then just draw that down to the edge there. And then I need to make it, was it 3 inches? So again, I can take it to 3.5 inches. So 3.5 inches. And again, I would cut that. So now that piece, that rectangle that I've got there, is the right size for me to make a 1 by 3 inch rectangle, including my seam allowance. And that's using the patch maker. So, the precise positioning ruler. So you can use it for loads of different things. It's just one of those situations that if you're needing to mark out dots for whatever reason, it could be that you're placing French knots on an embroidery. It could be that you're putting beads in place on something and you're just wanting those little markings. Well, you can do that very easily just by placing down your pen mark. Just make sure that you've got something like a fine tipped pen. Your regular biros, I don't know about your friction pens, whether it will reach through the acrylic, but as long as you've got a pen that will go through or a pencil, then you're okay. So that's what it's for. And I know lots of you will be using it in loads of other ways that I haven't even thought about. So do let me know when you come up with your ideas, because I can't wait to see how you use it. So sold out last time that we had it. So yeah, there we go, very quickly. So those are my rulers, and that's only the second time that we've actually seen it because it's sold out. So yeah, there you go. If you'd like to get hold of those, please do so. So there we go. Those are my range of rulers. Sorry, I went on a bit then, didn't I? I just looked at the clock, but there you go. So where we go next then, Mr. Ben? Should we very quickly do the patterns? Just get them done and then they're out of the way. So the shacket, that's what I'm wearing at the moment. Loads of you have made these. Thank you for sharing your photos. Oh, excuse me, tickle. Loads of you. Is your lively jacket? It is a lively jacket. It's all right, I've got a drink under here. I'll have a little sip, don't worry. Thank you. Thank you. And that was from Sue. And it is the shacket. And this is designed to use a variety of different fabrics in loads of different ways. I've got one here just to show you. So you've got the opportunity that you can make the sleeves and the main body in one way. You might be able to add your pockets in one fabric. You can have it all in the same fabric if you want, or switch out. And the idea being is, when you've got these kind of applique pieces down the front, they're actually stitched on in a clever way that you don't see them on the inside. So that is the shacket. I'm wearing a version of it. The pattern gives you 3 different variations, using it all in one fabric, using it in 2 fabrics like I'm wearing, or you can literally make a mishmash version utilising those. And it goes from a size 6 up to 24. So there you go, $19.99. And then the other thing that I'm wearing underneath my jacket is my jumpsuit. And again, this was launched a little while ago. And the jumpsuit, you've got 2 different patterns. Sadly, I don't have one for Levi to try on to model for you. There you go. But you've got a sleeveless version, you've got a version where you can pop the sleeves in there as well, and you've got a tie belt, or you don't have to, and there are videos for both of those. I do suggest you watch the videos before you make them up, but they are designed for confident beginners. That one we're calling an advanced beginner, and there was a show on the 4th of September, if you want to go back and watch that one as well. So it's sold out twice over. I've lost count how many times the Tallulah sold out. Every time, it's phenomenal. Thank you so much. So we've got some other tools to share with you. So where should we go next then, Ben? The easy. Where are they? Oh, they're there. They're not in packaging. These are a brilliant idea. These are a brilliant idea, because if you're wanting to hold a needle, I actually use these, I've got some long nose ones that I use for turning fabrics through. Literally, you can use this to hold a needle for you and make it easy. You know how sometimes when you're putting a needle into a sewing machine, it's really quite tricky to actually get your fingers in there and twist everything. So these will literally lock. Now, I know this isn't a sewing machine needle, but you literally pop it on like so. They've got little kind of serrated elements on there, so they're very, very grippy. Hold on, and then it will lock at this point. So that means that I can literally take loose those and it's still holding it. So that means then I've now got kind of more access to turn the screw to put my needle in place, and I'm not having to try and push the needle up and turn the thing and everything. So very useful little set to have. Useful as well for turning things through as well. So if you're turning things inside out, very useful to get into the corners and stuff like that. And at $11.99, a very affordable item to have. So yeah, they're worth their weight in gold. So yeah, just don't lend them to anybody because you'll lose them. You won't get them back. So there you go as well. What else were we looking at? The loop turner. Now this is something that's very, very useful as well. Brilliant for doing things like belt loops. I use this on the jumpsuit because with your fabric, you create your little tube, but then you need to turn it inside out. Sometimes it's a little bit too tight to actually get your kind of, what did you call those earlier on? Okay, hemostats. I've never heard them called hemostats. Oh, there you go. Hemostats. So it could be using your hemostats, but if you haven't got enough room to actually get them into the tube, then this is the way of doing it. Perfect for little spaghetti straps as well if you're doing things like garments and camisoles, and just a very affordable item. Again, don't shop for this one and pay post and packing another time. Get it now while you're placing your orders for anything, and they are all there. And yeah, it's no addition. It's just add it to your order. £3.49. I mean, how affordable is that? Definitely worth going for. So yeah, loads and loads of other little goodies. I'm just popping this here just in case we come to it. I don't know whether we will or not. Should we do it now very quickly? Because it won't take a moment. There you go. So this is something, I've actually got a smaller version of this one in my sewing room. Let me move out of the way. Oh, that doesn't help, does it? So there you go. So this is, oh, we've got a smaller one. Oh, sorry, we have got a smaller one. I didn't notice that. Oh, don't buy the small one. Oh, should I not even get it out the packaging then? Okay, so I actually got a small one of these, $10.99. Yeah, that's what I paid for mine. Yeah, $10.99. Yeah, I bought one. Yeah. Okay, large one. What price is this one? $10.99. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. Oh, we should have known that at the time. We should have known that because I would have gone for the bigger one. Because the bigger one, if you're working with your larger rules, I don't think I've got any longer rules handy, have I? Oh, yes, I have. There you go. So if you've got your longer rulers, they can fit on there as well. Even like your 24-inch rulers could fit along there, couldn't they? So the idea being, and this is literally how it is in my sewing room, I've got my rulers there, so I can literally just get them, pop them back. Use it, pop it back. Use it, pop it back. And you can see them and you can access them just so easily. You can have them standing upright if you want to. Obviously, the taller they are, then the more kind of floppy they can become. But you've got the length of that. Now, what's the length of it? Just shy of 20 inches. Oh, I'm making a mess. So there you go. If it'll fit in, you could even overhang, couldn't you, if you're lucky enough to have one of those big ones. So there you go. Beautiful as well. Lovely wooden finish to it. So, yeah, do get hold of that one. Don't go for the smaller one. It doesn't make sense to go for the shorter one, does it, I suppose? But there you go. But, I mean, I suppose that there might be, you might not have room, I suppose, for the larger one. But, yeah. Yeah, I would definitely go for those. We don't have many of those, especially since we noticed they're both the same price. Whoops. Now, something that we don't often bring to you. Oh, okay. No, solvent glue. This is useful to have. And it's something that's definitely worth adding in because it's a solvent-based glue, so obviously do all your kind of safety. Oh, is that a different one? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's the one that you meant, wasn't it? Yeah. So this one's a universal one. I'll tell you about that one in a second. So, yeah. So look, if you've got a giraffe with a broken ear and you need to stick your broken ear back on, well, there you go. Or maybe you have a little model of a man and his arm's dropped off. Well, there you go. You can glue it back in place. What about things like your books? I don't know why it's called Bog. Interesting title. But things like repairs to anything at home, really. It is solvent-based, so obviously do follow all of the kind of guidances with regards to that one. But it's just a useful glue to have. We've got kind of tube of glue like this in our kind of like our emergency box in the kitchen cupboard. So the place that you go to where you've got extra batteries in there and you've got kind of things like, I don't know, bulbs and stuff like that you need, then everybody knows where it is. Obviously, safety requirements, as is always the case, make sure it's out of the way of anybody that shouldn't be able to get their hands on it. But there you go. All-purpose glue, very useful in loads of different ways, $14.99. But the one that I meant to show you was this one. And this is one that I have got myself. And this is one that I've actually used when I've been making, you know, Lisa Lamb, who brings those fabulous bag kits. I've actually used these when I've been kind of securing the threads. So really, really strong textile glue, designed and manufactured with textiles in mind. So it's not like that you're using another glue that could be used on an adhesive. This is definitely for your, using it with your fabrics. So applique, use it for things like motifs, leather, PVC, loads of other materials. There are certain elements because of the kind of fibre content that it's advised not to use it with. Just follow the guidelines there. And obviously, if you are in doubt, always do a little test piece as well. So that's the key thing if you want to get hold of that. So there you go. Pop that in there. Where's the time gone? Oh, a couple of the little kind of gadgets and gizmos that are useful. Handmade by Hayley. These are brilliant if you're looking at getting hold of something that's going to help you with regards to looking after your sewing, because you've got stilettos. We used to call them stilettos. So when you're actually working with your fabric, small pieces of fabrics, these will allow you to actually push your fabrics under the needle without your fingers getting too close. So brilliant little idea. You can get 2 of those, very affordable at £3.99. So these are all little kind of gadgets and gizmos that you might not shop for when you're just kind of shopping because you're paying your post and packing, £4.95. When you've already shopped, then why not go for them? That is the key thing, because it means you haven't had to pay post and packing, so it makes sense. Now, do you know what? I've just seen my magnet and I've lost my thread clips. Always the way. So these are brilliant. These are the perfect way for you to kind of store and look after your threads. Keep them all neat and tidy. Basically, what you've got is you've got a little spool that will literally run through the centre of your threads. Don't know what I've done with them. So you would take one of those spools, run it through, squeeze the kind of little open end together, feed it through, and you've also got room to actually put a bobbin on there as well. So that way, if you've got a specialist kind of bobbin thread, you're wanting to keep it together, you don't want to get them mixed up, then you basically will use those. Different colours, so if you're wanting to use those for, I don't know, red for your polyester threads and so on, you can do. But £3.99, absolute bargain. There you go. So, busy, busy, busy. Now, thank you for your company. We are going to head to a break in just a few moments, but just need to give you a very quick recap of the rulers. So the set of 3, we're now looking at a very limited situation. So we've got over 40 people shopping for these, and yeah, it's going to be hit and miss as to whether you're going to get them. So yeah, they're a ruler that I've developed with myself in mind, so very selfish. But I figured that if I had a need for it, then everybody else would as well. So that's why they came about, and there you go. And they work. Lots of people have shopped for these in the past. I've had some fabulous reviews over the years with them, and I've never needed to change them. They're just exactly as they are. The only way that I changed it was when I was asking, people were asking for the larger of the patch maker. And somebody who I think has got a set of these, if I remember rightly, I think Suzie, did you have a set of the rulers, or was it the mocha block you had? It was the mocha block you'd got, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, so there you go, the mocha block that we were talking about. Suzie actually had one of these, right way back in the beginning. Yeah, so yeah, one of the originals, so there you go. So yeah, the ruler as well that is also causing a stir today. I need to give some of these to Suzie so she can kind of trial them, because yes, I have got one for you, my lovely. You can have them with pleasure. So here you go, the precise positioning ruler. Again, if you need to put those markings in place and you can't see where they are, rather than using a pin and kind of marking it and trying to, here you go, you've got this that you can pop in. So I'm about to take this one, only slightly used, over to Suzie Duncan as a little bit of a gift, because I haven't seen her in such a long time. So there you go, £12.99. If you like the idea of getting hold of that or anything else that's in your basket, now is the perfect time for you to check your baskets out. The seam guide is looking very, very vulnerable. So if you're wanting to get hold of that one, well over half the stock has gone. So again, that's that little one there. We've got nearly 60 people shopping for it, but we don't have enough stock to satisfy all of those orders. So please check out during the break. But then do rejoin me, myself and lovely Suzie, because she's got the most amazing quilt, which I know you are going to love, because I've fallen in love with it as well. And we will see you the other side of this. See you in a moment.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
It's been amazing. Yeah,
It's been great. It's something that we look forward to.
totally inspiring.
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. The crowd is superb. It's really lovely to talk to people about different crafts.
This is just a fantastic show with all creative people come together and just being around like-minded people and just having a good laugh.
We've really enjoyed going to different workshops and trying out different things.
Such a range of everything, whether you're a crafter or not. It's absolutely brilliant.
I just absolutely love it and I can't wait to come back.
It's just so much fun. Everyone really has a good time.
People come from all over the country to come and see it. By far my favourite show of the year, definitely.
So if you've never tried something before, it's definitely worth coming to this show just to try something new.
It's a good family day. It's a mother and daughter day. It'll inspire you.
Come to the show. It's absolutely amazing. There are so many varied crafts going on.
Definitely.
Yeah, yeah. There's so many different things on offer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Oh my goodness, I've just literally dragged Suzie and brought her patches with her. Hello, my lovely. How are you doing? I'm good. So good to see you.
Yeah, and you. It's been ages.
Absolutely ages.
Absolutely ages.
But talk about coming back with a storm. Oh, this is amazing.
How lucky am I?
Love this. This is beautiful. I mean, we've got 2 fabulous kits that we're going to be sharing with you and a phenomenal price as well. And this could be your first ever quilt because this is something that's very achievable.
Absolutely. It's a real beginner's kit, this one. Don't get me wrong, if you're advanced, intimate, I just think it is the perfect kit for a gift as well.
That's a really good idea.
You've got a good friend who wants to begin a journey down quilting.
Now, you have got the details up on the screen. We've got lots of you who've already got involved because we did do a sneaky peek of this one on the website earlier on, showing you that the price, or telling you that the price is going to drop down. With this particular quilt kit, you have got over 6.5 metres worth of fabric. It comes with the instructions, and you've got 12 different fabrics in there, 100% cotton, and William Morris as well. Have a look at the finished quilt. Oh my goodness, Susie, this is beautiful.
It's stunning, isn't it? Even close up, far away, you get different patterns going on. It's a real kaleidoscope almost. It's really lovely.
And are we talking squares throughout the whole of it? I'm just
the whole thing is just squares. 3 different sizes of squares, all put together. It's just very clever how it comes together and very quick. You can really piece this quickly. It's a good practice for chain piecing if you've never tried chain piecing. And of course, you know what I'm like. I love the fact that it ticks my OCD box and everything can be very well organised.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, no, it's a good.
But I like that because of the simplicity of the actual construction. Perfect for beginners.
Yes.
But equally so, if you've got sometimes I like to have a breakaway project that I don't have to think too much about.
Absolutely.
And this is the kind of project that we'd have. Right, we're busy for this. We better get the box open.
It's the exciting bit. I love opening these boxes.
It's like Christmas.
It is definitely like Christmas. I managed to slide mine.
Did you? Oh, I'm like,
because I don't like
tearing it.
If I push.
How do you do it?
I pushed mine and it slid, but I don't know if this will.
Depends how tight
They're really well packaged. There you go, you got it.
Oh, it's like a cracker. I've won the prize now.
Yeah, exactly. I get the pretty picture.
Right, are you ready for this? Are you ready? Because you've already experienced this, haven't you?
I have.
I haven't
yet.
But
in the other colourway.
Okay.
So I'm excited to see this one.
Okay. Ooh, there you go. So they're tiny patch.
Yeah.
Big size quilt, 152 centimetres by 183. So brilliant. All the instructions, but we're not interested in that at the moment because this is what I want to get my hands on.
I just love the way that the kits are packaged.
Absolutely.
Because even if it is you're purchasing it for yourself, it just makes you feel special when you're opening something like this.
Absolutely. And then you've got. Are you ready for this? Oh, I love the ribbon.
They even tie it. It's
now,
just
usually, oh my goodness, I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh, the colours.
The colours are gorgeous
and the beautiful prints that you've got. Now, we've got lots of you popping this into your basket. I will warn you, we don't have as many kits available as we would usually bring to you. I don't know which. Oh, I love it.
There's prints in here I've never seen before.
I have to say,
and as we all know, I do love a bit of William Morris.
Look at this. Oh, beautiful. Now, obviously, you've got all of the fabrics that you need. Good size quilt, beautiful.
Doesn't it remind you of a frosty morning?
It does. It does. But you know what? This would look equally at place in somebody's home during the summer months. As well.
Yes, because of the colour tone. I think it's a good all year rounder. So if you're looking to make a fireside quilt that will do for bedrooms and everything, it's just stunning. And as usual, you've got that wonderful detail in the William Morris fabrics.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is technically festive fabrics, although I'm looking through this and Ben's saying to me, well, if you substituted the mistletoe, and I'm like looking at it thinking, well, where's the mistletoe? I can't see the mistletoe. Mistletoe, really?
Yeah, exactly. It just looks like leaf foliage with berries on.
Yeah, I don't.
The way seasons are going, I've got that all year.
Yeah, that's true. And there's nothing there that screams Christmas to me.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
See, and when you look at that, there's nothing specifically festive about that.
No.
Got greens in there, which are festive.
If your room is a greens, tones, even a neutral room, that would look stunning.
Sits well, doesn't it, with a neutral?
And it's a good size. I mean, it's definitely bigger than a lap quilt.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
It's a snuggle up with quite a few friends quilt.
That's it. Yeah, a proper movie.
Yeah, I was going to say we have girly weekends, or the girls in the family. We'd all snuggle under that, definitely, to watch our film.
Yeah, love it. It's almost one of those situations that you could be making this and it's going to be passed on through the generations as well. Because I think when the family get hold of this, they're all going to be saying, can I have it, can I have it, can I have it? Now, let's address the price before we take a closer look at the instructions as well. So, Because so many of you have got involved already, that price, we're going to drop the price down to the lowest price that we're going to bring it to straight away. Quite often, sometimes we'll tease you a little bit and we'll do you a discount on it. Now, look at the split pay as well, because you've got 3 split pays on this one, which makes it incredibly affordable already at £179.99. So if you want to get hold of this one, then get involved now. You are not paying that price on your screen, and you will not be paying just shy of £60 a month.
I'm very excited to see what...
Wait. That is ridiculous.
That's insane.
That is ridiculous. For a William Morris quilt of this size, of this quantity of fabric, Ben's just gone, oh, I'm not sure. Ben's just suddenly got...
Did he press the wrong button?
Well, he's doing a bit of rewind now. I think he's double checking his calculations. It's too late, it's out there now. So, remember we said split pay. Remember 3-way split? 3-way split now, you are looking at, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, less than £40 for your initial payment. So if you are a brand new quilter, and you will, and I can understand this because I've walked that journey with you, brand new quilter, you'll be thinking, oh, over £100, or nearly looking at £200 originally, and you'll be thinking to yourself, can I really justify the first time that I've ever made a quilt spending that kind of money? When it's broken down into your split pay, yes, you're still paying over £100, but it makes it a little bit more affordable, and maybe on your pocket on a monthly basis. And we are talking William Morris fabrics. William Morris fabrics, one of the most prestige fabrics you could choose to sew with. And if you are a new quilter, the best thing you can do to start your quilting journey is to start with quality fabrics.
Absolutely, because it makes the whole experience pleasurable, because everything falls together really well. I've just looked at how much yardage is in this.
Turn it over and show everybody.
6 3/4 metres.
That's nearly 7 metres worth of William Morris fabrics in there.
In that. That is
Now,
incredible.
You've got big pieces of some of these, so you've got over 1 metre of some, you've got smaller pieces of others, and this is where a kit is so brilliant, because rather than you trying to find all the different fabrics that come together and imagining what it's going to look like, because that's what we have to do, isn't it? Imagine it. Here you have got the imagery showing you exactly what you're going to create, and as a brand new quilt or a quilt that you're making that you want to just do easy, having the right fabrics that relate to the illustrations is key.
Absolutely. It makes it really quick to put together. It makes sense in your head as well, because you're not having to have lots of little post-it notes or sticky notes everywhere referring, oh, instead of this one, it's this one. Which then you get confused and you cut the wrong thing. But there, you won't have oodles of fabric left once you've cut the whole thing, but you will have bits and bobs left. So you could do a bit of piecing for blocks on the back, or make complementary cushions if you wanted to.
Now, I'm just looking here. Now, these are blocks, are they?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
There's 3 block styles to do. Well, there's actually 4, because one of them gets incorporated into one of the others.
Oh, so it's the starting of the next one. Okay.
And so you're not having to learn lots of different things. There's no piecing on the bias.
Nice, so that's easy.
Exactly. So if you are a beginner, it's not as scary, and you're going to end up with everything coming together nicely. It will press really well. It's just such a fab. I was thinking this one in particular would make a lovely wedding present, because it's almost rings, and it's your something old and something blue.
That's true,
something new.
Oh, it's lovely. You could just stand and look at it for hours and hours and hours. I was just chuckling to myself, because we've got 4 sides here, and I'm like thinking, am I missing something?
No, that's it.
So you've got 4 sides of A4, one of them being your kind of illustration to show and the information. Again, you've got information here. The actual making of the quilt is done on 2 sides of an A4 sheet. That's simplicity in itself, isn't it?
Exactly. And what I like the fact that they're separate, because it means I can have the fabric pictures in front of my cutting sheet, so I will not be cutting the wrong fabric.
That's it, because they're all detailed. And this is what I'm talking about, your reference. So when it's talking about fabric A, you've got fabric A there, fabric B, fabric B. So you're not going to make any mistakes.
No.
I love it. Please, can I urge you to check your baskets out? It's proven to be a very, very popular one. We are going to have a demonstration. We're actually going to see the demonstration demonstration utilising the other kit that we've got, because we've got another colourway with that one. So let me just move that out of the way here. You've already started shopping for this particular one, so we're going to match the price, so no surprises for anybody there. Again, you're going to get all the gorgeous fabrics we've been speaking of, but this time you're looking at more of, this is probably more of a Christmas feel to it, isn't it? Yeah.
Because you've got more of the mistletoe type fabrics in here and some of the festive, more of the holiday collection. It does, and because it's red and green, everyone instantly thinks Christmas, don't they?
Yes, absolutely.
But our living room is actually red and teal colours.
We've got these colours.
So this would actually do us all year round.
This is beautiful.
There is an extra piece of one of the fabrics in the pack because they thought there was not enough already cut.
Yes.
I actually had sufficient, but which is a bonus because I've now got some extra. But that is why there is an extra bit not in the tissue.
Okay, fair enough. They just added that in after.
Yes.
So that's good because they could have just thought, oh, we'll just see. And hopefully it'll be enough. So there you go. All your gorgeous fabric. Again, maybe a little more Christmassy, but not a huge amount, to be honest.
It looks like furniture. I mean, our curtains have got this design anyway.
That's it, yeah. So again, a beautiful collection of fabrics. Again, you're looking at nearly 7 metres worth of fabric. You're looking at, was it 6 different types of fabrics? I forgot what we said. 8 fabrics.
8
different fabrics in there. So yeah, absolutely beautiful. William Morris fabrics, tiny patch. This is your green version. Already busy before we even got to it, but now if you're wanting to get hold of this one has now kind of urged ahead a little bit. We're still busy for both of them, to be fair, but this one is looking at more vulnerability, shall we say. So quite often we will have 100 or so of these would usually be available. We've got half the quantity of these available because obviously as soon as you start thinking festive, we're starting to think, I know, although it's still not come to us, we're on the countdown for Christmas now, aren't we? But this is something we could make in time for this Christmas. I know. I haven't even started.
I normally do Christmas in sort of May, June time, and then you just blank it out, don't you? Yeah. And then when people start saying, oh, it's only so many days to Christmas, you
weekends
think,
or something
no,
like
that. No, it can't because I've done Christmas this year.
Yeah, it's all done and finished with. Beautiful fabrics, each and every one of these. Of course, as I said before, you are going to get your pattern. This is something that I love as well because it's not a case that you're getting the same pattern as we saw in the other one. This one has got the illustrations and the colours that relate to the fabrics in this bundle as well. So please don't think, oh, I'm not going to go for the red one because it has got the blue pattern in there. You've got all of those fabrics detailed, so very easily you can choose the fabrics that you need for the different sections, cut them according to the cutting guide that you've got here, fabric A, B, C, D, and so on. And then you've literally got the illustrations there to make it nice and easy for you to work with. And of course, the construction is there too as well. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
I love it. We better get on with the demo, haven't we?
We have.
Shall I let you get into your position,
into position.
Now, behind Suzie, you will see the blue version of the quilt all made up and ready. Her demonstration is actually going to be using the kit that I've just opened for you. Both of them very limited in stock already, so please do not leave it to the end of the hour. Price on your screen is the price you're going to be paying, so that's been dropped down from just shy of £180. But what it actually means now is that those monthly payments, those 3 monthly payments, are less than £40 now. You've got a £60 saving. Wow. That's like 2 of you split pay payments, isn't it? Well, 1.5 of you split pay payments. Phenomenal. Anyway, so when you get your kit home, obviously you've got everything in there for you to kind of read and digest. Maybe sit and have a cuppa as you peruse the instructions and drool over the fabrics, not literally. And then you're going to want to start cutting. Now, cutting is one of the things I think, Suzie, that is the bit that's can be a little bit
It's the scary bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But because of the sizing you're cutting, if you have a stripology ruler or any quilting ruler that you're familiar with, you're only cutting 3 different sizes for the majority, apart from the borders. And they're sensible sizes. When I say sensible, I mean you're not doing 1/8 of an inch. It's either a whole inch or half inch.
That's my kind of cutting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get why I would want to cut a piece 7/8 of an inch at all.
It's confusing.
Yeah, absolutely. Just cut the whole thing and just waste a bit more. And as you know, I don't like waste, so if I want to do that, I don't do it. So, as Hayley said, you've got all the instructions there. I think, if I remember rightly, the blue one has got slightly more fabrics in it.
Oh, I don't know. £5.75.
Yeah. Is it 8?
Go.
Let's have a look. I've got that one.
Okay. Oh, sorry, throwing it at you.
There you go. Yes, it has. If I just borrow that for a second.
Yeah, of course you can.
Just to be, so you're aware, you've got 12 fabrics in the blue one, but only 8 in the red and green one. So you've got more of the fabrics going on, featuring in each of the blocks.
But it's the same meterage.
But it's exactly the same meterage in total. What they've done is to keep the colourways balanced, they've given you that bit more festive in some of the reds.
Ah, okay.
Yeah?
Yep.
Just so that people are aware, because
fair enough.
It might panic you. You think they've made a mistake. That it is perfectly correct, and you've got everything you need. So the first thing I would do, once you've opened your present and gone ooh and ah like we did, is to press all your fabrics. And I would use Best Press or Starch Savvy or Flatter to stabilise my fabrics first, because it does make the whole cutting and pressing experience much more accurate, and handling the fabrics, everything just sits, all your seams match nicely with just that little bit of stability in them. So that's the first thing I do. Then what I did is I laid the fabrics out in order in front of me, so I knew which was which. I've still got the absolutely.
Excuse me.
I've still got the guides there, and then I did the cutting in the order it's set, that it's written, so A to H in this instance. But because I'm cutting proper amounts, as I call it, it doesn't make it an onerous task.
Yes.
It's quite an easy task to do. And as I cut, I then put little labels on everything, so I knew what they were. But it's fairly obvious because the sizes are quite obvious.
Okay.
So I've got my 3.5-inch squares, I've got 2 and 2.5 inch. I mean, you can tell the difference between them. Then what I did is I took all the pieces for each of the different blocks and started building the blocks as I went, rather than try and do it all at once and be really clever. It's better to focus on one, because then you can get your head round it quicker and move on with it. So I thought that's what we'd do here. I seem to be missing a piece, which is strange. Must have put it somewhere. So we might actually have to do some cutting. Oh no, it is here. Look, I'm looking at it. So let's start with one of the first ones. So we're laying out our pieces, and I always have the diagram in front of me, and I always lay out before. Now, because all of these fabrics are non-directional, it doesn't matter, which makes it super easy for beginning quilting, because you haven't got to think about, is that got to go that way, that way. And because the design itself isn't directional, people can put it on their lap any which way. They're not going to faff about doing that. So again, you don't have to think. So I've got my 4 patch, and that's all they are, 4 patches. So if you can, we're just sewing 4 patches together. Put them right sides together, make sure they line up, and I just sort of hug them together and make sure they're aligned. You want to test your 1/4 inch on your machine. So whatever machine you have, get scraps of fabric. I usually use fabric I don't like. There isn't much of that, to be fair. And I do practice. Even if you think you know what you're doing, just check out you're doing 1/4 inch, because if you don't stick to the 1/4, it'll just go slightly awry. But if you're slightly off, don't panic, as long as you do that throughout.
Yes.
It's when you do a 1/4 on one and just under a 1/4 on another, and then it all goes awry. So stick with it, but do make sure you are doing that. And then I just run those 2 together. We're going to pair these and do the same.
So you've run off that piece.
And look, who can't measure? Look at that. Can you tell I wasn't awake when I did this? So I need this one to be 3.5. So I'm going to use Hayley's ruler to do this.
Oh,
She's very excited. It's the first time I've used this ruler. It's amazing. So it's really easy to see. And I can trim off that little bit that I obviously didn't do my measuring correctly. It's a very early start this morning.
No, well,
I'm
this
going
is
to
it,
blame
and it
that.
happens. At least you recognised it when you could do something about it. That's the key thing.
Yeah. And this, so because of this, you're going to make 28 of that block.
Okay.
So that's why I said if you lay them out, you can just chain piece. And by chain piece, you can see here, instead of cutting my thread, I've moved on a bit with sewing, but fed in the next one straight after.
Perfect, yeah.
I don't bother cutting those completely off because in about 3 minutes' time, when it's all put together, it's a bit more than 3 minutes, obviously, then those will be hidden anyway, so I'm not too worried. But I prefer to press the seams open on this because I find it easier to match my seams.
Lovely.
But if you prefer to press them one way or another, make sure one row is going one way and the second row goes the complete opposite way. So if I do a press open on this one and on the next one I'll do the other version, then people will understand what I mean by pressing one way or another. So we're back to our original layout. So your like fabrics are diagonals. Okay. And if you remember that throughout all the blocks, then piecing it is even easier. So to get these seamed lines, I like to just roll down. I don't know if the camera can pick that up.
Bear with us.
Yeah, I'll wait till you zoom in. Thank you. So you see I've got my 2 seam lines. So I'll roll down and make sure they're aligned. And you can use clips, pins, whatever you want to do. I'm just going to grab a handful and put them on the corner. The other option is to use your pressing mat and your magic pins or pins that you use to push through both seams to align them as well.
Lovely.
Right, and again, 1/4 inch seam. And I would align all of those together and chain piece those. And then that's my block 1 done. All I've got to do now is press that. And again, because I've pressed that open to start with, I do like to press this one open as well. Okay. It just, for me, I find that when I come to do all the quilting after, having pressed it open, everything lays flat and quilts nicely and all flat. But it is personal preference. And please remember, there are no rules. It's your choice. So
there's only one rule, and that's to enjoy yourself.
Exactly. That's exactly what I say. If you're not enjoying it, go make a cup of tea, get something you like to eat, and have another go.
That's it.
So that's a 4-patch done. So we're going to do this in miniature now with these little squares to create our second block. And I'm going to lay the block out so it makes sense, she says.
Is it a similar sort of way that you've got your diagonal corners?
Absolutely, yeah. You're doing your 2 diagonals.
They're still squares, so it doesn't matter what the fabric is, it's still sewing squares together.
Squares, yeah. So I've got these pieces and I'm missing one there. So what I'm going to do is use your ruler to cut myself one. So these are my excess strips. So you can see you get a lot out of a strip.
Yes, yeah.
And if you can cut double fold because it doesn't matter. They're squares. It's non-directional fabric, so you haven't got to worry about mirror imaging or anything like that. So again, I can just cut using your fabulous ruler.
Oh, bless you.
Look at that. Sorted. That's why I always keep everything in the box, because it doesn't matter how many you count things. As you can see, it was in there somewhere. I've just moved it.
The thing is, as Susie says there, when you're cutting your fabric, you wouldn't necessarily do everything in one day or in a weekend. I mean, some people, once they actually start a project, they don't want to stop until they finish it. And I know there's lots of all-night sewers out there. But that's when you're prone to making mistakes. That's when you're prone to kind of have little errors along the way. So maybe break it down. Maybe the first day that you receive it and you get yourself a cuppa and you sit down and you familiarise yourself with the fabrics, with the actual pattern. Maybe label up your patterns A through to, is it F, I think it was? And then next day, that's when you get ready with your cutting, and that's where you're cutting your squares in your different sizes and following the instructions. potentially don't even sew on that day. Just get yourself ready, get yourself organised, so then the day that you come and you start sewing, everything is ready for you to hit the ground running. And then don't forget your chain piecing is going to make it so quick for you to actually put those pieces together. Little question here from Deborah. Morning, ladies. I do seem to have trouble with my 1/4 inch. Any advice you can give? Thank you.
So, depending on your machine, if it has a 1/4 inch stitch on it, so just have a look at all your stitch pictures and see if it says a 1/4 anywhere, in which case I would use that one. If it doesn't, you're going to use your straight stitch. I would find the ruler that you, the presser foot that you find most comfortable using. So if it's your straight stitch presser foot or your satin stitch presser foot, either of those, because they will suffice for straight stitching, but work out which one has within its form a line that you can easily visibly follow as you're feeding your fabric through. Now I use, on this machine, it has got a needle plate and a presser foot that is exactly a 1/4 inch, but equally you can buy 1/4 inch feet with a guide on them. So if you're not good at keeping your fabric aligned and you struggle to focus, because we all like watching the needle go up and down, but actually that's the thing you should ignore. And you should be focused on the tip of your foot where the fabric is coming in and watch that alignment there. And so having a guide on the side of the foot to get your 1/4 inch, you're not going to push it. If this is the metal guide that's on your foot, my hand, as you feed the fabric along, you're not pushing the fabric in so it goes underneath the guide. You actually want the fabric to just touch, and that will keep your 1/4 inch true. The other thing that you can do, some people, take your presser foot off and your needle out for a minute, turn your machine off. Because this is your machine, well, this isn't my machine, obviously, but another trick is to draw exactly from the midpoint a 1/4 inch line with a thin Sharpie or something like that. Or pencil if you then want to rub it out later. You could use washi tape. The only thing with washi tape is you've got feed dogs here which are tractioning your fabric through, and you want to be able to get access to your bobbin. So the washi tape, it doesn't work
sometimes with
so
the friction heat it goes a bit tacky.
Yeah, it does, and then you get sticky. So personally, if you want to mark it, I would use a permanent marker or a pencil, because then you've got a line as well. But if you remember not to focus on the needle, focus on the foot edge, then you're more likely to keep hitting that 1/4.
And I don't know if we've got any on the website, but little magnet guides can be useful as well. I've got one in my little box here. So this is something that will attach to the stitch plate as well. So you might already have markings on your stitch plate, but sometimes you need something to push against. So that's something. Actually, there you go. Sorry, I'm waving it up in the air, and I forgot that I've got a camera over the top of me. So so that is where your fabric would basically, as you're stitching it, it would push against that. Magnet guide, seam magnet guide. I don't know if you've got any. We have had them on the website in the past, but I know we're just waiting for delivery of these particular ones. But
and they're really strong magnets.
And don't worry about, I know quite often people say, what about magnets and sewing machines? You're not supposed to put them together. You're not putting it near the motherboard, the computer element of your sewing machine. It's going on your stitch plate, so you'll be fine. And the size of the magnet in there is quite minimal for it to do any actual damage. I think you need a magnet the size of one of those ones that picks up cars in order to do any damage. But there you go. But you might find some of those on the website.
So I said I'd show you the alternative to pressing open. So what I've done with these is I've pressed the top row to my left and the bottom row to my right. So when you come to piece them together, again you put them right sides together, and as they shuffle in, you'll find that your seams nest completely together.
And lock, don't they?
They do. They really do come together nicely. So either method works. It's the one that you are most happy using. It's the one time that you're not breaking rules, you're finding your own easy method to do something.
No.
And again, we're going to chain piece those.
Wonderful. Now, just as Susie's doing that, you notice the details have changed on your screen. The details that are now there are that lovely quilt that's been hanging behind Suzie as she's been working. Obviously, she's working with the green version of the kit, which is where we had the different details a few moments ago. But have a look at this quilt. Absolutely beautiful. So gorgeous greens and blues and neutral tones featuring in this one. This one, hold on, is it the green that we've got on the screen? So actually you've got the details for both on your screen there, because you've got the blue to the side and then you've got the red. So those are your two options. So if you want to go for the one that's the main image, the large image, then use the details that are to the left of it, which is GDUV39. If you want the smaller image or the one that's hanging behind Suzie, then it's the images and the details MWUV85 for the blue version there. They've both got kind of green in them, which is a little bit confusing. So the blue, which is the one that's on the right of your screen, is just very, very slightly ahead, but we're only talking four orders, that's all. And then, of course, that beautiful kit has got all of the different fabrics that you need in there. Both of them are rapidly approaching limited stock, though. So if you're checking out your baskets, the stock that's in people's baskets, once it's gone, that means it's sold out. So if you're holding on to it to make your decision, that's fine. But just be aware that by the time you actually get to the website or complete your purchase, the order could, or the actual kit itself could have already gone. How are you getting on over there?
I'm getting on very well. So I've now pressed those mini four patches, and now I bring in my larger square, and this is
the
second
now,
block.
Yes.
So it's a very clever way of extending the design into another block. So these I'm just going to align, and I usually sew with the busiest side up. By busy, I mean it's got more seams, so that as I'm sewing, could have done with your stiletto here, I can easily see what my seams are doing, so you don't end up with everything folding over on itself.
Sometimes the foot can drag the seam allowance.
Absolutely. Well, although the feet, most feet on sewing machines these days have a slight curled toes, as I call it. So you don't tend to get that as much, but every so often, you know, especially when you're sewing at silly speed like I do, then you can get that. So these, again, you can press because they're going to be alternate. You can press one row to one side, one row to the other. But because this one is a complete piece and this is pieced, that will also reduce bulk on that seam as well. So I'm going to do that press, the alternate side pressing.
Do press as you go. Get your work area so it's convenient. So it does mean that you will use your iron more.
Yeah, and if you concentrate on one block at a time and you're chain piecing, then it does mean, I've just noticed I've left that open. That's really bad. I shall get shouted at when I get home, I have no doubt. It does mean that your iron is on a minimal length of time. You're concentrating on one process, which means you're less likely to make mistakes. I'm not saying we won't make mistakes, but you know. Are they mistakes or are they just design changes?
That's a good point.
Difficult one, that one, isn't it? So there we go. That's block 2. That's what that looks like. And because we've done it bit by bit, you've got accurate cutting, your design is following, and it's quite exciting when it all starts coming together. I'm just going to sew this one as well, because I'm going to need this one, and this is the one that I hadn't quite finished piecing. Now, see, this one I pressed everything open, so it's a bit more tricky to line up. So I'm going to do that. And then the last block looks the most complex because it's got a lot of pieces to it, but it's only the same thing that you've just done, but instead of a 4 patch, you're going to do a 9 patch. Okay. So you're going to do 3 rows of 3.
My first ever block was a 9 patch. And then I went on to a disappearing 9 patch.
Did you? So my first one was, it was something really stupid, like a wedding ring.
Oh my goodness,
why would you do
Suzie?
that first?
Talk about diving in at the deep end.
Well, you know me, I don't like to do things by half. Have I done that the wrong way round? I probably have, you know. I have. I'm going to have to unpick that one again.
Oh, bless
I'm having a bad day.
Oh.
Right, but let's do the 9 patch.
Okay.
Now, the 9 patch is quite an easy one because you've got one element that runs on one diagonal. And then what I did was put my corners in because then I knew where they were going. Then those have got to cross over. And then these have got to come this side because I've got 2 of those, which means that must be my bottom corner.
There you go.
So it's a really easy one to lay out. And then you're going to piece them together. Now I piece them in horizontal rows.
Yep, same here.
Yep. And then I'll press those and then we'll put those together. So
lovely.
Did you want to recap
I'll
things
do
while I get on with that
I
bit?
love the way that Susie's got her layout there as well, because when she's actually stitched, she'll put it back into that little gap, so it keeps the layout there so you don't lose your place anywhere. But let's have a little look at those kits because they are flying out. We've got a lovely little message pop through here. Good morning, Hayley and Susie. My son has just bought me the blue version of the kit. Oh, you lucky lady. You brought him up well, Tracy. Feeling very lucky. Oh, Tracy, you're going to create the most incredible quilt. I mean, I'm like looking at the 2. The one that we've got on the wall, that I love my blues, I love my greens, so I'm very drawn to that one. But then my logical head pops in because our living room, similar to Susie's, is kind of lots of kind of reds and burgundies and greens. So I'm thinking that this is the one maybe that I should really go for. But then again, we've got greys and blues in the kitchen, and we've got a sofa in the kitchen. So, oh, now I'm in a turmoil.
Both because I'm thinking the red green one for in the lounge and autumn winter, and then I'll have this one for summer because I could always take it outside when when it gets chilly on those summer evenings.
Yes, but the decision is you need to make a decision. That's the thing. They're flying out, both of them. Now the details, the main details on your screen, so the details that you've got, not that side, there you go. These relate to the kit that I've got here. Now naturally you will know a kit comes to you in a box with the wraparound there that's got all of the information in there. So if you're making or you're giving it as a gift for somebody, then brilliant, you've got everything that you need there. When you've actually made the quilt up, you probably wouldn't fit back into the box, but it could be that you're making a gift bag or a box and utilising that packaging to actually gift wrap it. But if you're making it up, you have got everything that you need to know. You've got all of your fabulous fabrics featuring in there, and you've got sufficient fabrics that you need, so you don't have to go off and source other bits other than your backing fabrics, which we have got on the show, so as you can add to your backing if you want to. And they have been put on the show designed to work alongside these. So this is your green version, the details of which are up on your screen if you like the look of that one. I will tell you about the backings in just a few moments, just making a bit of space because I've spread out a little bit. Moving that one over there, bringing the blue in so we can have a closer look at the blue fabrics as they come to you. So again, boxed in a similar sort of manner with that wraparound sleeve there, all the information that you need on there, and again, full instructions. This is the thing that I love. The actual construction is just 2 sides of the A4, and half of that is an illustration to show you what you are creating. So incredibly easy. Susie's working on this particular patch at the moment, putting those rows together, and we'll come back to her in just a few moments. So that is your blue version there. Carol, I know you're feeling, because I'm with you there. Wasn't going to buy any more kits, but it's fell into my basket. Love the demo girls. Oh, that's Susie doing that. So now I'm going to move those 2 out the side for the moment, because we have got some fabulous fabrics that you might want to use for your backings. Which one are we going to first then, Ben? The duck egg, lovely, that'll be that one, I believe. There we go. Very in keeping with the blue that has been so popular. So beautiful fabric. Now this one, as you can see, you're going to get 4 meters. I'm going to bring the kit in so as you can see what it looks like alongside it. So there you go. Absolutely perfect to go with that one. So it's picking out those gorgeous blues that we've got in there. So that, if you do want to add that in, that is going to be the backing. All you need if you are a new quilter is your wadding, which is the spongy bit, the fluffy bit that's in the middle. We've got that on the show as well, so you can add it in so as everything is delivered together, and then all you need to do is get your thread and stitch it together. So the backing fabric, if you're wanting the duck egg, the details are on your screen. Beautiful. Do like that one. Very, very pretty.
And the border fabric for the blue kit is that pale one with the tiny little blue flower in.
Which one, that one?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
How well that...
Yes.
And it really makes those little flowers pop.
Doesn't it? Yes. Absolutely perfect, yeah. That's going to blend in beautifully.
Yeah.
So that one was the duck egg. Then, was it the mint we were looking at next? I'm guessing that is the mint there. So that's there. Lovely fresh colour, this particular one. So, yeah. if you're wanting to actually go almost, it's a bit of a contrast really, but I quite like that. The freshness that you've got there.
Yeah, that would definitely make it a spring.
Yes, yeah, kind of changes the season. For
it would,
yeah, do like that one. So that is the mint. If you want to get hold of the mint, the details are on your screen. I'm actually going to bring in, now I don't know what we call this one. Do we call it olive? Not sure.
Chartreuse, isn't it?
Chartreuse. See, this is a clever one as well, because I kind of like that one with it as well. Oh. That's going to go with the red one, isn't it? I'm going to put that one over there to go with the red one in a few moments as well. We've got a paler blue. If you want a paler blue, then that one can work alongside it as well. There you go. Powder blue, that particular one. So again, we're talking backings now. So again, 4 meters, which is plenty for you to actually create your backing. You will need to join it part way through. But there you go. That one is your pale blue. Universal one is this one. It's a lovely kind of vanilla tone. So this is going to work with either of them. So there you go. If you like a very traditional back to your quilt, which I know many of us do, then that is perfect as well. It's a useful one to have in your stash for anything else as well, because it's gorgeous. And keep a note of that item number. It's one of the most popular backings that we have on the website, and you can shop for that at any time. Quite often it's half-metre increments, and on this occasion it's all ready. Go for the one cut that you've got there, and that will be more than enough for you to cover the back of your quilt. So that is using those plains alongside the blue. Should we look at them alongside the red? So we'll keep the vanilla on the screen because I'm going to bring the vanilla back in to work with the red, or the green, should we say. I keep calling it red, sorry, the green. So there you go. So that's if you're wanting to go down the route of that one for your backing, which works again. Works beautifully, so that is keeping the vanilla. Another one that would work with that one is the chartreuse that we looked at a few moments ago. So bring the chartreuse back in again. So that would work. It's personal preference, isn't it, really? Just depends. Depends. The lighter green, the mint, would the mint go? Let's try the mint. Not so sure about the mint personally, but yeah, that's personal preference, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But there you go.
And it
personal preference, but you're wrong. Okay, Ollie, thank you. Oh, he's getting very aggressive.
Oh, he is. Yeah, I'm not going to argue with him.
I'm seeing a new side to him.
Perhaps I should have brought cake in. Calm him down.
Oh, yes, that's one way of taming them in the
I can't at the moment. Our kitchen's out of action, so I couldn't bring cake.
Maybe next time. Maybe next time. They'll be waiting. They'll be picking out the shift that you're on so they can get cake. Chartreuse. I think chartreuse is my favourite, or the vanilla.
Yeah,
whichever.
That's what I would go for.
Yeah. Right, so we're going to pop back over and see our lovely Suzie.
Right,
so
I have assembled my 9 patch as well. They look really cool.
Fabulous.
So you're going to make 24 of those. You make, which sounds a lot, but you can see how quickly they come together.
Once you actually get into the swing of it.
Absolutely.
And yeah.
Exactly. And if you do them block by block, it does make your head less turmoiled with the amount of things going on. So we've done all of that page, so we're only on to this one now.
Oh, this is almost like the construction page.
It is. That's exactly what we're going to do. Now, the diagram they give you, as long as you know which block is what, and what I again did was I know that that's block 2, that's block 3, and this one's block 1, then you can easily pick out the bits you need. What I do is put them all on piles like this.
Oh, that's a good bit of advice, that, yeah.
And then I know where they all are. I'm not worried about that one's round the wrong way, that one's round... No, is it? Or is it me? No, that is right. Do you know, I don't know what's happening with my eyes today. They are...
It's just when you rotate, then they can look a different
yeah.
style altogether, can't they?
It is, right. And I've done all my... I haven't done 24 of everything yet.
No.
But that's because, you know, I'm lazy.
Not at all.
So what I thought was interesting, on the design, if I did this row, you wouldn't really see the pattern building so quickly.
Okay.
So I thought we'd look at how these middle bits come together.
So is that the halfway point? Because I've noticed that it's basically symmetrical, isn't it?
It is, totally symmetrical. Yeah. So what I did think... And this isn't in the instructions.
Okay.
But with your leftovers, you could just do the middle 2 bit rows.
Nice.
as a table runner.
That is a really good idea, yes, yeah.
For your Christmas table or your spring table or whatever. But we're going to put those together. Now, bear in mind we started with squares. If you look at this, the illusion you're going to get is that you've got diagonals and rectangles, which is why having your 1/4 inch right when you're sewing is going to make the process a lot easier. So I'm going to start in the middle first, which I know is weird. And if I bring this down, the other trick I've got is grab some fabric and mask off the row that you're doing.
Oh, that's a top tip.
Because then your eyesight's not going to go everywhere.
That's a good tip.
Because we've got to watch the orientation of these things, it's important.
Okay.
So there's only 8 blocks in each row. Cool. So I'm going to start with the first one, and I'll do them four at once.
So do you start left and go across to the right?
I go left to right.
Okay.
And do you know what's I really love is, look, the seams aren't matching here, so I haven't got to match seams.
So this is
it's the little things in life,
but it makes life simpler. It gives you the results without having to panic.
Yeah. So, and they're quite quick and easy to assemble. So that is half of my first row done. So I'm going to put those right sides together. Or do you want me to lay the first thing out, Ben?
Ben, which way do you want us to do it? Do you want the whole row laid out? Or?
Laid out first, and then the 2 rows together so we can see the pattern, because I'm conscious of time.
Whichever way you want to go, Susan.
Let's do that then, because then you can see how it comes together.
You can go
might need the wide angle lens on this one.
You're going to go wide.
Or if I do the first 4.
Yeah, because actually, if there's 8, there's going to be quite a lot.
It's going to go across the table. I'm going to fall off the end.
You might need to do 4 and 4.
Let's
so it goes
do 4 and 4.
halfway.
So we do halfway. So I'm just going to realign my fabrics. So this time, this one comes in so that the like fabrics meet, and that's how we get these rectangles.
Oh, the rectangles form.
Really,
I stood here trying to figure out where they came from.
And I spent ages looking beforehand, trying to work it all out as well. Hang on. It's that way round. Because then you're getting
the rectangles.
It's almost like a bargello-y type thing.
Very clever.
It is extremely clever. And that one's the same. But that's...
And once you get into the swing of that you're creating the little rectangles or whatever, then
There you are. It's that one that's different.
That's
I
okay.
believe. No, it's supposed to be, I think.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry.
No, it isn't. It isn't. So I must have done that wrong. Have I? Or am I floating this one wrong? I am. No, I have put that one in. It's fine one that I've done right. Okay, that's very odd. It is probably my bad. Okay, don't know what's gone on there. Hang on, I'm also looking at this upside down.
Oh, okay.
Which doesn't help.
No, that won't.
I'm at 2, 3, 1, 2. Here, I'm here. And because they merge, it's really hard to see, which is why I use my fabric.
Sorry.
Oh, I've gone 1 too many, that's why.
Ah.
So that's right, and it's that way round.
There it is. You
got it. We did get it in the end. No, it's that way round. No, I have done those wrong. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll ignore that bit.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the piece. Sorry.
Yeah, it should be, but.
So that's making a little rectangle again for the lighter leaf.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's okay.
So, yeah, we'll get. I should have switched those round.
Yeah,
but so you can see our centre is going to come here.
Got you.
So I'm going to move those over.
Lovely. Yeah, because we're only looking at 1/2, aren't we, at this point?
So we can bring in this one.
So that's going to replicate or mirror what you've just done.
Absolutely, yeah. So that will become our central square here.
Oh,
and you're going to then get the checkerboard going round with your cornerstones.
Yes, yeah.
But ours will be in this beautiful red fabric here, because you'll get another one at this end, this way round, like that.
Lovely.
So you can see it becoming together. And then obviously we're going to go round that way.
Cushions as well, isn't it, that centrepiece? Yeah.
Actually, and when you see, because it really does look really vibrant in the green, doesn't it?
That gorgeous
really
red.
lovely. But I love the way this pops out.
Yes, yeah.
And then you're going to get the little mistletoe bits coming through on here.
Perfect. So when it comes to actually stitching these together, do you do it in a similar way to how you did with the 9 patch?
Absolutely. I just pick up
the other neighbours.
Yeah. Right sides together. There's no seam matching, so I can just whiz down those, and then I'll continue to join the 8 in a row.
Yeah.
Press all those, and what I do is label my clips 1, 2, however many rows they are.
Yeah.
And then I keep on the left. Because I work left to right, I keep the left label, the label on the left-hand piece of the row, and then it doesn't matter how I pick them up, I know which row is which.
Yeah. Could you bring one of your little numbered clips into the camera shot so Ollie can show everybody? Because this is genius. This is so
this
clever.
is how they come to you.
So when they come to you, they've got nothing on them.
So with just a little label maker, marker, whatever you want, just give them a label. And because a lot of patterns now have alphabetical things on them. Typical,
the first time I saw this, I thought, it's such a simple idea, but it's brilliant because it kind of demystifies which row you're working on.
Well, it just keeps you ordered. I've also done 2 sets. So these ones I've done I've done on a label that's clear.
Okay.
So I've got 2 sets, because if you run out of if it's more than 26 pieces,
that's a fair point, actually.
I need some more. So I know that I start with the white ones, and if I have to run over, then I put it on there.
Clear.
And the other thing I do is mark on my pattern or on a sticky note on the side of the cutting diagram. Then if it hasn't got a name, a letter or a number, I give it one, so I know my pieces as well. Yeah, it just makes the whole process easier and quicker. And if you are a beginner, it's a nice way of familiarising yourself with the different sizes without being in a muddle. The more you keep yourself ordered, the quicker and more enjoyable the project is, I find.
It becomes more methodical and
absolutely. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack if you don't do it right.
Absolutely.
So,
brilliant idea. Suzie, thank you. Thank
you
so much. I've really enjoyed seeing that all coming together. And of course, the fact that we've got 2 choices is brilliant as well, because obviously we've got the fabulous green, which is the one that Susie's been working on. I'm sorry, I keep slipping into calling it red, because the red is such a predominant colour within it, but it is actually entitled green. And that's the one that I've got here, the tiny patch green. So when your kit comes to you, it is going to come beautifully boxed. I'm sure that you've seen how they come, but they come in a box, which is going to have all your fabrics in there, and you will have a sleeve, and the sleeve shows you the actual quilt that you are creating. This occasion you're creating a quilt that's 1.5 meters by just shy of 2 meters, 1.83 meters, as you can see. Flip it over from the Cotswold Holiday range if you are looking for more of the fabrics. 8 fabrics in total in this particular one, and you've got over 6.5 meters. It's actually, when you look at the in the kind of leaflet, it's closer to 7 meters worth of fabric, and they're all detailed and broken down here. So all the different letters A through to H on this occasion, and again you've got them detailed here, as you can see. So very, very easy for you to actually order your fabrics, get the letters on there, as Suzie said, get your labels, your sticky notelets, and know exactly how you're working. And again, everything is transposed into this key, and that key is what you will be working with when you're actually constructing this kit. The beauty is, when you are shopping for one of these kits, you've actually got all of the information relating to that particular colourway. So it's not a case of that it's one colourway and you've got to kind of think, oh, well, letter A fabric is actually not the same as it shows on there, and I've got to mentally remember to swap it over. None of that with this particular kit. It's all there ready for you. Now, I will warn you, we have got, oh my goodness, we've got over 60 people shopping for this. We've got 14 left. Sorry, I wasn't quick enough there. That'll probably drop down again soon. So we're not going to go back to Suzie now. She's completed a demo for this hour, but we will go and join her when she's back in an hour's time. So we're not going to say goodbye just yet. But the price on your screen, £119.99. Just to reiterate, that is a heavily discounted price. When we first bought it to you, it's £175, I think it was it?
79.
Yeah, 79. So 170, that's right, because it was 3 of those split pays, £60 each. Well, now £60 has come off that price. So it's almost like we've taken away one of those split pays. So you've only got 3 split pays to actually pay on this particular one now. Brilliant value for money, less than £40. It is going to sell out. So thank you to everybody that took advantage of those. Now, we did have slightly heavier quantities of the blue. So we've got 34 left, which is almost double, well, a little over double, isn't it? We've got 42 people shopping for these. Lots of you are, I think, deciding on which of the colourways to go for, and that's a tricky one because that's very much personal preference. I'm drawn to the blue. I love my blues, love my greens, but then logically I'm thinking the reds. Now I'm starting to think, well, do you know what? If I go for both of them, then £80. I might end up getting both. Right, so Suzie, thank you for this hour. We will see you in an hour's time, and we're talking fabulous bags and wonderful patterns. I will see you after the break. Look at this bag. You can learn how to put that together during the next hour with Suzie, which is in an hour's time. I've got an hour of all sorts of bag making paraphernalia, so I hope I can count on your company straight after the break. See you in a moment.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
It's been amazing. Yeah,
it's been great. It's something that we look forward to.
Totally inspiring.
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. The crowd is superb. It's really lovely to talk to people about different crafts.
This is just a fantastic show with all creative people come together and just being around like-minded people and just having a good laugh.
We've really enjoyed going to different workshops and trying out different things.
Such a range of everything, whether you're a crafter or not. It's absolutely brilliant.
I just absolutely love it, and I can't wait to come back.
It's just so much fun. Everyone really has a good time.
People come from all over the country to come and see it. By far my favourite show of the year, definitely.
So if you've never tried something before, it's definitely worth coming to this show just to try something new.
It's a good family day. It's a mother and daughter day. It'll inspire you.
Come to the show. It's absolutely amazing. There are so many varied crafts going on.
Definitely.
Yeah, yeah. There's so many different things on offer.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. My name's Hayley West and I'm very fortunate to be working with you today as your presenter because the lovely Rebecca Reed is taking a bit of a, well, she's putting her feet up, I should imagine, after the weekend because they had their 4th birthday event. And of course, there was a prize as well. So one person was fortunate to win. And that lucky person was Susanna. So Susanna Barnes, congratulations. My goodness, you will be a happy bunny, won't you? So yeah, congratulations. Thank you to everybody that joined Rebecca Reed over the weekend for her Amber Makes anniversary show. 4 years, where does the time go, eh? And congratulations, Susanna. So there you go, well done. And thank you to everybody else that contributed to the weekend as well. So maybe next year, about a year's time, you can have another go. Now, in this hour, we are talking all sorts of kind of creative elements with regards to kind of bag making. So we've got a few things to share with you. We have got some zips, we've got fabrics, we've got gorgeous things around. Ben's like my #1 fan today, bless him. He's brought in a couple of my patterns that have been very, very popular, I have to say. So, yeah. So Ben uses, these were actually booked in for a show. I think, was this the 4th of October when I was actually in Turkey? I'd forgotten all about the show and he'd got them all already. And he said, oh, what's your plans? And I was like, well, depends the time of day, might have a cocktail. But yeah, so anyway, apologies to Ian for that. But that does mean that we have got stock available and it has been quite a while since I've actually shared these patterns with you. So this is a really useful crossbody bag. Now, if you've ever come across my patterns in the past, you will come across the fact that they're made usually for personal need. So yeah, and this was a personal need because I wanted to have a bag that I could fit my phone in. I've got quite a large phone and what I was finding is a lot of the bags didn't really house it. So I made a bag that I literally wanted to have that I could put everything in there that I needed to kind of take with me when I was on my travel. So my phone fits in there, my purse fits in there, a little bit of makeup bag that goes in there as well. And it was all designed so as it could go across my body because that's usually how I will wear a bag. And I've just realised it's the same fabric as the jacket that I'm wearing as well. Must have been a little bit of leftover fabric. So this is your really useful crossbody bag. The names that I come up with are purely, I can't think of a name, what does it do? And it's really useful. So that's how it came about. It's got a slider that you can attach if you're wanting to make an adjustable strap, and that is detailed in there. And the idea being that literally you can take it across your body, means that your hands are free for anything else that you're carrying. And it's really useful. I use these quite often when we go on holiday and things like that, or if we go off in the motorhome, because I know I can pick that up and take it, and it's got everything that I need in there. Little outside pocket as well. So if you've got things things like your, I don't know, parking ticket, you know, when you go to the supermarket, not the supermarket, the multi-stories, and you have to put it in to pay your parking. You can pop things in there. And yeah, you could actually put an internal pocket in there as well if you want to. You'll learn how to do that style of pocket within the instructions. Needless to say, everything that you need is in there. There's no tracing required unless you want to kind of preserve your pattern, which you are more than able to do. Actually, you will need to trace it because it's double-sided. I'd forgotten they'd actually printed it that way. So yeah, the pieces, you're going to trace those off, overlap them to make that larger piece for you to actually create your bag. And then you've got your pocket piece there as well. So, and the strap there. Now the strap itself, there isn't a pattern for the strap because it would be a big piece of paper. So that is kind of an illustration to show you how wide it needs to be. And then you just make it to whatever length that you want it to be to fit your body. But there are suggestions within the pattern as well of the kind of length you want to go to. Full photos there, as you can see. And I don't know if we've got a QR code on this one. There is a QR code. That will take you to the YouTube channel where there is a tutorial of how to put it together as well. So if you like the idea of that one, just £9.99. It's really useful. There you go. See why I called it that. Now, another of my patterns that's been incredibly popular, and again, thank you to everybody that's made the grab and go bags. I love seeing these made because you've made so many different variations of them. And this was designed to actually house 2 takeaway containers. So again, we've got all these takeaway containers, don't judge me. And it was like, well, they're made out of plastic. There must be a use for these. So what I actually did was I designed this little kind of grab and go bag with those takeaway containers in mind. So the height of this means that you can fit 2, sometimes you can fit 3 in, and you can put all sorts of bits and pieces in them. So I've used them for things like my English paper piecing. I've used them for makeup bags. I know lots of people that have made them as lunch bags as well. Maybe put some of the, like the thermal webbing in there to actually turn them into cool bags and things like that. And it's a pattern that you are more than welcome to trace off and use over and over again. And again, full instructions as well as a couple of different ways of making it up on the YouTube channel, because you can make it with a binding around the top if you're wanting to, with minimal hand sewing, or you can make it just as is. But again, it's one that's been very popular. If you've got photos, because I haven't actually got any to share with you, by all means do send your photos in. But it's been very well received, not only by the Sewing Street audience, but yeah, for many, many years, it's been a popular one, and it's a go-to. And literally the idea is you put whatever you need in there, and this has come about through my the motorhome, because I've got everything in there, my full makeup, everything I need, and I can just grab it and go. And that's where that name came about. So there you go, £9.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of that. Now, one of the features on this particular bag is that you've got a zip that goes all the way around the edge. And that's where the zips that we've got on the show kind of came about, because I like a double pull zip, especially when you're doing things like luggage and stuff like that. So there are 2 zips that are available. We'll do them individually because they've got different item numbers. One is slightly longer than the other. So the 20, is it 26, 28 inches? It's like a stone colour. I don't know what we called this one. Grey. Yes, grey. So this one is the shorter of the 2. So this particular one, it's designed, it's 28 inches, and it's designed to go around your grab and go bag. It's actually a little longer than you need it to be. And the idea being it's a double pulley. So when you make your grab and go, you can literally just pull those apart and then open it up. You could, if you wanted to, kind of put like a little securing, well, I don't know about padlock, but if you wanted to put like a little key ring or something, if you wanted to keep the contents secure, you can do. But it basically will fit the grab and go bag, but you can use it in many more scenarios as well. If you wanted to, you could actually make it into 2 zips if you wanted to cut it, because you've got your 2 pulleys in there. But yeah. If you're wanting to go for these ones, we've got them in a variety of colours, this first one being the grey, and we've also got it in a longer length as well. So I don't know, we're going to do all of the colours in the same length to start with? Okay, so that one is the grey. We've got navy blue, so if you're wanting to go down the route of navy blue, then you can get hold of your navy blue. So again, very popular colour, especially with things like denim. So again, 28 inches, 70 centimetres with your double pulley on those. We've also got them in black, so if you want to go down the route of your black fabrics, then there you go. You can accommodate for that with all your darker fabrics. So again, the black there with your double pulley, if you're wanting to take advantage of that one. $4.99 again, WKHE52. And then the last one that you've got is kind of like your ivory tone with this one. And make sure I've got the shorter of the 2. There we go, that one. So again, lighter with your double pulleys there again. So again, ivory, 70 centimetres, 28 inches, and the idea being your grab and go bag as your pulley, double pulley zip. ZEHE25. So those are all the 28 inch. Now we've got larger versions because another pattern that I have brought to the channel, which we haven't got on the show at the moment, is called the hobby bag. And the hobby bag is a larger bag, more of a like little suitcase, so you need a bigger zip. So that's why we've got these ones. So these ones now are 36 inches, if I remember rightly, which is about 90 centimetres. Something like that. I don't know, Ben will tell me. This is the grey version, so going back to the grey, so again, 90 centimetres, 36 inches, $5.99 if you're wanting to go for one of those. Again, you've got your double pulley with those. Again, we've got them in the same colourways, so if you want the navy, again, 36 inches, exactly the same, double pulley. And again, you can use that for any bag, to be fair, where you're wanting that double pulley. So grey on your screen, dark blue, navy, if you're wanting that, then there you go. Changing those details on the screen, and you've got them going in the opposite direction. You don't have to feed them on or anything like that. It's all done for you, which can make life a lot easier, can't it? So there you go. If you're wanting that one, $5.99. Black, we've got black available for you as well. So the black, similar sort of scenario, it's just a different colourway. And again, 90 centimetres, 36 inches for $5.99 with your zips. And then the last one that we've got is the ivory that we touched on a few moments ago. And this one, again, you've got that double pulley system on there. If you're wanting your ivory for your lighter fabrics, so maybe you've got your pretty florals and you want something a little bit lighter, then there you go. You've got the ivory available as well. JWHE63. So there you go. Those are your double pulley zips. We have got a bundle of zips, and this is a good one. Now, this is the last time we're bringing this to you, so any stock that we've got, please take advantage of it. So this is made up of 18-inch zips. Now, you can use these if you're wanting to on the grab and go. You will need to add some fabric tabs though, because it needs to be a little bit longer in order for you to use it on your grab and go. But you've got a series of grey. You've actually got multiples of the grey, because grey is one of the ones that I use more often than not. So you've got 3 of your grey, you've got a black, you've got a navy in there, you've got your bright red, you've got your green, and you've also got your pink there as well. There you go. All of those coming together. 10 of them, $8.99. While stocks are available. When they've gone, that's it. We shan't see those back again. So take advantage while you have the opportunity. There we go. Now, where's my Osnaburg? Osnaburg. Do you know Osnaburg is very underrated, and we don't share it with you often enough. Now, it's a fabulous fabric. Lovely one to use. Oops, little thread there, picked up from somewhere along the way. It's got a lovely weave to it as well. I like using Osnaburg because it's not, and you'll know what I mean when I say this, it's not as starchy as calico. So it's got a lovely fluidity to it. Lovely fabric to use in project making. See, calico, would I use calico as a lining? I have, but I'd be more inclined to use Osnaburg. And Osnaburg has got this lovely kind of, oh, I don't know, it's like, almost feels organic, because, I mean, I've got flecks on there, but those aren't part of it. But you've kind of almost got like little bits within the weave. And it's just got a lovely softness to it. Naturally seeded, so those little flecks are all actually part there. They're not going to brush off or anything, but they're not itchy or scratchy. And it's just got a beautiful flow to it, a beautiful feel. And I wouldn't hesitate in using this as a lining in bags, which is obviously the topic of the day, or the hour, should I say. It's $2.99. So affordable. 100% cotton, and we're looking at half-metre increments there as well. So yes, beautiful. Absolutely. So yeah. Beautiful one to work with. The quality of it's fabulous. And as I say, give it a go. If you find yourself going towards calico and you find it that it's a bit too, do you know what I mean? You know what I mean, don't you, where it's kind of starchy. Well, this, I think it's got a very classy look to it. But you can use it in the scenarios of where you would use your calico. I just think it's got a softer feel. A little bit of a give to it as well. And Ben saw this. He saw it sitting on the shelf with a little sad look in its eye and thought, bring me out, let the lovely people see me. So there we go. So that's why we've got Osnaburg, and that's why we have to be thankful to Ben, because he does things like that for us. Brings us things that sometimes we've forgotten about. So there you go. Osnaburg, give it a go. Go for a metre. You've got plenty there for any project. Half metre at $2.99. But yeah, try it out. Nice one to work with, nice base. So there you go. That is that. So what you're going to put on the outside, because we've covered the insides now, haven't we? Now, these are gorgeous. So is this a bundle or individuals? Are we going to get all of them? Oh, Ben. Oh, love it. Love it. Oh, love it. Little clouds. Oh, this is so pretty. This is a lovely bundle. Now, it's called Bluebell Grey. And that's all part of the collection entitled Bluebell Grey, but you can see it's nothing particularly grey about this. Lots of elements in there. Is that the name of is the actual designer's name? Oh, very fancy. Very fancy. Oh, okay, right. It's not one I've come across previously. I don't know where I've been, but there you go. They do bedding and all sorts. Oh, John's a big fan. Oh, look at those, yes. I like it. Now that you mention it, I remember John talking about his bed linen. He's a big fan of bed linen, isn't he? Love it. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics. You've got the equivalent of a half metre free with this bundle here. So you're saving $7.99. It's beautiful fabric. I mean, look at that. That is so pretty. Now you're going to get half metres in each one of these. So really good size piece of fabrics. If you're looking at making any of the projects that we've got on the show today, Grab and Go bag takes 2 fat quarters, one on the outside, one on the inside. But look at that. That is beautiful. I love that. Really pretty fabric. Love that watercolour feel that you've got from it. Good size piece as well, so half metres. Lots of things you can do with these. If you're thinking about going for multiples, they are already pre-cut. So they will be cut to half metres, but perfect if you're wanting to put them together in a quilt. Maybe you've got a pattern that you're thinking, you know what, I need a project, I need to get my teeth stuck into something, then there you go, that could be a nice one. Might be a nice one if you're doing a simple as quilt, like the William Morris one that we saw earlier on. Maybe you fancy the idea of reusing the pattern and making a really funky one. Love these. I've put those in a shirt. I think, look, they're fabulous. Can you imagine? Hold on. I'm doing a bit of personal shopping. Hold the line caller. Because you know how I like my denims. Like those. And they might be nice as well if you're using them as linings on bags and things, but it's just as a collection, beautiful. Or not the denim as a lining. So you've got a bag that looks quite subdued, but then you open it up and it's pow, it's got an amazing lining. Beautiful, lovely collection. We don't have a bountiful supply of those. So only the second time we've bought it. So if you've not seen it before, it's new. Love it. Love how all those different colours have come out. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Love it. So there you go. And these are perfect to work with those denims. So I'm going to leave them just to the side because I think it's something that you will use alongside. And denim, I mean, quite often we'll have denim on shows because it's supporting patterns and things like that. So we did have some denims on the show yesterday that were a little weightier than these. These are more of a kind of like a chambray denim weight. So we've got the light blue, which is the one that we're going to give you the details of first. Denim is such an easy fabric to work with. I mean, this is your 4 ounce, so it's a lovely lightweight. Perfect to work alongside your cottons because it is of a similar sort of weight. So you've got the look of denim, but not necessarily the feel of your denim like your jeans and jackets and things like that. But it just works with so many different fabrics. I mean, any of those fabrics that we've just looked at would look absolutely amazing alongside this. I mean, you could be utilising this as just like little collars or cuffs maybe a placket on a shirt, maybe a sleeve. I mean, you could actually make a shirt utilising all of these together. They look fabulous, love it. But it doesn't matter which fabric brand you bring in. I mean, we've got different fabrics coming up later on. So maybe you've got a bit of cafe and you're wanting to dilute it down a little bit, well, you could use your cafes alongside this. And that's the beauty. Denim is just a fabulous one as an alternative to a blender potentially. And because of the weight that you've got here, don't be afraid to use it in a quilt either. Because that 4-ounce denim, it has kind of got that quilting weight to it. Just pre-wash it, just in case there's any of the manufacturing dye still there. But yeah, beautiful. $5.99, very, very affordable. As I say, I love working with denim in so many different ways. And this one is the lighter of the two, so love it. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Lovely woven feel to it. Nice one as a base, as I say, nice as a lining, nice as an outer. Works well with, oh, what we've got coming up here. See that again. Put it with anything. Put it with anything. To me, it's almost, you know how we often talk about using grey fabrics and grey fabrics blending with everything? It's a version of that. If it was an essential oil, it would be sandalwood. Because when I studied aromatherapy, if you wanted to make a blend, bringing it back so it smelt nice, you use sandalwood because it brought everything together. So there we go. If you like the look of that one, then do pop that one in. That was your light, and then we've got the darker there as well. So again, we're actually calling it medium though, because there obviously is a darker one, which we've not got in the show, but there you go. Beautiful. Lovely, lovely, soft, fluid feel to it. And as I say, a lovely one to work alongside your quilting weight fabrics as well, because it's just got that 4-ounce flow to it. Isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful. $5.99, very affordable. They're items, both of those, that we regularly keep in stock. So keep a note of that item number because it will find its place on your wish list. And you will find yourself shopping for it more and more as time goes on. Lewis and Irene again now. Oh, which one are we doing? Is that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6. Not that one. Oh, it is that one that I showed you earlier on. That one then. There you go. This is lovely. Sandra Connolly is the designer behind this one. Oh, I love this one. It's got dragonflies on it. That's pretty, isn't it? Oh, these are really pretty. Oh, I like these. I've not seen these before. Nice because you kind of got repeats of the same print. So you can see that obviously you've got repeats of that one. That's the same as that one, but it's useful when you come to put in. See, this is another one that would look fabulous with that quilt that Suzie showed us earlier on. Because you kind of got all the tones in there. Oh, it's like a little ginkgo leaf, that one. That's pretty. Oh, I like that one as well. Oh, they're all lovely. Ooh, so pretty. So pretty. Now, you're getting 5 metres in total. £71.91 is your price. They're all half-metre cuts already. But you have got the makings there of a beautiful quilt. Really, really pretty. Don't forget when we were looking at a quilt earlier on, and let's think, the quilt that we saw, the William Morris one, that was about 150 by 180, I think it was, wasn't it? And that used, where am I, the best part of 7 metres. So you're looking maybe more of a lap size quilt with this one. Incidentally, if you're wondering what I'm waffling on about, the last hour we'd got 2 brand new William Morris quilt kits that were beautiful. All the fabric that you needed was in there. And there were 2 versions. There's one that's kind of like a green and red version and one that was a blue version. Both of them very, very popular. It's going to be one of those situations that if you've not seen it already, you need to go and check it out, because by the time you do come across it, it'll probably have gone. But this is a lovely collection, and I was just saying that I think this would look lovely in the same pattern, because obviously you can reuse patterns when we get those in kits as well. So there we go. Lovely. Like that one a lot. Now, what have you been finding all of your own? The Fat 8th pack, the Liberty one. Ooh. Good choice. You only have to touch it, don't you? And it feels beautiful. This, we only have 13 chances left. It's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. All of these, you've got 12 pieces. They're fat 8s, so I will show you the cut that you've got, but you've got a lovely selection of fabrics. So sometimes when we actually cut fabrics, we talk about fat quarters where a metre I think it's mostly a metre now, is cut in half lengthways as well as widthways, so you end up with your 4 quarters. If you cut each one of those quarters in half again, then you end up with a fat eighth. And a fat eighth is a really manageable size of fabric, but it gives you the opportunity to get your hands on some beautiful fabrics, some top-notch fabrics for a very affordable price. So this is Liberty, and it's just so pretty. I would be using this, maybe again a denim shirt with a little pocket. So here you go, let's pretend that's a shirt. I'll just fold that over just a couple of times. That could be a pocket, couldn't it? The edge of a pocket maybe. Love it. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. People asking about the denim and whether you could use it in the shag. You could. It'd be more of a shirt feel, less of a jacket, more of a shirt, if that makes sense. I don't know whether I'd put the pockets on, because the pockets, obviously, if you're using them, I never use the pockets. I put them on more for decorative purposes than anything, so they wouldn't actually be used. But if you are putting things in your pockets, then obviously it can put a little bit of trauma on the stitches, especially if you're putting loads of stuff in your pocket. So if you're using the 4 ounce, then maybe not the pockets, or just for decorative. Does that make sense? But yeah, the answer was yes, you can use it. Just make sure any contrast fabrics is a similar weight. Now, this is quite serious now, because lots of you are shopping for this one. And it's a lovely bundle. It's a really pretty bundle. We've pre-cut all of the elements, so the last of the stock means that it will go, and it will go. We've got more people shopping for this in baskets than we have available. And this is lovely when you just want to eke out a quality fabric. So as I say, bring in things like your lighter weight elements, because that means that you're only using a small amount of your premium fabric. Not premium quality, but premium price, because let's face it, Liberty, you're going to pay more for Liberty than you are going to be paying for things like your 4 ounce denim. But by using just a little bit of it, you still get that essence of Liberty, but you've toned it down. You've toned it down, you've diluted it down a little bit, or you've eked it out, shall we say. I'm a big one for eking out my expensive fabrics. I don't throw any of the scraps away. So there you go. Please do not miss out on this one. Some of you are going to miss out on it because we've got more people shopping for it than we have stock available. And it really is a pretty bundle. You're really going to love that. You can go for multiples if you want. They're already pre-cut though, so they'll be in those fat eighths. So yeah, just bear that in mind if you're wanting to. So I'm going to pop that to one side. Now, we've got some lovely fabrics, Lewis and Irene fabrics, that I think would be perfect for your blenders. And it's kind of got that cloud look to it, which is lovely, I think. Isn't that gorgeous? Lovely idea of maybe utilising this one, maybe for things like bindings, maybe using it as a lining. I mean, I know we're talking bag making in this hour, but I think that'd make a lovely bag lining as well. Again, if you've got that pop of colour on the outside, maybe you've got something like that on the outside and that on the inside. And these are just fabrics that we've just got on the show. You could literally go into your stash at home and do exactly as I'm doing here. Audition your fabrics up. So that one could go with that one quite easily. Could also go with that one. Don't think it'd look out of place with that one either. So absolutely amazing, lovely, beautiful fabrics. The quality is synonymous with the name of Lewis and Irene, and it's just beautiful, beautiful to work with. So what we're looking at a 2 metre bundle, so you've got ½ metre in each one of those. Beautiful, and you've got this kind of cloud look to it, which I think is gorgeous. £31.96 if you are shopping for these. Oh, okay, Ben. Well, you're driving this one. £26.56. That is a brilliant deal price. Oh, you've made lots of people happy. They'd already checked the baskets out with this one, Ben, and you've dropped the price down. But don't worry, if you are one of those people, that you will pay that lowest price along with everybody else, so don't worry. Absolutely beautiful. So where are we? 26. If you halve that, that's 13. So that's 6.25. Oh, 6.39. I couldn't work out the little figures. Oh my goodness, 6.39. Did you say 6? 6.39. See, I doubted myself then, and I stopped when I got to the 30 because it's like, No, surely not. But it is. Beautiful bundle. Now, the Dreams range, we did see pop up, I think. Did we see it pop up in that one? We did, didn't we? In that kind of, that chartreuse. So there are lots of different colours featuring that one. That one, again, would work beautifully with that Lewis and Irene bundle that we looked at earlier on. And it is one of those ones that if you wanted to do something like, a barge yellow, and quite often with a barge yellow, obviously you need lots of different coloured fabrics, but I like to keep a connecting factor between them. So the connecting factor on this one is that kind of cloud formation. So you could actually have that connect. So it looks together, but separate with a barge yellow because you've got lots of different colours. But there's a continuity. That's the word, Ben. Continuity. More syllables than I'm used to. You see, that's why I couldn't think of that word. That looks fabulous. Now, I will tease you because we have got other colours as well. So if it is a case of that you are looking at doing something like a barge yellow, then we have got the ability to add more colours to it. So there you go. But that is a lovely bundle. It's one of the world's most favourite colours, isn't it? Blue and teal, I think, isn't it? It's one of those as well. Everybody likes blue. So I'm quite common, really, when I like blue. I'm not on my own at all. And I'm more than happy for that. But absolutely beautiful. Please do keep checking your baskets out. Don't forget these are 1/2 metre pieces, so if I hold it up you'll see that you are getting a substantial piece of fabric 4 times over, so the equivalent of 2 metres worth of fabric with this one. And it's gorgeous. Really nice one. That could become one of your favourites for your kind of your blenders and your solids because it's got a bit of interest in there. Not completely flat. Lovely. Single figures it is going to go, so I'm going to say goodbye to that one. So yeah, well done. A little bit envious of you with that one because that's a nice bundle. Let's show you the pink. Now the pink isn't quite as full with regards to colours. We've got 3. So £23.97. Obviously, accordingly, the price has dropped down because you've only got 1.5 metres. But now, oh my goodness, less than £20. 1.5 metres worth of fabric. Again, not a bountiful supply. Again, I'm doing it, sorry. Just saying. HI6619. That's going to get you all 3 of these 1/2 metres. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Quality is fabulous. I love those little clouds. Aren't they pretty? Lovely softness filter. And that coral, my goodness. Boop. And again, think of different fabrics that you've got in your stash at home. Use it alongside your capes. Use it alongside, well, obviously Lewis and Irene. Use it alongside your moders as well. It doesn't really matter what you work it with. Whatever you pull in, you will pull something. Because I would look at that and think, no, that isn't going to work. But look at the coral. It's picking those elements out. Picking those elements, and they kind of changes your focus of where you're looking on your main fabric. So, yeah. It's another one that would work well with that, all of those. Love it. Anyway, there you go. Your trio pack there, just £19.99. Lewis and Irene, absolutely beautiful. Pop that one back over there as well. So we've got a big Dreams bundle, haven't we? Is that the one that I just showed you? Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that somewhere along the line that one's got inserted in because these are all the clouds. So, oh, I don't think I've got that. What's it look like? Let me see. Does it look like that one? So do we think that? So do we think that's part of that bundle, and that's kind of got crossed over? Okay, I'll put that in. I'll put that in no man's land at the moment, so we're not too sure. So. Oh, Ben is here with an apology price. We know it's going to be good. £39.99. Nice bundle. And again, all those continuity elements there. The little clouds. That's a pretty one as well. Can you see? We've got the clouds feature on that one as well. Like a paste image on there. Beautiful. So a very useful one to have in your stash. And again, naturally, it's going to work with so many other things that you've got within your stash, isn't it? I just like that as a kind of a solid with interest, as I like to call them. There you go. £39.99. Incredible value for money when you're looking at 3 metres worth of Lewis and Irene fabric And it's dreamy. It is indeed dreamy. Gorgeous. Very, very pretty. Like it. Like that. Nice combination that we've got there. I've got a little, is it a Christmas bundle that I've got? I'm not sure if it's a Christmas one or not. This little one here. It's like a little bit of mistletoe. Oh, fat quarters. Okay, oh, let's have a cheeky little look at this one then. That's a nice little one. I like that. Nice little fresh and airy. If you're little Christmas makes, maybe a little bit of mistletoe. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I'm looking at that and I'm thinking about maybe quilted placemats or something like that for your Christmas table. Or a little table runner or something like that. $13.99. Brilliant value from me. Fat quarters, what are you going to get in a fat quarter? Well, let me show you. Oh, I love that. Oh, just in the name of the collection there. The Fa La La collection. Fa La 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 La. Oh. Have we got a Sewing Street choir? No? I wonder, have we? It's just Levi. It's Levi, well, you see, I'm not tone deaf. It sounds like it's in tune to me. Is that tone deaf? In my head, I have the voice of an angel, whereas other people will say it's like nothing on earth. So there you go. Beautiful. Good sized piece of fabric again. If you are looking at patterns, there's a whole wealth of fat quarter patterns out there. I mean, Debbie Shaw's done a fabulous book, had several books, hasn't she, on fat quarters. So yeah, just look up any of those patterns and you will find there's lots of things you can make with the fat quarter. And when you're only paying $13.99 for them, well, what a lovely bundle. Beautiful. 2 plains in there. Love that kind of dotty one. That's nice as well, isn't it? Like little threads, threaded. Love it. There you go. If you like the look of that one, then I'm going to leave those details with you on the screen. Oh, they've whizzed off now. Let me pop that there. So, where are we going next? Oh, okay. So, I'm going to bring them all in because we'll work our way through them. Well, Ben thought, right, I'm going to put some Cafe fabrics on the show because we love our Cafes, don't we? But to be fair, we haven't got a huge amount of Cafes left now. So, yeah. I mean, you look at these now, we're looking at 1/2 metre. That's an outside of a bag done, isn't it? So these, we'll tell you about those ones in a few minutes. But we're looking at this one to start with. And this one is beautiful. Love it. Gorgeous, kind of like poppies that you've got on these. But there you go. Let me just kind of mock up a bag. Very, very mocked. But fat quarter, that's all that you need. One on one side, one on the other. Maybe quilt it. Do whatever you like, but if you've got a pretty fabric, leave it as it is, don't chop into it. Or maybe making a denim bag with a real POW lining, because that could be a thing as well, couldn't it? That could be the outside and that could be the inside. Similar weights again, if you're wanting that 4-ounce denim, you'll find it on the website, but the Cafe we've got up on your screen at the moment. Papavia. They're like a poppy, aren't they, I think? They're a poppy, a Papavia. Beautiful. There you go. If you like that one, that is the red. So you're going to pop that one to one side. Done with that one. Where are we going next? Should we go Happy Flowers? Happy Flowers. Love it. Beautiful. I love it. Isn't it gorgeous? That kind of got there. I love that. It's almost looked like it's lit up, doesn't it? But don't be afraid of the colour that you see from Cafe. As I say, bring in a solid or a denim or something, it dilutes everything down. These are your bloomers. Not the first thing I thought of when I saw bloomers on the screen, I must admit, but there you go. Beautiful flowers, large pieces of gorgeous colour from Cafe there. 1/2 metre, $8.99. You're right, Ollie, that background really just make it pop out, isn't it? Grey's a lovely one to work with in loads of different ways, and I think that illustrates just how it can elevate a design because it literally makes those flowers look like they're stepped away from it. Beautiful. Love it. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, then those are the details that are on your screen. Let's go urchins, sea urchins. These, again, very limited. Last opportunity potentially to get hold of some of these. So this one, I love this one. The reason I love this one is because the urchins themselves have got separation with them. So it means if you do want to use them for appliques, you're not going to kind of ruin anything else because you can literally use the edge of that design and it's still protecting the elements that are around it. Quite often with the design, you'll see where things are overlapped. So if you're wanting to cut out a main piece, then you kind of having to sacrifice other areas. But with this one, you don't have to. And they're just lovely designs, those kind of circle looks. Very bright and funky. Sea urchin red. Again, cut to the 1/2 metre. So with this one, if you do want to go for larger quantities, you can do. Philip Jacobs is the designer behind this particular one, part of the Cave Facet Collective. And of course, I'm sure you'll be able to find inspiration for that particular one in some of Cave's books. Now, we've got a similar one, but with a more of a kind of subdued background. And we've got the blue. Gorgeous. Love it. Big pieces. Lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, 1/2 metre, just to reiterate the size. It's big. There's a lot you can do with that. I love that. That'd make a fabulous bag again, wouldn't it? Fabulous bag. Incidentally, we've got messages coming through on Facebook. I forgot to take the tablet with me over to working with Susie. So there was a question. Oh, it's just suddenly popped off the screen. Where's it gone? One of the messages was asking about pressing your seams open and when you're quilting. I'll have a chat with Susie about that when we get over to meet her again in about 15 minutes' time. And the other one was from Margaret asking about whether there'll be a virtual Handmade by Hayley advent calendar again this year, and there will be. We will be. Don't know a date when it's being launched yet because it's, just depends on when it happens. So, yeah, it will happen at some point. And it'll be before the 1st of December. So, yeah. Something a little bit different that we're doing. Right, where are we going next? Should we go with this one? I like this one. I love the vibe. Love the vibe. That's me being cool. And if my daughter sees that, she'll say, Mum, don't ever do that again. I love it. See, these are the ones that I'd love that as a shirt. Love it as a shirt. But equally, if you went for a metre's length of that, if you were doing something like the shacket, let's kind of do it that way. You could actually make that into a sleeve. The weight of this fabric is perfect for garment making as well. So it could be a sleeve, it could be the collar, it could be pockets. Don't just think of it for bags, don't just think of it for quilting. The weight and the quality lends itself to so many different areas of sewing. And get those fabrics out. We buy those fabrics because we love them. We love the print, we love the pattern. Don't fold it up and put it in a cupboard. Use it. Use it. Get it out there. And if you're wearing anything with fabrics like this, just you wait for the compliments because people will be like, oh, wow, love it. Where have you got that from? Right, where will we go next? Let's go florals. Oh, yes. Look at this. This is one of Ben's favourites. Oh, very tropical. Gorgeous big palm trees. That is gorgeous. I wonder what his inspiration was for that. Beautiful. Isn't it fabulous? Big, bold print. Big, bold print. Again, 1/2 metre. You've got a lot of fabric there. Beautiful. Those oranges in there, those pinks. A little bit of lilac in there as well. Very pretty. Very pretty. Jungle red, that one's called. Love it. Bright and vibrant, bright and happy. Like happy fabrics. Change your mood, don't they? And I know, Stuart was talking about this. I can't remember what he actually said now. Did he call it endomorphine dressing? That if you actually put endorphin dressing, I kind of remembered it sort of. I've never heard of it, but it's a thing apparently. So it's all out on social media, which is why I've got serotonin dressing. That's it, serotonin. So you dress in bright colours and it changes your mood. But I'm a big believer that your mood can be changed by what's around you. I mean, it happens with music, doesn't it? If you're feeling a bit fed up, a bit down, stick your favourite tunes on and there you go. very much have an effect. Colour therapy again, Ollie, yeah, that's another one, isn't it? There's different colours. And out there in industry, they use different colours. Fast food restaurants will often have a lot of red because red is one of those kind of fast-moving colours. So people don't hang around for too long in a room that there's a lot of red. Green is very restful, which is why we have our green room here at Sewing Street. Which, to be honest, I don't know if there's much green in it when I think about it. There you go. That's the theory, to calm you down. Yeah, the gallery's just brown. It's just brown. I do feel sorry for the colour brown because it's not an exciting brown. Neon brown. I'm yet to be introduced to neon brown. I will look that one out. Isn't that gorgeous? Lovely. So that one there is your folk flower in purple. Purple because you've got that almost like chocolate wrapper purple in the background there. Love it. Pretty pretty. Last one that we've got. This is nice. See, I like this one. This is the one, isn't it? Papava, or poppies as I keep calling it. Oops, let's turn it over so you haven't got the label there. There we go. Beautiful. Again, I know I'm boring you with it, but let's bring the denim in. Because again, denim for durability, maybe if you're making your bags and you want something that's quite sturdy. Don't forget, we've got a fabulous bag making hour coming up with our lovely Suzie in a little while. Osnaburg, could use your Osnaburg with it if you wanted to. Osnaburg, if you've not come across it before, shall I explain to you what we've got here? Loads of you have been shopping for this. So this, it's not the sexiest looking of fabrics, I'm going to grant you that. But you know what? It is lovely. It's lovely to work with. It's got a natural seeded finish in there. Got a bit of fluff on there, so apologies for that. But when you have a look at it, you'll see that you kind of got that natural feel in there. You've got little flecks in there. Oh, Ollie, yeah, well done there, getting right in there. Can you see those little flecks? And that kind of gives it its personality, really, because it is a very natural feeling fabric. Now, Osnaburg is cotton. And you know what? We've had loads and loads of you order, and I think there's only one person that's ordered 1/2 metre. And you know what? I can understand that, because if you've never worked with Osnaburg before and you don't know what it is, you might think, well, I'm only going to go for a 1/2 metre, because £2.99, what's the risk in 1/2 metre? And that might be you that ordered that. And that is true, that's not a problem. You can buy by your 1/2 metre. But then everybody else is ordering in their multiples, and that is potentially because you've worked with Osnaburg before and you know how amazing it is. And it's got a lovely fluidity to it. I sometimes refer it to calico when I'm using it in a project, so in a bag or something like that. Or maybe you could even use it on the back of a quilt. Because with calico can be incredibly starchy, and it's not one that I would want to put against my skin at all. But with this, it's got a much more fluid feel, a much softer feel. This has literally come off the bolt, so again, it's going to soften over time as you wash it as well, and it's going to have a lovely feel to it as well. And the beauty is that if you're going for, say, a couple of metres of this, that is kind of like a go-to measurement, isn't it? Got 2 metres, that is brilliant. And then when you consider your P&P is covering you for the whole day, then there you go. What a brilliant find to go for as well. And all of those items that you're adding into your basket, if you average out your post unpacking, it means for each individual item, that post unpacking is getting less and less and less when you average it out, because it's £4.95 for the whole day. So if you order one item, then it's £4.95. But if you order, I don't know, 100 items, then obviously you can divide that post unpacking by 100, and it's like pennies that you're paying for your post unpacking. So what we're looking at 150 metres left of this one. Okay, now that might sound like a huge amount. Okay, so we have got more than 200 people with this in their basket. So if all of those people were ordering a metre's worth, then we haven't got enough. That's what we're talking about with this. So although we might appear to have a lot of stock of this one, because most of you are shopping for a metre or 2 metres, which is 4 quantities, it's going to diminish even quicker. So it's not going down like 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre. It's going down by 2 metres at a time, because that's what's happening with these. So yeah, we do try to keep it in stock. Often it is in stock, so you can reorder using that item number, but we don't give it airtime often enough. And it's just a lovely one. Try it. Get yourself a metre, because a metre is an easy length to use something for, isn't it? Half metre, sometimes you've not quite got enough. So that's why I would go for a metre. But if I'm looking at garments, then I tend to go for between 3 metres and 4 metres, depending on the garment. Something like this, I'll be shopping for probably at least 2 metres. And don't forget, when you've got that longer length, and I know it sounds a bit daft, but when you've got a longer length, you've got more left after you've cut from it. So bear with me. If you've got a half metre, and say you cut out, I don't know, you did a project that's a fat quarter, you've got little bits left over, little bits that are scrap, little bits that you might find a purpose for, but quite often they end up in the scrap bag and they never see the light of day again. But if you've got a larger piece that you're cutting off that larger piece, you will only cut that amount that you need, and the rest of it is still attached to the rest that you've got on your piece. Does that make sense? So if you've got, say, like a 2 metre piece and you need a fat quarter, you will only cut a fat quarter from that area, from that piece. You've still got the rest of that piece left. Whereas if you're cutting a fat quarter from a half metre piece, you've got more scrappy bits. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, give Osnaburg a go. As I say, a metre. If you've already shopped with us today and you don't want to stretch to a metre, I mean, a metre £6. I mean, what? £6's not a lot, is it, at all? £6. But if you can't stretch to that or you don't want to, and you've already shopped today, just get it, just out of being inquisitive. £2.99, half metre. Right, tapestry fabrics. Got some lovely tapestry fabrics. So these are gorgeous. I mean, bag making personified. Absolutely. Oh, Charles Voysey. I know we learned a lot about Charles Voysey. I think we launched these, Ben. And we learned all about, is it big mate of William Morris, wasn't he? Or he was inspired by William Morris. He either knew him or liked him. I can't remember. I can't remember whether he kind of came after William Morris had died, because he wouldn't be a friend then, really, would he? I think there was a bit of a crossover, but it's more inspiration. So, absolutely gorgeous. So, where should we start? Let's start with this one. This one ends 440. So, XYC 440. And this one has got, well, you can see how that influence, it's almost like a nod to the Strawberry Thief, isn't it? This is so weighty, my goodness. Oh, look at the inside as well. Because it's woven, it's not printed, you've actually almost got 2 choices. Some of them it will work with, some of them it won't, but that is the right size. So just going to work my way through this one. So this one is your half metre, big size piece. Let me show you the size, because they're all going to be exactly the same. So it's a large piece, and then I'm just going to fold that back up and show you them all together, because we've got lots of variations and they're all on the website and live. And we haven't got a huge amount of time left, so they're all on the website. So that gives you an insight as to the size. Don't want to eat into Susie's hours, so we're going to go through these as quickly as I can. All of these are featuring on the website, so if you like your red tones, if you like your green tones, if you like your mustard tones, if you want those blue tones, they are all there on the website. Hop onto the website, they are all available. Just go and find them. They are all there. They are all £8.49. Ben's running those details across your screen as I'm chatting to you. So don't worry if you didn't catch the number. Just jump onto the website and have a little look. But they are all there for your taking and are proving to be very popular. Brilliant weight. Now, before we go over and meet up with Susie, can I very, very quickly just mention the rulers again, because we're literally down to the last few of these now. I've not got a show scheduled with these, and it is going to be a case of that when they've gone, they'll have gone for a while, because we only bring these in when we've got a show scheduled. We had a show scheduled for the 4th of October. I was on holiday, completely forgot about it. Apologies to Ian, they're all included. And this is a trio set. So Ben says, right, okay, in that case, let's get them on the show. So thank you to Ben. So here you go. We have got the large ruler. This is one that's perfect for you to actually cut down. Susie, bless her, was using it a lot when she was doing the William Morris quilt earlier on, because it's kind of taken away all of those confusing factors on a ruler, taken away the 1/18 of an inch, the 1/16 of an inch, the whatever of an inch, and literally just giving you the 1/4, the 1/2 inch, and the black lines are your full inch. So very easily you can see exactly where you need it to be and you can cut. You've got your mitre edge there, perfect for you to join things like your bias tape. Anywhere where you need to put a mitre join in a quilt, then you could utilise that as well. It's going to help you and demystify mitering your fabrics together. When it comes to the construction of your quilt, you're going to be making your patches, and that's where your patchmaker square comes in, and this will enable you to make your squares, your half square triangles and your quarter square triangles in 2 inches, 3 inches and 4 inches sizes. Just follow the arrow for the actual line that you need, line it up and then cut away. So yeah, it's very easy. Just line it up, cut, rotate your fabric if you need to. It depends where your straight edge is to start with. And then binding is one of those things that I was forever burning my fingers. So I wanted a binding tool that would make it easy for me to create my binding and save my fingers. So that's how this one evolved. And you've got 3 different types or widths of binding that you're able to create. You've got your 1 inch, your 2 inch, your 1.5 and your 1 3/4. And all you're going to do is follow the instructions, cut your fabric strips to double the width of your finished width. So if you want 1 inch, cut it to 2 inches and then you'll fold and press. And you can see there your fingers are nowhere near your iron, and you can actually run the iron alongside the binding square. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, then please do so. All 3 coming together there. Now if you want the binding square by itself, it is available on its own, so it is packaged up. Perfect for your gift. $7.99, but when you consider for an extra $12.99 you're getting the other 2. Well, it's down to you, it's your decision, but I would usually go for the bundle, I have to say. Patchmaker Square has grown up a little bit as well. So this takes it from beyond your 4 inches up to your 6 inch patches. And again, you still got your square, your half square triangle and your quarter square triangle. You've also got your centering positions here as well. So if you have got a patch that you've made up, put that onto the centre and it will allow you to actually square up to 6 inches, 5 inches, 4 inches, 3 inches or 2 inches. There you go. So yeah, 6 inches, always a popular size when it comes to your patches and your blocks and things. So there you go. Just a really useful one. And just to show it in comparison alongside the one that's in the trio, there you go, alongside it. So it's kind of grown up and got a little bit bigger. There you go. Positioning ruler is another ruler that has been introduced. It's a new one, and it's full of holes. So you've got loads of little holes in there, and it's meant to have holes in it because the idea being is you're going to use it for absolutely kind of positioning things. So where you've got kind of like, I don't know, you're wanting to place down different gems or anything like that, you can literally get a pen, put your little markings in place, and it's perfectly positioned for when you need them. Could use them for doing things like your slots in your bags. It could be that you're doing your sugar bag bottoms, anywhere where you need to position precisely things like your buttons, then there you go. You need to get hold of one of these. $12.99, it's been a very popular one, and I would love to find out how you're using it as well, because there's so many different ways, so many different techniques. And I know you will find and discover even more as well. Now I'll see you the other side of the break with the lovely Suzie and 2 amazing bags that she's created using some of the Creative Grids rulers, including Dresden plate, which I love. It's going to be fabulous. I'll see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
It's been amazing. Yeah,
It's been great. It's something that we look forward to.
totally inspiring.
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. The crowd is superb. It's really lovely to talk to people about different crafts.
This is just a fantastic show with all creative people come together and just being around like-minded people and just having a good laugh.
We've really enjoyed going to different workshops and trying out different things.
Such a range of everything, whether you're a crafter or not. It's absolutely brilliant.
I just absolutely love it, and I can't wait to come back.
It's just so much fun. Everyone really has a good time.
People come from all over the country to come and see it. By far my favourite show of the year, definitely.
So if you've never tried something before, it's definitely worth coming to this show just to try something new.
It's a good family day. It's a mother and daughter day. It'll inspire you.
Come to the show. It's absolutely amazing. There are so many varied crafts going on.
Definitely.
Yeah, yeah. There's so many different things on offer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Have you seen this bag? How beautiful is it? We've got a fabulous ad that we are sharing with you. Lovely Suzie Duncan is back. She's getting herself all primed and ready to go. And she has created some beautiful projects for you to shop for in, kind of like in kit form. We've got a pattern that's available for it as well. And we have got the most important element, the rule that is going to help you create this fabulous Dresden plate design, as you can see on this tote bag. But we have got a second rule that we're going to be sharing with you that allows you to create things like this with your Crazy 8. And I love this, all this K fabric and all that happiness in one piece of fabric. And that is going to eventually become a bag front. And I have to say, Suzie, I mean, you are brilliant when it comes to your tuition and explaining things to us. So when somebody looks at any of these, it might be a case that they're terrified.
Yes.
But when you know, you know.
Yeah. The Crazy 8's ruler has got to be the easiest ruler I think I've ever worked with. It's just I love the creative grid systems where they literally hold your hand, they think of everything. The little notches you cut off make piecing a doddle, and it all just comes together. And then you get the fun of, you'll see in a minute, of creating.
I love it.
Which I love.
Absolutely. So if you like the idea of getting hold of the fabrics that we're looking at here, we've got a bundle that's similar and not exactly the same because the outer fabric is slightly different. I'm just going to move that one out of the way and I'll pass that back to Suzie because she'll need that in a few moments. So this is the pattern. So the pattern is going to explain how you create that fabulous, almost like a pinwheel star that you got there. And you've also got smaller ones on the flip side of the bag because, of course, you're going to make a gorgeous bag so it looks fabulous for both directions. Your solid fabric, oh, got a hiccup, sorry, that goes around the edge there, that is a pale pink on this occasion, but then you have got the gorgeous orange in there, and then of course you've got your Cave Facet Collective fabrics in there, which are all going to echo all of that beautiful fabric and putting it together in a quilt, well, like a quilted bag really, isn't it? Beautiful. So if you like the idea, all of that comes together, you're just looking at $34.99, very, very affordable. And we are going to see not only the ruler demonstrated, but a little talk about the tote bag as well, so you're not left on your own at all. And you've got full comprehensive instructions in there, so you don't have to worry. When you get home, you can work your way through it. So there you go. Beautiful set, that one. Like that one a lot. Now, we've got another one, which I love, the monochromatics. This is beautiful. This one you are going to love. So you can see you've got your feature fabrics in there as well on the white. And of course, you kind of got your positives and your negatives when you're actually looking at your design. They're going to stand out really well with this bundle. And you can see there you've got all of the different components coming together. So all you need to do is add a little bit of kind of bag stuffing, I suppose you could call it. I mean, what do you suggest?
So I use fusible fleece or H640.
Okay.
But if you wanted a more, it is a big bag. I mean, it's about 20 inches square. If you wanted to make it more supportive to fit your rulers in, for example, for transporting, or as a picnic bag or whatever, you could use Starville or Bosal in there as well. It's wadding of choice, but I chose to use H640.
No, that's fair enough. So there you go. Both of which are available. We've got the H640 on the show, I believe, as well, so you can shop for that at the same time. And if you like the idea of this one, then you are going to get the pattern, you're going to get all the fabrics that you require, and you're going to get the inspiration and the tuition in there as well. Just make sure that you have got your Crazy 8s ruler, because that is something that is quite key with this one. So you can pop that in. If you've not got it already, then we have got it available. We are going to share it with you. We've not bundled it up because we know some of you have already got it. So that's why it's available separately. So if you need it, you can go for it, and if you don't. Now, the last one, this is a lovely bundle as well. Beautiful fabrics, yet again. Absolutely perfect for this time of year, this one.
It is, it's very
gorgeous.
autumnal. Yeah, I love the new Tilda. It's just stunning.
Isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful as well. Ah, now, Ben's just had a light bulb moment.
Oh, has he?
He went looking for Tilda, and it all disappeared.
Oh, sorry, Ben.
This is where it ended up.
Sorry, my fault. You might know by now I'm involved somewhere if something's not
Well,
here.
we don't know whether we're not really supposed to have this available. Oh, because it's been relaunched on Saturday.
Yeah.
Are you in at the weekend then? You're in on Saturday as well? No.
I'm teaching Saturday.
Oh.
I know, don't tell anyone.
Yes, keep it to yourself.
Don't tell anyone, it's a big secret.
Okay, fair enough then. So, yeah.
Yeah, I kept very quiet when it came through and thought, I'm sure I'm not supposed to have that yet.
I love that. It's like, I'm just going to look away for a moment and pretend I haven't even noticed.
I don't think it's what I should have.
Oh, but it's what was sent, so there you go. If you like the look of it, what's not to love about that, though? Isn't that beautiful? Put together perfectly and a little ahead of time. It's a Monday. Saturday is when you're due to see this. So, yeah, getting ahead of the game. Pattern is included, so don't forget $9.99 is usually our go-to price for patterns, isn't it? So $34.99. If you like the idea of getting it all together, then please do add it into your basket. So there you go. Where am I? $39.99, sorry, 29, 30, try again, $34.99. Oh dear, I'm seeing all sorts of numbers on the screen. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting hold of that, please be as quick as you can. Don't forget, if you want the pattern by itself, then we have got the pattern on its own. So there you go. Very popular. Don't forget, you will need the Crazy 8 ruler system, which we will share with you as well. I've got 2 sets of it here. I've got 2 sets.
Well, you're lucky.
Sure. So yeah, this is the ruler that has been used. We'll learn about that in a few moments. So if you want to get hold of your Crazier 8 bundle, then there you go. You've got loads of components in there, loads of combinations. So £29.99. Susie's going to demonstrate with this one as well. Love Creative Grids because they give us a QR code that you can scan and it will take you to a demo, but we don't have to scan it because we've got Suzie here and she's going to show us exactly what to do with this. So pattern by itself, if you want it, then get hold of it, and the Crazy 8 ruler is going to stay on your screen. Busy, busy, busy over there, Suzie.
Yeah, I am, sorry. And I'm sort of half twisted my rotating cutting mat. If you are investing in these, I call them the fun, fancy rulers, having a rotating cutting mat does make life a lot easier, because what we don't want to do is cut towards us.
No, definitely.
Because none of us want slashed fronts. So a rotating cutting mat is a good investment. So the Crazier 8's ruler. So when you unpack it, it makes an 8-inch block finish. So that's 8.5-inch unfinished.
Okay.
Super easy to do. You've got 5 different elements to it, 5 pieces in it, and they work on an alphabet system, A, B, C, D, E. So they're really intuitive, very easy to put. And what I really love about this one is that with all the pieces, when you put them on your deck, they look like they don't fit because of obviously the seam allowance is already allowed for you. But they're labelled, obviously, but they've also got a little picture of the finished block and where that piece fits in, which really helps when you're putting your fabrics together to decide which fabric's going to be which.
Okay.
So that's your first choice, I'm afraid, which could take a while.
That's the trickiest bit, really, isn't it?
It is. But if you look at the whole of the pattern, my pattern, then visually I've given you a few layout ideas, and that might help you decide which piece is which.
Yeah.
But if you're just getting the ruler today, there are all the instructions on how to layer it, which I'll go through in a second. There's an extra bonus block, which if we have time, I'll show you as well.
Okay.
But there's also a free quilt pattern in there, which uses your pieces. And what I love about that quilt pattern that they give you is that it doesn't have to be one where you're using the same fabrics throughout. So if you want to just practice with it, you can make it a scrappy one. So use up all the bits and bobs you've got lying around and go, use up stash basically, because we all accumulate, don't we? But let's put a piece together. All of the pieces have a 1/4 inch dotted line within them, which is marking your seam allowance. So if you want to fussy cut, because they're clear, you could fussy cut.
Okay.
What you do have to be aware of is they can only go together this way round or the mirror image.
Okay.
But for this bag, the pattern I devised, if you cut, there's 2 ways of cutting it. If you cut them all the same way, then they will have one design element. If you cut them so that 2 are one way and 2 are the other, so mirror images, you can get completely different designs going on,
fabulous.
which is quite fun. So my sample, I'll go through how you create it in a minute, but I just need to cut one of the A's because I've cut all the other elements out already. So I normally cut my fabric down into strips first. You don't have to do that. If you wanted to cut 2 at once, you can, but again, be aware of mirror imaging.
Yes.
This shape doesn't matter because it's symmetrical, and my fabric doesn't have a direction to it. But D, for example, does matter because its slant goes one way, and you'll end up with a mirror image if you do 2 layers, right side or wrong side together.
Of course,
if you want to do it multi-layered, layer the fabrics, you know, right side to wrong side, or wrong side to right side, depending on how you cut. We just need one of A, so I'm just going to open that up.
You can work your way through, your scrap, really, couldn't
Absolutely,
you? And just see whichever the templates work.
Fit in,
and then just keep them in one of your your organisers or your little bags of letter A, bags of letter B, and then just make them up as whatever.
Yeah. So it's a great way, and some of the pieces don't use much at all. So I'm going to cut along the line. I've lined it up on one edge that's straight, so I haven't got to cut that one. That's one less cut to do. And if I don't wiggle as I move, that's it. So that bit's spare.
Gorgeous fabric. This is the Tote fabric,
is the
isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, yes.
Tote. Probably going to be put in a dark room until Saturday now. Right, and I'm going to move around just to cut. Now the end has got these little notch pieces.
Okay.
As have a couple of the other shapes. Do take those off. I know they look really pathetic if I bring them into it. They are really, really tiny. They make a massive difference to your piecing. So do take the time just to notch those off. So I've now got all my pieces together, and I'm going to lay them out.
Ooh.
So I've already cut these ones, so let's get them in the right way round. Have I managed to cut that one the right? When I was doing this the other day, I laid them all out, and I kept thinking, but that doesn't look quite right. And then I realised I'd got this piece completely upside down somehow. Obviously having a senior moment. Right, so there's my pieces laid out again. What you're going to do is you're going to join A to B, B to C, D to E.
Okay.
I can do that. So you'll notice the reason we notch these is when I flick B right sides together with A, because I've taken those notches off, look at that, we've got a straight line.
Yeah.
So you can pin it if you want to. I'm not, obviously, because I'm going to wing it. And it's
lovely.
a quarter.
Nice to get a project using the ruler that you may well have already invested in as well. Because sometimes you can just be making those patches and not have a purpose for the patches. You're just playing around. So the pattern uses the ruler that we've got on the screen. So if you do want to go for the pattern and you need the ruler to work alongside it, then there you go. Pattern's £9.99 if you're wanting to go for that. And it's giving you all the tuition that you need. And that's what Susie's doing at the moment. But the ruler, and you will need the ruler for actually creating the cuts, because you reference the different cuts within your pattern,
absolutely.
don't you? So,
I do, yes.
So if you've not got it already, then you can get hold of it at £29.99, but you will use it for way more than the bag that you are making maybe as your first off.
Yeah, because I'd been given, I hadn't been given, I got the ruler anyway, and I'd made a scrap quilt with it, and I thought, what else can I do with it?
Yeah.
I thought, well, I always need a bag.
Yes.
So piece C has got notched either end, and you can see when I place it, it exactly lines up with the edges of B. So that's the other thing I like. If you've got something the wrong way round, upside down or whatever, you know, because the notches don't line up.
Yes. And it's exactly that, trust in the actual system, isn't it?
Yes,
so,
if
it's not right,
there's
probably a reason,
Right, so I've done A, B, C, so now D to E. So this goes on here, and we're going to sew these, and I forgot to say it is a 1/4 inch seam that you're sewing, and it needs to be an exact 1/4 inch or a slight, I hate that, scant 1/4 inch, because it's either a 1/4 inch or it isn't.
Yes,
In maths, really. But you must be consistent, because otherwise the block doesn't quite come together. So all of these seams, so what you can press however you want. And I know we've had a question about pressing.
We did earlier on. Viv, I'm hoping Viv's still watching, because she was watching your show earlier on and a message came through and I hadn't got the tablet, so apologies for that. But Viv was saying, I'm pretty new to quilting and I was told that if you press seams open, it makes them weaker. Is this right, or it makes no difference? Well, my opinion is it makes no difference. Because With garment making, quite often you'll press the seam open, and if anything, you probably need the seams to be more secure in a garment because you're wearing it.
Yeah.
So personally, I don't think there's...
No, I don't think there is, because the way that sewing machines sew now, the sewing is so even and small scale that the chance of it coming open are really only if you nick the seam. And it doesn't matter which way you press it. If you nick it, it's going to come undone.
What about seam stitch length? Do you think stitch length makes
I do. So I was just going to say.
Oh, sorry.
So I piece my all my patchwork. I piece with a stitch length of 1.8.
Oh gosh, that's quite small.
It is quite small. Most machines on a straight stitch default to 2.4 or 2.2, so I've always reduced that stitch length down to at least 2, or I prefer 1.8. I know it's a real pain in the neck when you have to unpick.
Well, this is it, get it right. Make sure you double check.
But what I have found is in doing that, my seams are press really flat, and it doesn't make any difference to open or close seams. But for bag making, it just strengthens those seams, because we all overstuff a bag, don't we?
Absolutely. And I think you tend to, if you've got a longer stitch, you tend to see it more because you kind of got the gaps in between.
You've got a bigger gap, the airflow.
So yeah, that's it. So you kind of got little, almost like little holes between the stitches. So closing up means that you've got a better finish, in my humble opinion.
No, that's exactly how I feel. But once you get into layers and you add your fusible fleece, you're going to have to up your stitch length, because obviously there's more for the thread to go up and down in.
Absolutely.
So I've got those 2 bits. They're not really rows, but we'll say 2 rows. So it's ABC goes on top of D and E. And again, because we've notched, look at that, they perfect fit. Again, you can clip it, pin it, whatever you want to do. Just don't sew over pins, please.
Oh, yes.
Or you can wing it. Now for the first bag side, you need 4 of these. So in true style, I have made 3 already. I'm just going to press that. Now that final seam, I am going to press open. The others I press to one side.
It's kind of almost like a diagonal line, isn't it?
It is.
It makes sense. I was just thinking as well, a lot of people like to make memory quilts, don't they?
Absolutely. That's exactly what my first one was. I used all baby stuff or T-shirts and things that were or dresses that I no longer either couldn't fit in or liked but didn't want to give away. Yeah, it's a great way.
That's it. So yeah, because you're only using small pieces of fabric, when you're actually working with those, and it is kind of like little tiny pieces. Don't forget, you've got the 8 different elements in there. Some of them are really quite small pieces, so you're only using the scrappiest, smallest piece of fabric there. A lot of people are asking about whether you need the ruler in order for you to actually complete this project. Yes, you will do, because it's giving you the kind of dimensions and the elements there, so it will tell you. So there you go. So if you don't have the ruler yet, we're going to pop the details up on the screen. Please don't think you're only going to use it for a bag and that's it. You will not. That is kind of the tip of the iceberg. So $29.99 will get you the ruler, and what you're actually getting is, just very quickly, Suzie, sorry, just jumping in there. You're going to get all of the different pieces that Susie's just worked with. So you can see it's a comprehensive set of rulers where you're going to literally use scraps of fabric potentially from your stash as well. So it will be a scrap buster. And what you've actually got is, it's almost like a jigsaw. So at the moment it's not making a square because obviously the seam allowance is going to be catered for. But you can see each one of these is kind of got its little home where it's sitting within that block, so you know exactly how it comes together. Incidentally as well, you're not left on your own when you actually get it, because you're going to get all of the instructions will be included, giving you a whole host of different layouts, how to put it together, just as Susie's just been taking us through. ABC, one part, D&E, second part, join them together. But then you'll start playing around with your different ideas of different fabrics, how to put them together in different configurations. There's a quilt kit there where you can be using your 10 by 10 squares, loads of different variations and combinations. And if that wasn't good enough, you've actually got a QR code that you can go to the Creative Grid site and get even more tuition from. And you've got this lovely little kind of bonus patch here with this lovely little kite block as well. So you will go back and use these over and over again. But in answer to your question, if you've not got it and you want to make the bag, then the details are on the screen for that, because you will need it. Thank you.
That's all right. So very briefly, once you've got your 4, that's when you can start playing. So if I align all of the pieces A, I get a central star and like a almost like a pinwheel with the outer elements going round as well. So that's aligning pieces A. If I align pieces, I don't know, what should we go for? Well, let's just bumble around. So you can create all different things. So you can get another extra pinwheel going on.
Oh, look at that.
With that as well. So you get like a magic square type thing. So it's a really fun one. You can align these bigger ones as well, and that gives you sort of a chunky pinwheel. That's why I said if you make all 4 but don't just put them together, you can start to play around with the ideas. And with the one I did in the cave, I actually made 2 blocks one way and 2 blocks mirror image, which is why I've ended up with these chevron patterns and this big chunk in the middle. So I deliberately did that because I wanted to experiment to see what had happened, because I know what you're all going to do, because I did it first time I ever used these, is when we press our fabric, we then fold it fat quarter.
Yes, yeah.
So, half a fat quarter size, so we can get it underneath our 6.5 inch by 12.5 inch ruler.
Yes, yeah.
Or the stripology. And then we cut. But what if you do that with this, one will be mirror image.
Yes.
So I thought, well, I'm going to make that one mirror image just to see. And it still works.
Yeah.
You get some quirky things. But that's what you're going to do for one side.
Lovely.
The other side is the kite block.
Ah,
now,
okay,
the
that's
kite
the bonus
block,
one.
Yeah, is piece A with 2 pieces C, and you need them to be mirror image. So this is when you get your fabric. I'll do it in this because then it'll be obvious. And you can put it might help if it was pressed.
So right sides together or wrong sides?
Or wrong sides together. It doesn't matter which. I'm going to go this way round, and this is piece C, which is buried somewhere. Where's piece C gone? There it is. And I'm going to just place that on there. Now, the great thing with these rulers, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but you've got different sizes. You've got a 2-inch finished, 3-inch finished, and a 4-inch finished.
Okay, yes.
So you can make different sizes of these blocks as well. They've got all the markings on. I'm going to go for the full size just to quickly show you how the piece works.
Yeah, rotary cutting mat. Don't forget we have got those on the website, and we've got a variety of different sizes. I think you might have the.
I've got the largest. I should have had.
Did you want the smaller one? Because I've got a smaller one.
I've done now. I'm done. I've done it. So we're all good. Again, don't forget your notches. Oh, just got one bit there. That won't do. Oh, it's always a little bit, isn't it? Let's get that off. There you are. That's that. Right. That can go under there. There is a bin before anybody messages in and says she just throws things on the floor.
She's such a diva, just throws things around.
So because I've done those wrong sides together, you can see that instantly the wrong way round. You know, they are mirror images. God, your brain's not engaged. So when I flip this, that straight edge that we notched will line up, and I can stitch down now. Now with the kite block, what you must do is do one side, a bit like when you're doing flying geese.
Yeah.
If anyone's ever done a flying geese, you do one side, press it, and then do the other side. So that's what I'm going to do to this. Do that one. And then if I show you what it looks like, I know we want to go on to the next.
Well, this is it. We're just a little over halfway through the show.
I'm not going to sew this one, but just to show you, that would then flip to do that, and it would give you one of these.
And I found it on the pattern as well.
Yeah.
On the illustration.
Yeah.
Pattern,
So go on there, and again, depending on how you put them together, you can have that, or you can have that.
Wonderful, there you go. And it's all detailed within the actual pattern itself, so that's the beauty of it. You don't have to any guesswork, you don't have to figure out what goes where. It's all detailed in there. Just make sure you have got your crazy 1/8 ruler set with with your pattern if you've not already got it. If you've already got it, then don't worry, you can get the pattern by itself. You can get the fabrics that Suzie has been working with. We have got that as a bundle all coming together. So if you want to do exactly as we've seen Suzie working with, then the details are on your screen. You're going to get all of those gorgeous fabrics alongside the pattern. Just make sure that you are adding in your ruler as well. So if you've not already got your ruler, you will need that, but you will use this. It'll become one of your firm favourites because you're using the smallest amounts of fabric and creating some fabulous blocks with that in a variety of different sizes, as we saw earlier. So yeah, if you like the idea of that, $29.99. It's been a very, very popular item. We're heading towards a limited stock situation with that, and it's lovely because we've had the opportunity to explore it. Now, we've only got about 30 of these left, and how many people are shopping for it? Oh, yeah, most of those are going to go then. So there's a few spare at the moment. But as I'm chatting to you, more and more of them are going into your basket. So yeah, more going into baskets, more being checked out as well, which is never good when we've got stock. So there you go. If you like the idea of getting a hold of that, then please do so. But it's a two-part show because you can't fail to see this gorgeous bag that I've got to the side of me. And this is beautiful. So if you've been waiting to see how this comes together, then yeah, Ben's just said, oh, this is the yellow till. Hang on a second. So somebody's been dipping in the yellow tilde as well. So, okay. This bag is another pattern that we are going to be sharing with you. With this one, you're going to use your Dresden plate. And again, we have got the rule that will allow you to do so. And the pattern itself is showing you exactly how it all comes together. You've kind of got two sides to the bag, so you can get very creative with it, as you can see Suzie has done. Nice long handles on this one as well, Suzie.
Well, because these tend to be my ruler bags, and I also find with a big tote bag, we stuff it full. If you give it a nice long handle, it can go over your shoulder and it drops to sort of waist or below. Yeah. So it's not, you haven't got an arm out here, then. You don't look like a robot.
Detailed in here, as you can see, so both sides of the bag there, everything is explained as well. Now, fabric-wise, if you're wanting to go for the bundle for the sample that I've just shared with you, then this is the bundle that you need to get hold of. So this is beautiful. Your Tilda fabrics, a little bit ahead of the game, I think, because again, I think we were meant to see these at the weekend, but you've got first dibs, as they say, if you're wanting to get hold of them in this bundle. You've got your metre of solid, and you've also got your fat quarters in there, 4 fat quarters, which are featured. Actually, you've got a metre in total there, and you've got your 4 fat quarters there, which are going to be your feature fabrics for your design. So that is that particular version. Pattern is included, obviously. Another version that we've got for you, very speedy quick, because we want to get to demo, is the blue version. So your solid fabric is your darker blue, and then you can see there you've got a beautiful range of blues. Ben knows me, he knows me too well, knows that I love my blues, and there you go. Absolutely fabulous bundle. So again, pattern included. This particular one, if you're wanting to go for it, we're calling it the Navy Liberty Dresden Tote Bag Kit. So there you go. That one is your navy version. One more to share with you before I hand over to lovely Suzie. And this one, if you like your pop of colour, I think this has got a bit of a kind of retro feel to it. I get almost like a 50s vibe with this one. Beautiful fabrics. Again, you've got your solids, you've got your multiples in there as well. And again, if you like the idea of getting hold of this one with the pattern, £31.99. So nice combination of colours, as I'm sure you'll agree. And if you want that one, details on the screen. Last one to share with you, though, is if you wanted to go for the pattern by itself, which you can do. So there you go. That is the pattern itself. If you're wanting to go for the pattern, then it's just £9.99. But you need to get hold of the Dresden plate ruler as well, which we will see in action. The Desmond rate. The Desmond rate ruler.
We've invented a new one. Fabulous.
If you're wanting to get hold of that, £29.99 if you want to get hold of it. I need a cup of tea. Please do pop that in. It's a 2-part ruler system, as you can see, and we'll learn more about that in a few moments. So there we go.
Right.
What do we need to know then, Suzie?
What do you need to know? You need to know just that you need to press your fabrics to start with. So the Dresden is a really fab, fun thing to do. And you can have it with pointy tops.
Oh, okay.
You can circle the tops because you get 2 parts to your ruler. You get the Dresden wedge and you get your circle. And I really should learn to bring in something that you can see them on.
Oh, bless you.
One thing you will notice if you look carefully is that you don't just have to do an 8.5-inch finished Dresden. You can 8-inch finished Dresden. You can do anything from an inch right up to 9-inch.
Oh wow!
Which is so it means it's really good use.
Yeah.
You can do them any size you want to, but I'm just going to show you very quickly how to make, because I know we're short on time, how to start that Dresden process.
Okay.
What you use your circle for, and how else you can put your wedges together. Never thought I'd say that. But, hey. So let's start with the ruler itself. So what I do is decide what size I want my pieces to be, and I cut the strip accordingly. And once you've got your strip, so this was a strip, I can then place the ruler on and you can remember you can use this upside down back to front, and because of the shape of it, I'm going to use a posh word, tessellate, or align really exactly, which means your fabric waste is minimal. Again, because they're clear, if you want to fussy cut, you can do that as well, so you can get the pieces you want. Now I've aligned the straight top with my cutting line that's marked on my ruler, and all I am literally going to do is cut up the sides. And that gives me, but to do the next one, I turn the ruler around rather than move the mat round, because you can, and then I can cut another 2. So you can see you can quickly get all the pieces you need. No, it's really useful. So then we're going to start putting these together. Now, because of the angle, as you put them together, they're going to naturally turn. But what I don't want is this straight edge. I want them to have a nice pointy edge. To achieve that, all I'm going to do is fold them in half, right sides together. And I'm just going to put a clip on these just for speed. I don't normally do that, but I'm just going to put a clip there because I want to piece all these to show you how you can piece them to get your circle or semicircle. So we're going to piece these ones. This takes minutes, so I cut all these and then I just press. You can press them if you want, but then you've got to repress it later, so it's up to you. I just find this quick and easy. And then what I'm going to do now is do a 1/4 inch seam across that straight edge.
Oh, okay, right. Lovely.
And again, I can chain piece, so that means I feed them one in after another.
Just looking at the ruler as well, it's nice as well because if you've got a pattern where you're wanting to isolate a certain area and actually have it on there, you can see through and get it exactly where you want it to sit. So if you wanted, like for instance, a fabric that's got an actual pattern in it and you want to use that as one of the centre of the blades, then you can do very easily. So I've got the ruler there, just thinking to myself, that'd be a nice area. So you can literally position that wherever you need it to, and that will sit beautifully within the really good size ruler, I have to say. And the fact that you've got all the different sizes up to the 9-inch as well. Both of them coming together. So whether you're doing the pointy version that we're seeing in the demonstration or whether you're wanting to use it with the circle, then you can do. And they both come together. And again, with the QR code, you can go off and do a little bit of research and find out more of how you can use it from Creative Grids. Nice bundle, that one. Like
it is. It's such a good ruler to
and
use.
rulers never go out of fashion. It's one of those situations that you will always be using them for many years to come, as long as you look after them.
But with the festive season coming up and thinking summer as well, you know, you could do just a centerpiece using the big one and make coasters using the small one and just applique them onto squares, so you haven't got to do much.
And it's lovely because you don't have to try and figure out how big the pieces need to be because they automatically come together.
Who wants to sit with a protractor and mark up the degree, the angles? I used to, did it at school. Not sure I want to do it now.
The only thing that was useful at school. Oh my word, Susie, look at this photo.
I know, isn't that stunning?
Oh, look at this.
From the Crazy 8.
Pam, you've been busy with your Crazy 8.
That is absolutely stunning.
Oh, I love it.
Love so that's what you can see really clearly there with all the different star elements that you can get by just moving the blocks round. Fabulous.
Very effective. I love that. Thank you.
That is really cool. Gosh,
very
whoever was
central as
gifted
well.
That would be so
Absolutely
lucky.
beautiful.
So once we've sewn that seam, we want to turn it through, but just to ease it, because you want a good point.
Okay.
If you just snip where the fold is on your fabric, and I've probably picked up the worst pair of scissors to demonstrate this with, I just snip away. Just don't snip. So towards that fold you're snipping, not the open end. Don't snip the seam you've just sewn, because you'll just have to re-sew it or start again depending on how much you've snipped away. So that I'm going to take away. And then what we do is push them through. Now I put my thumb inside. Some people press this seam open first. It's personal preference. I'm not going to bother. But you literally just flip it. And then I use a stylus with a ball end rather than a point.
Yeah,
so it's not going to go through the seam.
No.
And then look, I've got a really nice crisp seam. So it's literally just a flip and a gentle ease out with your stylus.
Just as you're
Don't
turning
use
this,
scissors.
Just as you turn, oh yeah, don't use your scissors, definitely not. Lovely Viv. Viv was asking the question earlier on about the seams.
Yeah.
And she's back again now. She's watching. And she said, I'd love to do this as a sunflower quilt for my daughter.
It would look
Lovely idea.
amazing. Yeah. It really would look amazing, because you could do the centre square in brown tones and then various yellows round the edge.
Absolutely.
And you could layer it, because you could do the biggest size and then a smaller one.
Yes.
And you could leave those loose.
Oh
as well.
yeah, that's, yeah.
So I'm just going to give these a press.
Wonderful. So simple to come together already. And don't forget, there's different variations. Does actually come with a booklet, I think.
Yes, it does.
I've got,
yes.
I don't know what I've got in the bag here. Should we have a look just while Susie's pressing?
Probably the step-by-steps I did.
I don't know. Do these look familiar? Because it would probably be you doing the step-by-step, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, I normally leave things.
Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, Susie, does it look familiar now?
That one, somebody else did that absolutely yonks ago, and I mean yonks ago.
Lovely. So that's the same ruler, because I suppose, let's bring them. Oh,
yes, it is.
Different
sizes.
Ben said he made this.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. Yeah, knocked that up this morning, didn't you, Ben, in the green room? I'm sure. That's why I couldn't get on my machine.
And the beauty is, because of the way the ruler is, and you can actually audition, so I don't know how this was made up, but I can see if I pop that there, the dotted line, which is your stitch line, it's 2.5 inches. He's got the pattern in his pocket, of course he has, of course he has. But then it could be that you're actually doing it larger and making it like so. And I suppose the circle that we've got, is the circle for in the middle then?
Yes.
Ah, okay, I thought it was to round off the end. Right.
So you can, that's what I was just going to show you. So I'm just stitch 2 of these together.
Okay.
I know we're on short time because I wanted to show, there's so much to show you with this. So when you bring them together, this is the form that they take. You literally just put right sides together, line them up, and I find it easier to do them in groups. If you've got a specific pattern in mind, keep the pattern going.
Oh, so you keep the repetition.
Yeah, but I keep them in groups, because then when you're pressing, you're not trying to press a full circle at once. So you just press as you go, and you can see how neatly they come together.
Beautiful.
And if you want to make them shaped, so let's bring one that we cut earlier, you use your ruler, and you see where it's marked the quadrants of your ruler, or the 2 diameters. You then, with your rotary cutter, I use a smaller one for cutting the circle, you're going to cut round.
Okay, clever.
But when you do that, if you're then going to give that use that as an applique, what I would have done is either put Bondaweb on the back before I started, or you could put Feza paper. It's up to you which way you go.
Love it.
So the other way you can put them together, if we've got time, we have, haven't we?
I think we have, yeah.
So for the sides of the bag, what I did, and then if we've got time, I'll show you a trick with freezer paper to get the circle. Okay. Right. So the sides of the bag, what I did was cut the the wedge size that was needed. And that's where if you want to increase or decrease the width, you can use a different size if you want to.
Lovely.
And you're literally just going to join them, but thin side to wide side alternately. And that then, believe it or not, will, I know it shouldn't, but it does, create a straight piece. And that gives you your side panels for your bag.
Clever.
So you literally just line them up like that, put them together, and then piece it, and you'll repeat it for the other side. There's enough fabric in the kit to do pockets.
Oh, wow.
So I've done one on the outside,
And
this
this
side.
is it. I almost couldn't see the pockets. Let me just bring it in so you can see it, because there's like a little bit binding.
Is that, yeah, so
very clever.
I've used my scrap pieces, put them right sides together, sewn them, and then deliberately pressed them so that one protrudes above the other.
Oh, so there you
And
go.
I've incorporated it into the side and bottom seams.
Clever.
And I've done the same inside as well.
Very clever, because that's
So you've got
perfect
one
for like
inside,
a water bottle or something
exactly,
like that.
and
isn't it?
inside
Yeah.
you want quick access to your phone, don't you?
Yes.
So I use it
Oh, I
for
can see
that.
it in there.
The quilt stitching I've done on the outside. All I've done is drawn with a heat dispersible pen, so friction pen, following the line of the Dresden itself.
Okay. Oh, coming out
just
here.
so it looks like a starburst.
Like it's like the sun rays, yeah.
So it kept it very simple, but it's personal preference what you do.
That's really clever technique, actually, utilise that, and something that's achievable for people to do.
Yeah,
so
so if you don't want to do free motion, and then you put on the handles of choice or make your handles. So I said about the freezer paper.
Yes.
Did you want to recap anything while I cut this out?
Only to reiterate that if you want the pattern by itself, the pattern's proven to be very, very popular. So details on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of that. It's only £9.99, and that is the pattern, obviously, just by itself. You will need your Dresden plate ruler to work alongside it. So if you've not got it already, then we have got it available for you. 2-part ruler, so you will get both of those pieces there. They come packaged up, as you can see, with a QR code. So you can go off and have a little look at those. So we understand that a lot of people will already have this, which is why it's not been bundled together. So you've got the option of getting the pattern by itself and the rulers, separate items, or if you've already got this, then just shop for the pattern. So it's all there. And as you saw earlier, I mean, you can create some amazing things, not only with the bag that we saw. I mean, look how incredible that is. Beautiful. But then you've, of course, got the ability to actually use the blades, if you were, in the larger size as well, to create an amazing result if you're wanting to go down that route too. So beautiful. You use it in loads of ways. It's always very popular, actually, because it's one of those ones that looks trickier than it actually is when it comes to the construction. So love it. Okie dokie. So then it's the centre, isn't it? Because you've got to kind of cover the centre area up.
So I'm going to use a piece of this to create my centre. So I need the circle, and for this I would recommend using, if you're ever cutting a circle with a rotary cutter, I would recommend you do it using a small, the 28mm one.
Very useful.
Just because you've got the curve, you've got greater flexibility with. And because it's clear, I could fussy cut and get as many of these little squiggly bits in as I can, or I can not. It depends, what you want. And I would say wait until you've done most of the construction of the bag sides before you cut your circles, because then you'll know what colour you want your middle to be.
Of course, yes.
And I'm just going to swizzle to do the rest. So because it's got the non-slip on it, as I cut a circle, I'm just going to take that off just for ease. Otherwise, I'm trying to handle it. A big piece, I am going to shovel it round because I have chosen a ridiculously large. I blame Levi for that one. So let's take that round. So we've got our circle. How do we keep a circle as a circle to then applique onto something? You'd cut a piece of freezer paper is the easiest case. So freezer paper isn't just for wrapping things to go in the freezer to protect them. It's got a shiny side and it's got a dull side. So I'm going to place this shiny side up. It's a wee bit big. I'm just going to cut it down.
Suzie, can I get you to move the fabric?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect, you got it there.
Yeah.
Yes, and say the fabric as well.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah.
It always baffles me. I mean, who actually discovered this?
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it?
How did that
And the
happen?
Americans have used it for ages. So you want your seam allowance within there. So I'm going to bring the iron board over because I'm now going to be pressing. Let me just clear decks. What a mess. Oh my goodness. Don't look at that bit, guys, will you? Right. So we've got our iron, we've got our freezer paper. Now you do have to be careful. We don't want any burnt fingertips. And what we're going to be doing is bringing that seam allowance fabric over and pressing it on.
Okay.
And this clear, shiny stuff is like an adhesive, but not.
It's like a temporary.
Yeah, it is, but it doesn't form a plastic goo, so you're not going to ruin the bottom of your iron. But what I do is just turn my iron down slightly.
Okay.
Mainly because my fingers are there.
That's a good idea. What about things like best press and stuff like that? Do you find that helps at all?
I best press all my fabric before I cut it anyway.
Ah, so it's already done.
Yeah, my world is best pressed. Literally. So I usually start by finger pressing the first little bit, just so that I know what I'm doing. And then I use just the point of the iron, enough. And because these irons have got good heat, you can see it's stuck already.
Yes, yeah.
And then it's a bit like wrapping a round object. You just work your way round and allow it to just grab onto that freezer paper. Obviously, if you've got the smaller version of the iron, it's easier.
Yeah, it's a good point, yes.
And probably more visible on camera.
No,
Sorry,
no,
I
you
keep
didn't
moving
say
it
it,
towards me. Sorry, guys. But it just, and because you've cut a circle out of the freezer paper, you're going to, as long as you scooch the fabric over the top without leaving, you know, pleats and all the rest of it, it will create a circle you can then put over the top of your Dresden.
And when it's
so
as precise as you can, don't you?
Yeah, so I applique the whole of the petal bit. I just stick it on first, and when I'm putting applique on, again, you could use Bondaweb, you can use your temporary adhesives like your 505 spray, or the 505 glue stick is amazing.
I didn't even know that existed.
No,
until
it was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It is a
Game
revolution.
changing.
So you would cut your piece of backing fabric, which is your, you know, that I've used the plain yellow on that bag. On this one, it's going to be the salmony colour. And then I position all my Dresdens. I'm going to just give that a press up here as well, just to make sure. The side of your iron is really good for going around the curve as well.
Good tip.
But just keep your fingers out the way.
We had some finger protectors on one of the shows earlier on.
Yeah, I should have put one on, shouldn't I? Really. Although my fingers get so cold, I quite like doing this because it's the only time my fingers get warm.
So cold late. Somebody said that it's going to be nice again from next week.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're predicting 20 degrees, aren't they? It's like, this is just madness. And then we'll probably drop down again. So
you just feel it so much, don't you? I know they won't know what's going on, will they?
Right, let's move that out the way. So when you put all your Dresden pieces on, can I borrow the bag? Is that all right?
There you go, it's your bag.
So what I did was place the circle when it's all stitched together, and I just put some glue stick on the back, the 505 glue stick on the back, and positioned it centrally by just folding the background in half to find its centre points. And you will have a hole in the middle. Don't panic, because that's why you're going to put that circle on. And when you put the circle on, you can leave the freezer paper in, and you're going to stitch with whatever stitch you want to. I've used blanket stitch because I like blanket stitch.
My favourite too.
Yeah. And then I don't take the freezer paper out until after I've stitched it on.
Okay.
And because this will be just a layer of fabric, I reverse it and cut a slit or a cross
yes.
to remove the freezer paper. And the stitching that you do to hold it in place acts like your perforations.
Yes.
So it all comes away quite
Brilliant.
easily. And you're not going to see that slit because obviously you're going to put fleece over the top or wadding, and then you're going to line the bag anyway.
Yeah.
So that's how you get your freezer paper in. And for the other side, rather than do a big full circle, I did just over half because you've got to allow for the seam allowance going into the top of the bag.
Yes, yeah.
Just to give it
I love that.
edge. But you could do that at the bottom if you wanted instead, or you could have two.
Yes.
You've got plenty of fabric. If you want to cut smaller Dresdens, we've already shown you can use the smaller ruler to do that. There's lots of ideas on the packaging as well on how to use it. It also tells you what, if you do a complete circle with different sizes of the segment, as they call it, this bit, what your finished block size will be. So for example, if you cut 2-inch size Dresdens, you're going to end up with an 8-inch finished block. So it gives you an idea of where you can fit them in if you've got patched blocks. So just do 4 patches and put a Dresden somewhere on them. It's really cool.
Clever, very, very clever rule. It's a very popular system as well. And that's the thing, we invest in tools so as we can use them over and over again. So this is the set that Susie's been working throughout. So obviously you've got the Dresden plate, you've got the circle as a separate piece that's going to form the middles. And also if you do want to kind of round off the edges, if you're looking at doing a plique, then you can do so. You will need the Dresden plate rule in order for you to create the bag that we've been chatting about. But you've got full comprehensive instructions taking you through both of the layouts that you've got, as well as the layout that goes down the side and how to put the pockets on the side as well. It was practically out of time, very, very quickly. Lovely Christine has messaged during your demonstration to say how lovely the quilt is behind Suzie. Isn't it, Christine? That quilt that's behind Suzie, we featured it in Susie's last hour, which was, where am I? 9 o'clock, wasn't it?
Yeah.
9 o'clock, gosh, it seems longer ago than that. And that actual quilt came in 2 different colourways. So, yeah, brilliant price. In fact, we're going to squeeze the details in so as you know exactly. We've got 3 of the green version, which is the one that was the green and red. So if you're wanting that, you need to be very quick. Drop the price down from £180 all but a penny down to £120 all but a penny. 3-way split, which means your 3-way payments are £40 each. We've only got 3 of those left though, in the red and the green. If you're wanting the one behind Suzie, oh, there you go, there's the red and green one. Perfect, thank you, Ollie, for that. If you want that one, be quick. 3 chances left. 3-way split, it could literally be a case of you paying £40 today. That is on its way to you. It's a quilt that you could technically make over a weekend, a long weekend, or maybe a Monday to Friday if you don't want to rush. But you could actually have that made up and be using it before that last of those payments is made. The blue and the green, this is another one that is beautiful. We had more stock of this one to start with. So we have got a slightly healthier stock. So yeah. If you're wanting to get hold of that. Now that is really weird because exact same quantities have gone of both of them, but because we had more of this one to start with, we have got 30 opportunities left, so there you go. But we know that it's going to go because we've got 44 people with it in the basket, so yeah. And Suzie, thank you for taking us through this at 9 o'clock as well.
Thank you very much. Privilege.
Love it. Brilliant. So there you go. Do go back and watch the show at 9 o'clock if you want to see that putting together. We're going to go to a break and very shortly I will be back with you with a brand new guest to me where we're going to learn how to make crochet donuts, calorie free. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. And much more beside. I see the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
It's been amazing. Yeah,
It's been great. It's something that we look forward to.
totally inspiring.
Oh, it's just absolutely amazing. The crowd is superb. It's really lovely to talk to people about different crafts.
This is just a fantastic show with all creative people come together and just being around like-minded people and just having a good laugh.
We've really enjoyed going to different workshops and trying out different things.
Such a range of everything, whether you're a crafter or not. It's absolutely brilliant.
I just absolutely love it, and I can't wait to come back.
It's just so much fun. Everyone really has a good time.
People come from all over the country to come and see it. By far my favourite show of the year, definitely.
So if you've never tried something before, it's definitely worth coming to this show just to try something new.
It's a good family day. It's a mother and daughter day. It'll inspire you.
Come to the show. It's absolutely amazing. There are so many varied crafts going on.
Definitely.
Yeah. There's so many different things on offer.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Get ready, Crafter's Companion is turning 19 and we have a show-stopping celebration waiting just for you. That's right, you're all on the guest list for our most entertaining birthday event yet. Join me and the gang as we'll be shining the spotlight on our spectacular new launches, some amazing special offers and of course some sensational surprises. So keep an eye on the Sewing Street website to find out more and join the fun.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back. Look, who's here, lovely Emma, and it's my first time working with you.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
I've already been kind of stroking and squeezing everything because everything's so beautifully soft.
And fluffy.
Absolutely. Now, we've got a fabulous hour ahead of us and very much looking forward to this one because we're getting really creative with our crochet and making some really quirky and fun projects.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that strikes me is some of the yarn that we're working with is quite chunky, quite large, so quick projects as well, I imagine.
Yeah, especially the crochet, because crochet grows up quite fast.
Absolutely, yeah. That's exactly what we're going to be sharing with you. In fact, we're going to kick things off with this fabulous blanket behind me, which I love, because it's almost like it's got sugar strands all over it. Absolutely beautiful. It's so soft, like a chenille.
Super soft, yeah.
Gorgeous. Is it a difficult one to make?
I wouldn't say so. I think it's not necessarily a beginner because you need to be able to. So you start in the centre here.
So you're working
ring and you come in all the way out. But it is just a double crochet stitch. So if you know how to do a magic ring, do a double crochet, and then do your increases, which is really easy.
Love it.
This is one for you, yeah.
Perfect, absolutely. And there you go, you can see it's laid out. A lovely little kind of, almost like a picnic mat or a play mat or something like that.
Yeah, perfect if you've got like a playroom at home when you've got young kids.
I love it. So there you go, got all the information for you on your screen if you fancy getting involved. Now, Ben's a little bit confused. So this was launched in July, did you say, Ben? Okay, launched in July. And the details that are on your screen are, I don't know if it's the same item number. Yeah, same item number. But the price is different now to how it was back then. So basically, you're paying less now than you were in July. So even more reason to get hold of this one as well. And you're going to get a crochet hook with this one. So the moment that it arrives, you can get cracking with this one. So do make sure that you are taking advantage of it. It's a brilliant kit. I'm actually going to bring the crate in that we've got all the goodies in. You don't get the crate, so please don't think how that's going to fit through my door. But you are getting loads. I mean, look at all of that. Oh, it's so soft.
Yeah.
My goodness, this is beautiful. You're looking at your giant donut blanket, calorie-free, obviously.
Yeah, that's the best bit.
Best bit. You're going to get a crochet hook in there, which is a good size as well.
Yep.
Nice and wooden as well, so that's nice. It'll sit nice in your hand.
Yeah, so this yarn works really nicely on. This is a 6.5 millimetre,
okay,
which is that nice chunky but not too chunky weight, and it stops you from having those big holes when you're working with it as well.
Ah, clever. But it's lovely. I mean, beautifully soft. Tell me about the yarn that we've got here, because this is gorgeous.
Yeah, so this is what we call our roly-poly plush. It's 100% polyester, which is why it's got that super soft, fluffy feel to it.
Ooh, wish you could put your hands through the TV and have a squeeze, because it feels fabulously soft. You can imagine this, absolutely beautiful. And the blanket itself, I mean, it's a really good size when you look at it. I'm just having a quick look to see if I can see it on here.
Yeah, so it's on the other side. So it's 130 centimetres in diameter.
Oh, you spotted that. I didn't spot it.
Yeah.
So there you go, really good size. QR code, big fan of a QR code as well, so you're going to get some tuition there.
Yeah, so all of the Stitch and Story patterns, if you scan the QR code, it's going to take you to everything you need to know, all the techniques. We've got some great videos on the Stitch and Story YouTube channel. Everything you need to know from magic ring, every step.
I always have to go back and watch the magic. I can never do it just on my own. I always need to watch a little video, so I'll check that out myself.
Yeah, no, they're really good videos as well.
Love it. There you go. And you are getting, so we're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full balls of yarn. And then you're going to get enough yarn for your sugar strands, I'm guessing?
Yes, that's right.
Lovely. So you're going to get all of those in there as well. So there's a lot, actually, if you're looking at that. So 8 balls of yarn for £45. And that's including your pattern and your hook.
You'll get a sewing needle.
Oh, okay, right.
And also all of the kits come in one of our Stitch and Story projects.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah.
So one of these?
Yeah, so when you're working and doing your project, you can have it with you, take it with you in your handbag. That's what I use mine for.
That's a lovely idea. Isn't that gorgeous?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. So everything is together.
Yeah, that's That's it, yeah.
Perfect. So there you go. What's not to love about that as a little bundle? Brilliant value for money, proven to be very popular. And of course, it's what you make that is the key thing. And that's what we've got behind us here. This fabulous, over nearly 1.5 meters in diameter. So it's huge. Diameter is the one that goes right across, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making sure I've got it right. So circumference is the other one, the roundy bit. There you go. £45, brilliant value for money. Lots of you shopping for that one. So keep checking your basket out. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to pop this one down. What are we looking at next? The pretzel. Oh, the pretzel is on the shelf. Let me get the pretzel as I'm walking past. So many inventive ideas. I have to say, sorry, that was a bit loud that I slammed that basket down, didn't I? These are brilliant ideas.
This is so fun, isn't it?
I love it.
And it's so easy to make because it is just, all you're doing is crocheting in the round a really big sausage.
Oh, I love that.
And then it's how you fold it into the pretzel shape.
Oh, I see. So that's a bit of technique going on there as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant idea. It's only £23, this one. Brilliant, brilliant idea. Now, looking for the kit. Oh, this one here. Ah, there we go. Not got that one in a crate. So there you go. You're going to get your 3 balls of grey. Gorgeous kind of, what's it called? Persian grey. Beautiful.
Grey, yeah. It's a lovely, like, brownie.
It's like a mink, isn't it? Yeah, gorgeous.
Like a greige.
Yeah, yes.
Is what it is, which is very, like, in at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, so soft.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So when it comes to actually kind of like the maintenance, are we okay to wash these, or do we kind of spray, I don't know, wash them and dab them or something like that?
Yeah, so I always go with what it says on the ball band instructions.
Okay.
Now, when I've made something myself, I'm always a bit anxious to put it in the washing machine, especially when it's got toy stuffing and things.
Yes.
So I would say try damp, you know, like a wet cloth sort of thing.
Well, if anything, it's probably just going to be surface, isn't it, that you just need to wipe it down. So
but usually on your ball band it'll say, so this one is a hand wash only, sort of a low iron type thing.
Perfect. Love it. There you go. It's just a brilliant, fun idea. So, yeah,
So
if you like
fun.
the idea of your pretzel, 3 large balls of yarn, as you can see there. And again, you are going to get your hook. You're also going to get your pattern included as well, which I've put underneath the tablet. So let's pull that out. So full instruction there, showing you exactly what you need to kind of aim for. That's what you're going to achieve. But just one single side there. Very, very easy. Also QR code, so again, going to the website. Yep.
Yeah, and like I say, it's really easy. So you start off with a magic ring, you increase out to your size, which is at this part here, right there, and then you just keep going and keep going. It's a good one to do in front of the telly. Well, you know, you don't want to, you just want something that you don't want to concentrate too much on. You just want your hands to be doing something while you watch Netflix.
And I'm guessing with this one, you don't have to count how many of the rings that you do, because that's the other thing that I get into doing the rings, and I'm like, I can't remember where I am.
Yeah.
And somehow my row counter has fallen out of my project, so
so you just keep going until it gets to the specific length that the pattern will stay, and then you're going to decrease back down and fasten it off.
So.
Then it's how you fold it into that pretzel shape, and then sew on the...
Oh, they're kind of like the sugar bits, isn't it?
The
Love
seeds.
it. The seasoning. There you go. There you go. If you like the look of that one, details are on your screen, which is absolutely amazing. And I love it. Absolutely love it. I'm going to pop that to the side. Now, something else that we have got that we are sharing with you, which you're going to love this, because I know lots of you have been waiting for us to share the detail. That fabulous donut behind us. Now, we've got 2 different variations of this one. So this is the pink one. So if you like the idea of it, so soft.
Yeah.
Love it.
You can't say just how soft it is until you feel it. It's just so super soft.
I love it. Now, this completely sold out the first time that we saw this. It's back in stock, and lots of you have been shopping for this one already as well.
Yeah.
It's just brilliant fun. I mean, you've got your sugar strands and your icing on one side, and then your donut obviously on the flip side. This is brilliant.
And such gorgeous colours.
Absolutely.
Really pretty.
Love it. Lovely little kind of, I mean, you were saying about that you've got a little one 2 years old. This would make a lovely, like, almost somewhere for them to sit, you know, story time and things like that.
Yeah, I have to hide these samples from her when they're at home.
She wants them all.
Straight away. She's like, oh, fingers. I'm like, no.
No, that one's got to go on the telly.
Yeah, kids love anything like this. I think these make great, like, we're coming up to Christmas, great Christmas presents for grandchildren or even teenagers.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're brilliant as home decor pieces, aren't they? Like, just putting them on the one side.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, it's lovely. You almost put your feet on it or put it behind you. I mean, it looks so funky, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
On a sofa, if you've got several of these,
yeah,
you could literally have them, well, where your cushions would usually be.
Yeah.
Just something different.
So fun.
Brilliant. Love it. Now, if you like the idea of getting hold of this, or maybe you've got like a cinema room at home or somewhere where you've kind of got a big telly and you like to snuggle down and watch movies, then you could have a series of these as well. Or maybe you've got a little kind of bench area in your kitchen and you want something to soften, because keeping the continuity of cooking together there.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Brilliant. £20, that's all that you're paying for this particular kit. Now, I've got a couple of baskets to share with you. So this is the one for the giant donut in pink. So again, yours won't come in the crate, but you will get your full instructions. You will get your QR code to give you your tuition. We haven't got huge quantities of these. We're going to get the stuffing as well with this one.
No, not with this one. It's the wrong.
Oh, I don't know what I've picked up then. What have I picked up then?
Actually, I think it might be that crate, and this is for the ice cream.
Oh, that's the ice cream one, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they've got mixed up, so that's the pattern for that one.
Just do it. Just talk amongst yourself at the moment.
This
So
one
this
here.
one here.
Yeah.
Right, let's bring that one over. So then I need to take that out of there because that's going to go in there.
Yeah.
So, now, hello and welcome. No, we are organised now, so there you go. Is that all that it needs? Wow, okay.
So you get what you need: one ball of the pink, one ball of the Persian grey, your sprinkle colours.
There they are, yeah.
Again, your 6mm crochet hook.
Oh, it's in there somewhere.
You get your sewing needle and your project bag.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Very, very affordable. Lots of you loving that at £20. I'm not surprised. Nice way of giving Stitch and Story a go as well if you've never shopped for any of their kits before. Oh, there's the needle and the hook. I didn't notice it there. So yeah, if you like the idea of that one, what a fabulous fun project. What level of crochet are we looking at with this one?
Again, so we've got our skill levels, which start at beginner, advanced beginner, then intermediate. So this is, again, similar to the blanket, somebody who has crocheted before.
Okay.
So we don't start with a magic ring on this one, we start with a chain, which is in the centre here. So we do this chain here, and then we work out, back to here, change colour, and then come back round and decrease into this centre here. And then sew this up and add the toy stuff in as we sew this centre up. And then once that's all together, you'll then put your sprinkles on. So I would say, with advanced beginner, if you're somebody who hasn't crocheted before, it's probably not for you unless you are extremely determined.
Okay, yes.
Maybe you've tried a bit of trying, tried to do some chains, maybe tried double crochet before, then maybe if you're feeling determined to give it a go.
Yeah.
But I would say you're more that advanced beginner.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So good advice. Mind you, one of the Billy bonuses that I love with crochet is that you can always undo it, can't you? Because it's one of those ones, if you're not happy with the results, with the tension, different things like that, then all you need to do is unravel it and you can kind of recycle and start again. But that is your pink version. Comes with your full instructions, as you can see there, and definitely one to go for. So loads of fun. You're going to enjoy making that one as well. Now, I'm going to move that one to one side because we have got another variation for you, and this one is your yellow. So again, you're going to get all of the elements that you need, bar the stuffing. What sort of stuffing should we consider with these?
So just a standard toy stuffing.
Okay.
So I think we've got a listing for a 300-gram bag of toy stuffing, which is suitable for the donuts and the pretzel.
Perfect.
That's the right amount that you need for.
Oh, right. So just go for one lot of that, and then that's perfect. Oh,
300 grams, yeah.
Gosh, it doesn't sound very much, does it? 300 grams to fill a big donut, but there you go. There's lots of air in there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, it makes them nice and squishy.
They're fabulous. I love these. They remind me that, when you go on an airplane, you've got the cushion behind you. That kind of like really comfy, cushiony kind of, that heavenly place to be. Now with this one, you can see exactly the same idea. You're creating your donut, you've got your instructions there. QR code there is as well. And then of course you've got your two colours with regard to your icing and your donut. And then you've got all your sugar strand sprinkles in there as well. So a very affordable kit, again at £20, and definitely one to go for. So if you like the idea of that, then the details are on your screen. GMK5S62, those two together. I wasn't sure if there were two fives for a minute then, but they're not. Got me wonky eyeballs in again. Now the next one that we've got for you, this is brilliant. So I'm going to pop this over here. In fact, I'm going to put it on the trolley because this is a lot that we've got in here. So let me bring the crate in. I'll give you that to hold if I can, Homer. There you go. And I'm going to come in with the crate because this has got all of the components we need for creating the ice cream.
No, just that's this one.
Oh, you moved it, didn't you? Yes, sorry. You moved it. No, ignore me.
We're playing musical crate.
We are. I forgot we moved it over there, didn't we? Musical crate. I was up very early morning. So what are we getting within this one then?
So again, we're going to get the pink for the icing. The one ball of pink, you've got your crochet hook hiding there. You've got your Persian grey for the cone.
Lovely.
And then we've got the colours for all the
sugar
strands. And in this kit, you're going to get your toy stuffing.
Ah, perfect.
Yep.
So everything that you need.
Yep.
Exclusive to us here, so you can't get this anywhere else.
Yeah, so I designed this specifically to bring back to the show because we brought the donuts a while ago. They were really popular. You loved them at home, and we thought, what can we do? And we bring it back to make it even more exciting. And I wanted to do this ice cream cone.
I love it. It's proper cuddly as well, so I can imagine little ones would really enjoy this because it's probably almost as big as some of them as well. And if we are talking about, like, because there's no buttons or anything like that on there, but yeah, nice and soft if you do want the little ones to kind of give it a cuddle.
100%, my daughter loved this. I did have to hide it. Took it out of my bag this morning. I was like, no.
I love it. The ice cream is, again, you are loving this one. Everything that you need to know is there. So you've got your two colours of your yarn, obviously for the base, the ice cream, and you've got all of kind of smaller components for the sprinkles and also the cherry that's going on the top. You've got your hook, so the minute it arrives you can get cracking with it, and you've got your stuff in there, and it's kind of been compacted down, so yeah, just be careful when you open it because it tends to explode, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite, it looks very small. You think, how does that all fit in there? But it expands as you bring it out of the bag.
Love it. Full instructions as well, and one thing I've noticed with your instructions as well, you're very kind of detailed with the elements. Loads of photos, which I always like in instructions.
Yeah, lots of photos. We like to get all the different angles so that when you're making, you can use them as reference.
Absolutely. Love it. You've got your cone there, you've got your scoop, you've got your cherry on the top there, how to finish it all off. And also you've got your elements here if you want to go and watch your video there. What have we got here then? Crochet a swatch. What's that all about?
Yeah, so not necessarily for a project like this, but if you were doing something such as the blanket, we recommend that you do a crochet tension swatch to ensure that the hook size that you're working on is giving you the right tension, because you'll get a certain amount of stitches and rows per 10 centimetres, and this way you're going to make sure that your project comes out the correct size and also that you don't run out of yarn. So this is a kit, so you're getting the correct amount of yarn as long as you're working to those specific tensions.
Fair enough.
In projects such as like the donuts and the ice cream cones, that isn't such a factor unless you weigh out, which is probably not going to happen. But something like a garment, you want it to fit in a specific way. It's a lot more important in that respect.
Okay, but it's there as a guideline should you need to follow it. So there you go. Always useful to have, so thank you for that. So there you go. If you like the idea of making your own ice cream cone, then there you go. Everything that you need is in there. I'm going to bring the crate back in, pop everything away. You've got your ice creamy, dreamy colours, as you can see. You've got your stuffing in there. And this is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You can't get it anywhere else. So please don't waste your time going looking for it. The only place you can get it is here. It's just such a cool, yeah. I see what you did there, Ben. So there you go, a fabulous kit, loads of fun to be had, and again, just a lovely project with a fun idea. Love that, really good fun project. So there you go. That one is brilliant. So pop that one into your basket. So yeah, we're busy. It's good to have your company. What a fabulous hour. Love it. Now, this is a brilliant idea because we have got a kit now. This is so affordable, but have a look at what you're going to be making. I love these.
They're so cute, aren't they?
These are fabulous. Cookies and macaroons and little donuts.
A mini donut.
I love that.
And a birthday cake.
A birthday cake. That's so sweet. Oh, I love it. Love it. And we're going to make all of those from this kit?
Yep.
Wow.
So all of those from the 6 colours. So you get the 6 colours, you get the crochet hook.
Wow, that is a really affordable kit. It's only a tenner.
Yeah, and the toy stuffing as well, which is there.
Oh, that comes with it as well. Yeah. My goodness. So you've got all of it, and I love the fact that you've actually given us the colours. So if we do want to go looking for any more, we can do.
Yeah, if you want to do another set afterwards.
Yeah.
'Cause I think these will make a great present for little ones.
Well, they're coming up to Christmas, and they get the toy kitchens and things like that, don't they? So something like this would be fabulous.
Perfect.
And that, I mean, that little birthday cake, so cute.
And I would also put these on my kitchen shelf.
Yes, yeah.
Next to the cookie jar. Have them sat there just to look at every time I come to have a
brilliant. I love it. So much fun. Love them, every single one of them. And you'll learn how to make all 5 of those. Like £2 a project. I mean, come on. And that's
so good.
Without taking into consideration the fact that you've got the hook and the pattern in there. So, yeah. Pocket money prices for fabulous projects. Again, full instructions you can see in there, and I just think it's a really lovely idea. Proper fun. And do share your pictures when you create it as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we like to see them and share them.
Love it. All comes together in a fabulous bag. So all of the kits that you're shopping for, you will get them delivered in one of the drawstring project bags. So don't worry about that. Whichever one it is, it will come in one of those bags. But if you're wanting to kind of restock, maybe you went for the kits previously, and it's one of those situations that you you wanted to restock, that's the word, couldn't get the word out then. So if you want to go for the yarn by itself, then you can do. Now, we've got a lovely selection of colours. When you shop for these, you are going to get a pack of 5 of those, of the same colour. So there's no mixed packs. So you choose whichever one it is that you're wanting to go for. So if you're wanting to go for this one here, this one, that one there. That one's called beige. Okay, fair enough. You've got
it's a lovely yellow.
It is, isn't it?
The name doesn't describe just how nice the colour is, because I think it's called fawn beige.
Okay,
and it's a lovely yellow.
Yeah.
It's what we use in the donut kit.
Yes.
It's a lovely lemony pastel, but also quite bright at the same time.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, if you want to restock, so there you go. Absolutely beautiful. So that one is called beige. Now, it says that we get a pattern with this as well.
Yeah, so with any of the yarn bundles, you're going to get a free pattern to make the pretzel.
Oh, okay, right, fair enough.
Yep.
There you go. So the pretzel that we saw earlier on. So do you remember the pretzel? There you go. That was the pretzel.
Yep, that pattern comes free with any of the yarn bundles. Doesn't matter which colour you order. Yeah, it comes free with it.
Perfect. So there you go. That is that gorgeous fawn. Now the Persian. Now this was the Persian, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah. So that's what the pretzel is in.
Nice.
But why not have a pink pretzel?
Absolutely. Yeah. Who said that they all have to be the same colour?
Exactly. It might be a strawberry one.
Absolutely. Love it. Lovely soft kind of minky grey. Gorgeous colour. Next one that we've got for you is the lilac. Now, we've seen the lilac, but only appearing as kind of sugar strands. Yeah. But that could be that if you've already gone for, say, the donut kit. So say if you went for the kit earlier on with the donut, go for the lilac, and then you can actually create lilac donuts as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think that'd be a lovely colourway.
Gorgeous.
It's a really lovely lilac.
So soft. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. So there you go, you've got that lilac. So you're going to get 5 balls. Don't forget, it's 5 balls of the same colour as you can see on the photograph that we're sharing with you as well. Now, the brown, which is called Roly Poly. Some brilliant names that you've got for these colours. Love it. There you go, Roly Poly, that beautiful deeper brown. Very, very soft. And if you are working, maybe you've got patterns of your own and you're thinking, well, how am I going to work this in? Well, you can use it with, is it a 5mm hook? I haven't got my glasses, so I can't read. Yeah.
So this yarn can range from, so for instance, for the donuts, we've used a 6.5, but you could, if you want an even denser fabric, you could go on a 5mm. I mean, maybe you do the donut, you want a smaller one.
That's a good point, because you could do that just by changing the hook.
Yeah, you can make it smaller by just changing the hook size.
Lovely. Roly Poly, there we go. Then we've got 2 different tones of your pink. So this one that we've got here is Farrow Pink. So that's like a marshmallow
That's
pink,
the colour of the donut.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah.
So if you want to see that one all crocheted up, it's that colour there. Lovely, so that's that one. And then the last one that we've got, this is like a deeper pink. This one's called Flamingo Pink. Love that flamingo pink there. So again, it's going to be a case of you will get 5 balls of the same yarn. I've got the flamingo here, so there you go. It comes to you in a pack. 5 balls of yarn for just £19.99, and you're going to get a free pattern. That's a very affordable bundle, I have to say as well. So the last thing that I need to share with you before we have a little look at demonstration is your toy stuffing. And your toy stuffing is used in a variety of the different projects. So if you do want to get hold of that, we've got it available for you in a 300-gram bag. Oh, I don't know if I've got one here to be fair.
Down there.
Oh, down on the floor, tucked away. Ta-da! I don't know what I was looking for, but there you go. So that is your toy stuffing, and you're getting a lot. Obviously, when it compacts down as well.
Yeah.
But and you can open it up and fluff it up even more if you need to. When you
Exactly,
get it back.
So that's the correct amount for the donuts or for the pretzel cushion.
Perfect. So just remember to add that in if you've gone for either of those kits. So, brilliant value at £5.99. So shop for that for other projects too, to be fair. So love it. Fabulous, thank you. So there you go, if you want to get hold of that. Now, if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, anything that you want me to reiterate or ask of Emma, then do message through. But for the time being, I think we're ready for a demonstration. So what's your plan?
So I'm going to show you firstly how to start off something like the cone or the pretzel cushion, and how you do that magic ring.
Perfect.
And how you get started with your... Where's my hook gone?
Wonderful. So this is the way that you get started with the ice cream cone?
Yes.
Okay.
So the ice cream cone or the pretzel or the scoop for the ice cream cone. So what we do firstly is we start with what we call a magic ring.
Okay.
And we take the yarn that we're working with in our fingers and secure it with a thumb.
Okay.
And you're going to wrap it round your hand twice.
Okay.
Like that.
So you've got 3 strands across
You've got
the
3
back.
strands across there. And what you're going to do with your crochet hook is go under the middle one.
Okay.
Grab that first one, and as you grab it, you're going to twist.
Okay.
And as you twist, you're making that loop there, so you let go of everything else, secure it with your thumb, and then take your working yarn there. I've gone from the centre of the ball, so it's acting a bit tangly, and then secure it with a chain.
Okay.
You're just going to wrap your yarn round, and then if you can see there.
Yeah, you kind of got that loose tail,
Yeah, you've got your loose tail and you've got your loop. So what you're going to do is start with a 6 double crochet into the centre of your ring.
Okay.
And what you're going to do is you're going to do it over your ring and over your tail of yarn.
Okay.
So you do 1, 2, and be careful not to do these too tight because you want that tail to be able to pull through quite nicely.
Okay.
3, 4, 5.
Look how quickly it's coming together.
And 6, it grows really fast.
It's that gorgeous yarn.
So when you've done that, you can see there, that's your ring, there's your tail there.
Got you.
That's your stitches that you've just worked, and this is where the magic happens.
Okay.
You pull this tail, and in theory, it should pull through. There we go. You can see that thing.
Oh, it's closing up, yes.
Closing
I can
up.
see it now, yeah. You're
Now
kind of wiggling it a bit, yeah.
With this yarn particularly, you have to make sure that you don't do it too tightly because it has a tendency to kind of, the fibres can stick together.
And also as well, it's kind of a wrapped yarn, isn't it? You've kind of got a thread through the centre of it, and then you've almost
so you
got this outer casing
see
on it.
there
Yeah.
where I've brought it through and it's sort of split it there. This is not going to happen when you crochet.
No.
It's just something to be mindful of when you're sewing up
or
when you're doing your magic ring. Because as you pull through, so you can see there, like you were saying, your yarn is on a core thread and it's attached on the outside like so, which is what gives it that lovely fluffy 3D feel.
Lovely.
So you've got your magic ring there, you've got your tail, which you're going to ignore, and you've got your working yarn, which you're going to start. So you can see there you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stitches.
Wonderful. Oh, do you want to point it over this way, just so as we can see? There you go, right in the middle. Perfect. Thank you.
And then, so if you were doing the cone, for instance, you're going to work 1 double crochet in each of those stitches. So we're going to go 1, 2.
It's always quite tricky, that first kind of round that you do, isn't it?
Yeah, the more crochet you get into your project, the easier it is to see kind of what's going on.
Lovely.
So you can see there that I've done 1 double crochet.
Kind of see the bottom of the cone
into
forming already.
So that is literally
like a little cup.
the bottom of the cone, and then after you've done that, you're going to start to increase. So you've done your magic circle, Yeah. We've done 1 double crochet in each for the first round, and then to increase, it's as easy as this. You just do 2 double crochet in the exact same space.
Ah, so you don't move on to the next one, right?
Yeah. And when I say double crochet, I'm working in UK terminology.
Okay, lovely.
With crochet, we've got a UK terminology and we've got a US terminology. Now, in Stitch and Story Patterns, the US terminology is given first.
Okay.
But in the abbreviations, it shows you what the UK terminology is.
Perfect.
Yeah, but that is something to keep in mind, because if you start doing US terminology when you're meant to do UK, you're going to run out of yarn. It's not going to come out the right size. It's not going to look correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but it is quite easy, especially if you are a beginner, to get them mixed up, because you don't realise, because when you knit, you just, there's a knit and there's a purl stitch.
Yeah, absolutely.
No matter where you are. Whereas with crochet, you've got those 2 types of terminology. So I'm just going to show you again. 1 UK double crochet, which is a US single crochet, into the exact same place.
Okay.
So then we've got 4, get the tangle there. And 2 again.
Lovely.
So you've got 5, 6. So because you've got 6 stitches and you're increasing into each stitch, you should end up with 12.
And the tail that you've got, well, actually, no, the tail goes into the centre, doesn't it? So
Yeah.
how do you know when you've completed a round?
I would say count or add a stitch marker.
Okay.
If you've got one of those little plastic ones, you can move it up as you go. But sometimes I just use a little bit of yarn.
Yes.
Slip knot, put it on there, and then I can follow up.
Got you.
And then I'll move it every 10 centimetres or so, especially if you're wanting to count. I mean, like you said, with the pretzel, you don't really need to do that.
You just keep going.
Because you could just keep going to length, but yeah. And also another indication is how many stitches you've got.
Ah, okay.
So if you're doing an increase round and you haven't quite got to 12 stitches yet, you know you're not quite where you should be.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So I'll do a couple more there.
Lovely. It comes together so quickly. It's beautiful.
Exactly, yeah. So we
should
now have 12 stitches, and then what we're going to do is, because with the cone you don't want to increase every row because you want to get that nice long shape.
That's a good point, yeah.
So you're going to do 2 rounds of just double crochet and just keep going round, and I'll just do one quickly.
So no actual increase, you're just working your way through each stitch.
Yep, so like you said, this is the point where you would probably want to put a stitch marker in or a bit of yarn, so you don't have to count every round. You just keep going round and round. And this is the same principle for the pretzel, or the same kind of increase for the donut.
Yes.
Just the way you start off is slightly different, that's all. You can see there already, through just doing a few rows, how far up you are.
Let me pull this in so you can show. There
yeah.
So yeah.
So you can see just how far up you are.
It doesn't take you long to get right to the top, is it?
No, that's it. It's quite, I think it's a project you can do in an evening. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it does grow so quickly.
And it is a case, I mean, I know from crochet, it's like, oh, I'll just do one more round, I'll do one more round, I'll do one more round. And then before you know it, you've changed and you think, oh, well, I'll just change the colour.
Yeah. I'll make a cup of tea after I've done this round. Or you make a cup of tea and it goes cold because you keep, I'll just do one more round before I have a sip of that cup of tea, and then it's cold by the time you're done.
Now, I love this because what you've actually got is the ice cream cone, and it's the bottom of the cone that's taking shape at the moment. But as you work your way through, as Emma's explained, every so often you're going to have those increases, which mean that the cone is going to get wider and wider and wider until you get to the top part where you've got the ice cream, you've got your sugar strands there, and you've got your cherry on top, as you can see there as well. And this is a kit that's exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You can only get it here. So if you want to get your hands on your ice cream, then you can do. It's a brilliant kit. I mean, it's such a fun project to create. We're going to learn about the ice cream scoop as well in a little wee while. But you're going to get everything that you need in there. So you're going to get your pattern, which is important. You're going to get your hook, which is even more important because you can't form your stitches without it. And of course, you're going to get your yarn. Now, your yarn will be the fabulous kind of minky coloured yarn that we've got for here for the cone. That is included. You're also going to get your gorgeous pink chenille as well, beautifully soft throughout. And you're also going to get your sugar strand colours as well. So all of the different strands that you've got there are going to be be featuring within that kit there. So you don't have to go shopping for anything else other than your stuffing, which we can help you with for $5.99 as well. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that, then please get hold of it. It is exclusive. It is exclusive. We are going to continue the demonstration, but very, very quickly, because it is on the verge of selling out, the pink donut. Let me just show you this one, because this is one that if you like the idea of making this, and I know lots of you shopped for this last time. Did you say it was a higher price last time, Ben, this one? I can't remember whether this was one of the ones. Was it a higher price, did you say this one was? Or was it? So it's one of the other ones that was, yeah. So, yeah, £20, very affordable. So, yeah, you've got your gorgeous pink. You're going to get that lovely minky tone for your donut as well. And you're going to get all of the different strands there as well, which is going to add to it. It's just a fabulous idea. We've got this one in the pink. We have actually got a yellow version as well. But the pink one is on the verge of selling out. The yellow one, let me bring the yellow one in. It's not far behind, actually, when we have a look at the details. So, yeah. So both of those, whichever you choose to go for, or both of them, actually.
Yeah, they sit so nicely together.
Don't they, Josh? Yeah. I'd certainly be going for, if these were on the sofa, I'd definitely be going for this seat on the sofa to make sure you've got the, because you can just imagine those on the back of a sofa. Couldn't you? There you go. Oh, I've got hiccups again. I'm sorry.
So once you get them, that's it, all day.
Oh, yeah. They're not going to go now, are they? So both of those. Pink, obviously, is the details on the screen at the moment. If you're wanting that particular one. Oh, no, it wasn't. It's the yellow. Sorry, I didn't see it change. But we've got pink and yellow, both of them on the website, both exactly the same with regards to their content. That's the key thing. Just make sure that you're adding in your stuffing to go with those as well. Put that in there, donut holder. There you go.
Oh, perfect.
Talk about other goodies. We've got the pretzel. Now, the pretzel, you've actually got a kit that is available for the pretzel. And this is the one that I got myself confused with. I knew one of them, the price that we'd got. So this is actually a little bit lower in price than it was when we launched it in September. Was it we launched this one? Can't remember. Forgot what date we said. Is it September this one was launched? Oh, July, a little bit further forward. Nice, easy one, because, again, you're going to be working on the round. So you're working from that magic ring that you showed us earlier on, and you just keep going.
Yeah.
Just keep going, just keep going.
Once you've increased, which is literally within the first, 2, 4, 6, 8 rounds?
Yeah.
I think it is. And you just go straight.
Love it. There you go. £23. So if you like the idea of getting hold of this one, again, everything that you need is in the kit, bar the stuffing, which is $5.99 if you want to add in a bag of that. So if you do like the idea of getting hold of that, please do so. Now, we've got about 10 minutes or so left. So if did you want to carry on with the ice cream? Or?
Yeah. So I'll quickly show you how easy it is to do, you know, the frill?
Oh,
the ice cream. So when you do the actual scoop, you're going to start from the top. So you can see there, what I've made here is like the scoop at the top. So you
start from the top and work your way down?
So you do your magic circle, which is hidden by the little cherry. You do your magic circle, you work round and round and round, and then when you come to your last row, you've got your little frill. And this is so easy. All you're going to do is so you've been doing what we call a UK double crochet. What you're going to do the frill is a UK treble.
Okay.
So the difference is you wrap your yarn round, you go into your next stitch, yarn through, work the treble stitch, and you're going to do 3 of those in the exact same place.
Okay.
And what you're doing by doing all these stitches in the same place,
the same one, right?
You're creating that little wave that goes around the outside of the...
Oh, it's like a little scallop kind of thing. Okay. Lovely. Oh, can I was that busy watching you. I wasn't paying attention to what was on the camera.
Right place.
Sorry. Personal little lesson that I was having there. Sorry.
Entangled with the tail. So I'm getting towards the end of my yarn.
That's okay. So then is it each time you move into the next one and then do the same?
So you're doing 3 of those trebles in the exact same place.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get quite a decent amount on so you can see how.
Together, yeah. Oh, there you go. You can see the ruffle.
Yeah, and the more you get on there, the more that ruffle becomes more prominent.
It kind of pushes against each other, doesn't it, to make it, Yeah,
that's it.
Ruffled.
If you can see. There, like that. Try and show you quickly so that I can show you how
looks fabulous.
Yeah, and you just keep going round. So every single stitch, you just do those 3 Yeah, those 3 UK trebles, and eventually it creates this little wave.
Well, when you look at it, if you kind of section it down, it doesn't look as wavy as when it all comes together, but of course each wave is pushing each other into place, so it gathers up even more, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah, so as you go around, the more stitches you get on, the more that wave's going to be defined. But what I was quickly going to show you while we've got time is just how easy it is to do those sprinkles.
Oh, okay, yes.
So bearing in mind that this will have, so I always recommend with the donuts, the pretzel, the ice cream, put the stuffing in first and then start doing the sprinkles afterwards, whereas with the blanket, obviously you can't do that.
Yes.
So what I would do for like such as the ones that have got toy stuffing in there, come up through the back, bearing in mind that this is all got the toy stuff, it's all sewn up.
Okay.
And all you're going to do is get a nice placement, insert your needle, and then come out where you think you might want your next one to start. And bear in mind that you've got 3 colours.
Yes.
So you need them quite evenly spaced out.
Don't put them too close together.
Yeah.
And different directions as you've done here.
Yeah, yeah, to get that more natural, the way that they would sprinkle on. If you do them in a nice little formation like this. And obviously keep them kind of close together, not close together, but far enough apart, but also like, so you're following it round.
Yeah.
So you're not having to come back and fill in space, because the idea is that when you come to use your next colour, you can fill that space in then with that colour. So you keep going through. Right, so, but when you're doing it on your blanket, you're not going to want those threads to show.
Yes, of course.
When you're doing it with the toy stuffing inside, that's not going to matter because nobody's ever going to see inside there. You can hide everything in there. Whereas what I would do now, so I've done the sprinkle on the outside. If this was my blanket, what I would do is catch.
Oh, so when you come to the wrong side, just kind of weave it through.
Yeah, catch the stitches on the back.
Yeah.
And catch your yarn at the back, like that.
Yeah,
so
say, look at the other side.
Yeah, so if you look at the back of the blanket, you'll
see. It's woven through, yeah.
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 So I don't think it matters to leave a small tail at the back.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But then you can sort of like come out here.
And then move to the, clever.
And then bring your sprinkle sort of to there. Am I in the right place there?
Yeah, that's fine. I keep forgetting, sorry, I'm that busy watching the demonstration. I'm a rubbish presenter, sorry.
You're not, you're definitely not. Intrigued.
I'm just watching because I'm learning, and this is the beauty of it. Getting caught up in the moment.
That's it. And then, again, just weave it in at the back. So you can see there that if that's your blanket and that's the back of your fabric, that's not offensive looking.
You're not going to catch anything, are you? Because you don't want to catch fingers and toes and things like that,
exactly, yeah. And then you can bring it up through to the right side of the fabric, like that. And you wouldn't know any different as to which ones were. I'd got the.
You can't tell. They just
they'd be no different.
But like on the idea is a little hat, that.
Yeah, little baby's hat, very cute. On the wrong side, you've got your tails, which if you would do it like that. If you've got toy stuff in, nobody's going to see that. Whereas that's lovely and neat.
Absolutely.
For such as the blanket, where it's going to show.
Idea. Can I make a suggestion as a mum, and Emma may echo what I'm about to say? If you've ever had children that've got rather attached to certain toys or blankets, and you've gone out shopping and it's got lost somewhere on your travels, and you thought to yourself, oh, I wish I'd got a second one of those, or even washing one. I know that my daughter had this blanket. It was I used to have to wash it when she'd fallen asleep at night because I couldn't get it in the washing machine any other time.
Oh, bless her.
Maybe go for 2 sets or go for extras so you can make one and have a spare should that happen. Yeah. Because these kind of toys are things that kids love, don't they? Especially the blanket. I mean, the blanket's so soft. I mean, anybody's going to love to snuggle up underneath it. And of course, the sugar strand technique that we just saw there is echoed within the design on this one. And it's lovely. I mean, it's brilliant because you get a fabulous quantity of yarn anyway, but it's just a lovely project. And what size did you say this one was again?
130
so it's a good
diameter,
size going across. So
like you say, it's nearly a metre
and a half. So it's going to cover a good area. fabulous play mat maybe. Maybe if you have got a little one and you're going to visit people and you want to kind of have an area that you know that it's okay for you to put them down, and then you can do sitting on a bed there as well, so you can see it's a double-sized bed, so the size of it is quite huge when you compare it with a bed. So yeah, good size. And of course the beauty is you're going to get all of the yarn that you need for you to actually complete that. If you're wanting to go for any of the kits, they come beautifully packaged in a little drawstring bag as well, which I love this idea.
Yeah, it's so portable.
Yeah.
Because crochet and knitting is so portable
Absolutely,
anyway.
yeah.
When you've got a lovely bag like this, which keeps it all condensed, and if you are doing something like the donut,
yes,
you can take a couple of, you can easily fit.
Yeah.
You might not fit all of them in there,
Yeah.
but you'll easily fit 2 or 3 balls in there if you wanted to take it.
Absolutely.
On the train or to the park.
Good idea, yeah.
Yeah, anything like
You
that.
can even keep that in the glove box. So if you've got kids at this time of year, they're doing football training and stuff like that, aren't they? And you're sat in the car or waiting from outside the school for them to come out the gates. You've got something that you can actually be doing while you're there. And it's just so easily portable. Could go in your bag, take it to work and things like that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So how did you get into crochet in the first... I should have asked you this at the beginning of the show, doing it back to front. How did you get into crochet in the first place?
So I went to college to do fashion.
Okay.
So I did a bit of cut and sew to begin with. And we did a project on hand knit and crochet, like within the textile section. I just instantly fell in love. I already knew how to knit because my nan had taught me when I was a little girl, but never really showed any interest. And at this point, I would have been about, 16?
Yeah.
I just left school, gone to college, and I just loved it. I just loved how I could just do it anywhere.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's a bit like fabric where you can create whatever you want it to be because you are in control. You're actually making the fabric in effect, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's something that really appealed to me.
Yeah.
Being able to do all those. I was very into Fair Isle and colour.
Lovely.
Making my own patterns. Even when I did machine knitting, I used to make my own punch cards, you know, to do the Fair Isle. Yeah, I just loved it. Anything where I can make my own fabric.
I
just
love it.
really, yeah.
You've obviously got a talent for it, so thank you for sharing your talent with us and thank you for bringing these fabulous kits. Some of the most popular items, just whizzing through quickly, the pink donut. Oh, they're back again, I'm sorry.
They're here to stay,
They are, those hiccups are not going anywhere. Pink donut, if you want your pink donut, then this has been the most popular kit of the day. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's sugar, it's sweet, and it's calorie-free, so what more could you want from a kit? £20 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. We've also got the yellow donut as well. So again, similar sort of size kit where you're going to get everything in there you need. All you need to do is add in your stuffing. Don't forget your stuffing. We've got that as a bag. That is £5.99, so a bag full will be enough for either of those 2 donuts. If you're doing both, then you need both of those as well. And then, of course, demo-wise, we were learning how to create the cone from the bottom right the way up to the top and how to do the sprinkles as well as that fabulous ruffle. This is exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You cannot get it anywhere else. And it's incredibly popular. Very, very much a case of that. It's just a fabulous project. I just love it. A lovely little cuddle project. So I keep squeezing it. So, yeah very adorable. £18.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of that one. Then do add that to your basket. Don't forget, do add in those additional bits and pieces like your stuffing if you're wanting to get hold of those as well. Pretzel, don't forget you've got your pretzel if you're wanting to go for your pretzel. That comes with the kit. Again, get a bag of stuffing to work with that one. And that's a nice, easy one because you're starting in the round and you just keep going until you make up the length. And then was it the bag, the different, the mini kits, yes, of course. The mini kits. This is brilliant because if you've shopped for anything at all today on Sewing Street, so it could have been any of the fabric shows, it could have been any of the tool shows that we were chatting about. This is such an affordable bundle because you're only looking at a tenner. If you've already shopped with us today, then there's no additional post and packing to be added in. So it's literally just going to be an extra tenner in your basket. It comes with everything that you need to create these fabulous little projects. So you've got a little birthday cake, which is adorable, with the candle, little macaroon in there, a little wafer biscuit, as you can see, little cookie in there and a mini donut. So all of these you can create utilising the kit that we've got. All of your cotton yarns are in there, which are beautiful. Gorgeous. Your choice in your sourcing of your products is amazing. You get your hook in there as well as your stuffing as well. So that, to me, is almost like a Christmas gift.
Yeah.
You know, like a stocking filler. Yeah. Like a nan introducing their granddaughter to crochet.
Yeah, 100%.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
It all goes full circle, doesn't it? And of course, the beauty is it will come in a little bag as well. So if you are presenting this as a gift, whoever receives it is going to be thrilled to bits. But I like that idea. My daughter loves a bit of crochet, so it might be one for her.
It's a great gift either.
Absolutely.
Made or not.
Emma, thank you. I've had a lovely time.
Thank you. Yeah, me too. It goes so fast.
Doesn't it just? Doesn't it just? Talking of which, today is nearly done here at Sewing Street, but don't worry, we get to do it all again tomorrow, except it'll be somebody else that will be here with you. Kicking the day off with Christmas fabrics. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we've not got a lot of time before Christmas, so bear in mind your sewing projects. Now, this has been put together by manager Hayley, so you know that there are going to be some magical deals in there, fabulous prices. Helen McCook is here with Oakwood Archer as well, so we're going to have some fabulous things that she's going to be creating. And then we've got a little bit of Riley Blake. And Delphine is back again. Looking forward to seeing her back on our screens before we return at 11 o'clock with more from Oakwood Archer. And then, a little bit of crochet. Sam is here. Well, I'm presuming it is crochet. It might not be. But from 12 through to 1 o'clock, but there you go. So yeah, Cal, so of course it is. Thank you for your company today. It's been a pleasure presenting again. Don't go anywhere because we have got a hobby maker coming up and it's worth having a nosy little peek to see what they're up to.